into the ring.
The best of the Midwest and a select few folks from Ontario will once again look to throw down on Wi-Fi for the Panda Cup's Heartland Regional Finals. The field of competitors is headed by Joker Ike co-main Raven King, a powerhouse both on and offline, who holds the number 5 spot on Chicago's power rankings. He's managed to finish in the top 3 of every single Heartland qualifier, including victories in qualifiers number 2 and number 4. He was bested by Atada, another one of Chicago's best players, in the first qualifier, falling 3-0 in both winners finals and grand finals. Between Raven King and Atada, Chicago has had a firm grasp on every online qualifier, except for number 3, with Time Gear, Columbus, Ohio's number 2 player and one of the strongest min-mins in the country, taking the victory there instead. Spectators should remain on the lookout for other players during these finals as well, as the results are far from a foregone conclusion. With Chicago's Panda Bear repping Villager, Ohio's Colonies repping Young Link, and Ohio's Yatagarasu repping Samus in the mix, anything could happen.
Welcome everybody to the Panda Cup Online Regional Finale Part 1, delivered to you by Grubhub. We are here covering the Heartland Regional Finale. After all these qualifiers, we're finally up to this point. We're finally building up to the big Panda Cup finale, which will be at the end of the year. I, of course, am Viram, and with me...
Hi, I'm Kimona. I thought you were gonna send it on over to me, like toss it over, but yeah, no, I am Kimona. I am, over there, the legendary Viram. Hey, I pointed in the right direction. I almost never do that. This is gonna be a great time to get into. This is the first of the regional finales that we're getting into right now, which is so much fun because we've gone through 4 regional qualifiers for, I think it's 8 other regions throughout North America that we've just gone, hey, who's going to dominate on Wi-Fi? Who's going to get their spot in the Panda Cup finale down in Los Angeles at the end of the year? And now we are going to get to find out that first person who is going to secure their trip. And if you saw that video there at the start with that Grubhub bite-sized recap, which Josh voiced and did an excellent job with, by the way, we know that there are kind of a couple of favorites. If you saw the point overlay, the graphic that had all the points on it, Raven King has an incredible lead in that.
Yeah, that he does. He has been on a tear throughout a lot of these qualifiers. You managed to win both the 2nd and 4th qualifiers, and at that point, you don't really need to keep on entering, but just to be safe, you want to guarantee as high a seed as possible, make that bracket run as nice as possible. But just because Raven King is the first seed going into this doesn't mean we can sleep on any of the talent that we have here in this Heartland bracket. Of course, we have Atada coming through as the 2nd seed, one of the strongest Nesses across all of the US, and of course, a bevy of other talented players here among our top 12 seeds.
Yeah, I'm especially excited to see Atada play both, dominant online and offline, but a couple of those more just, I don't want to say online exclusive players, but people who definitely make that their home more than anything. People like Panda Bear, Colonies, and Burst. Those are 3 players in particular that I'm very excited to watch because, again, Wi-Fi is a bit more of their home. Yeah, they go and they go to in-person tournaments, especially Colonies a bit more than the others I mentioned there. But these are players that I think have a very, very real shot at taking this bracket. Of course, Raven King has demonstrated, pretty close to dominance, but has also been shown to be fallible on a given day. And I think that, especially for any of these top 6 seeds, we haven't even talked about Time Gear or Yatagarasu. I think that whoever shows up playing their A game is going to have the best chance to win today. So we got a lot of talent. It's going to be a lot of fun to see who comes out on top, because it's not a guarantee.
Absolutely not. And here, of course, are all 8 of the regions. Of course, our first regional finale here is the Heartland one. The winner of that will qualify into the regional finals, held once again at the end of the year. And of course, coming up after that, we've got Mid-Atlantic tomorrow, Southwest, Southeast, Mexico, all the way up to the Northeast on the 5th of November. And our final top 8 competitors there, duking it out for the grand prize in the Panda Final Cup finale.
And that finale is going to be something, right? You're going to get these 8 players going up against, I don't remember the exact number, but I think it's up to like another 30 plus people that have been qualifying at these offline tournaments, at the last chance qualifier, the people that are getting, basically placed into this finale, right? Like every single one of those people is going to have proven themselves to a ridiculous degree to get there. And these regional finals are nothing short of that, because again, like you mentioned, Fjor, Raven King is the number 1 seed in this particular regional finale, but that's because Raven King also entered a ton of these regional qualifiers to make it to the finals and to secure that first seed. And to even make it to one of these brackets, it's already been grueling, and now you're putting it all on the line in one last time.
Yeah, exactly. And as we mentioned before, we cannot sleep on any of our top seeds. Heck, even slightly below that, some of these players maybe only entered 1 qualifier, but were still able to amass enough points to make their way all the way to this regional final and secure themselves a top seed. I believe Tata won the first qualifier for Heartland and then just proceeded to not enter anything else because he knew that he stamped his spot into this bracket. And man, we've definitely got some really, really exciting sets on the way, Kimona, and our first set is going to be Burst versus the Eternal Cowboy.
Yeah, gonna be a lot of fun. We did see one Ness, right? We were talking about Tata a lot on that graphic, and now we get to see a different one in the Eternal Cowboy step up. Going up against Burst is going to be quite the matchup, right? Burst is one of the top 8 seeds. We project that Burst will be making it into the top 8, and you'll need an upset factor of 4, and need to remind you, upset factor 4 in a relatively small bracket because he had to qualify to get in here. These two have not played yet before. Again, like, even if you are more Wi-Fi, there's no guarantee, but even in person, right? Eternal Cowboy is from the US, Burst is from Canada. It's going to be a whole lot of fun to see these two go up against each other, but I think the thing that I'm most interested in is that Burst has definitely had a lot of Ness experience, and I don't know what that looks like for the Eternal Cowboy.
Yeah, of course, Ness being one of probably the most prominent characters in the Wi-Fi landscape of Smash Ultimate. Just a character that really, really, not so much thrives comparative to offline, but definitely has a little bit of an easier time and is very well represented. And of course, as you mentioned before, Burst very, very well acquainted with the online environment, has of course fought a lot of Ness players and has a great win rate against them as well. 68%, very, very respectable.
Yeah, if you have a win rate like above like 65-ish% as a player, like overall, you're looking at somebody who's going to be seeded at a major, right? Maybe not necessarily like a top seed or something, but somebody who has earned respect of players, right? And when you translate that to a particular matchup, yeah, you're talking about somebody who a majority of the time, and a pretty clean majority of the time, has demonstrated that they have an understanding of the matchup. And especially when you're approaching something on Wi-Fi and you're not going to be able to just fly by wire, fly by instinct, being able to understand a matchup and use that to create reads and conditioning on your opponent is really, really important in this kind of environment.
Yes, absolutely. And just, with the way that both Yoshi and Ness operate as characters they're both going to kind of want to create those bait and punish opportunities where they can really get into each other's faces, create those big openings with a variety of different aerial attacks. I believe this is going to be a very airborne matchup between these two. But our first set coming up, starting real soon, Burst versus the Eternal Cowboy.
And we're going to see it start on Pokemon Stadium 2, where I think that you would expect, most games to begin, right? Pokemon Stadium 2 is the pretty standard, all right, well, I've got plenty of space to move around, we've got platforms, we've got not crazy blast zones to be working with either, so a pretty good neutral start. But right now, this beginning is nothing close to neutral for Burst, who, man, 23 seconds into the game, that's a 0 to death to start it off, and what a burst of confidence that has to be.
Wow, and just such an electrifying start coming out from Burst right now, just calling out and catching all of these landings from Eternal Cowboy. Still hasn't taken any damage so far, racking up 90% on the second stock for Eternal Cowboy. Eternal Cowboy is going to have to really find their footing, look for an opportunity to get a proper opening, but a lot of these hits are just being shielded, being avoided.
This is something that Yoshi definitely gets in this matchup, right? Is that normally Ness loves to dominate that air-to-air game, and particularly dominate that air-to-air game by throwing out a lot of preemptive hitboxes, covering places where you're not going to be able to mix up your movement. But Yoshi has the best aerial movement mix-up in the game, and you can see exactly why that is coming into play for Burst. It's just one small mistake from the Eternal Cowboy, just off of a little bit of spacing, and Burst is able to just run right in and blow him up for it.
Yeah, it's just very, very much... Burst just looks incredibly comfortable here in this matchup versus Eternal Cowboy right now. Just knows where exactly to place a lot of those aerials, knows what to generally look out for in these neutral situations, and is just placing those hitboxes incredibly well to occupy that space.
And right now, just busting into that space. See, these back airs putting in a lot of work too, his combo setups in particular, and it just seems like Eternal Cowboy's kind of been on the back foot the entire time, and the moment that we do see things reset to neutral a little bit, Eternal Cowboy's trying to run right in to get things started, but man, Burst just unrelenting in that game. That was 2 minutes of sheer matchup knowledge and demonstration.
Wow, that was a suffocating display, to say the least, from Burst. And the egg off the top to finish it all off, just so comfortable in the advantageous position. And, after a game like that, if you're Eternal Cowboy, you just think, well, what do I even do here? That was so dominant, so one-sided, that there's a lot that kind of needs to be reevaluated in how you approach the next game. It's probably best to take a second, just think about the next stage, think about the next game, and just... don't get too ahead of yourself in this situation.
Yeah, don't try to just jump right back into it, right? Like, that's something that I see a lot of people do when, they feel like a game didn't go their way, or maybe they just need to, step it up, right? Like, shift into that next gear. But this is one of those moments where I think that after that game one, you realize, okay, my game plan needs to change a little bit. Maybe even the entire character needs to change. And in this case, that's exactly what we're going to see, because the Eternal Cowboy switching it up to another quite popular character in the Rob.
Yeah, Rob, of course, having a bit more range control, just having the access to the gyro, the laser, just being able to control a lot more zones. Just an incredibly well-rounded character in general, and already off to a much stronger start than we saw before. Up tilt to up air to rack up a nice chunk of damage.
Now, I'm liking what I'm seeing already from Eternal Cowboy by taking a minute to notice, all right, in that last game, most of the times that Eternal Cowboy was at least even in pacing with Burst, right? Like, more towards neutral. Eternal Cowboy wanted to try to open up Burst, right? Try to get in the zone of that Yoshi and throw out a hitbox, but just couldn't make up that distance. So what do you do instead? Well, you upgrade the size of your hitboxes, and you add a couple of projectiles that are a little bit easier to just toss out in neutral, and now, all of a sudden, you're able to play at really whatever range you want to and force Burst to start making those offensive plays, rather than just kind of drifting around in that defense.
Exactly. Burst now having to be a bit more proactive in terms of how they challenge Eternal Cowboy, rather than playing the much more kind of reactive game that they were playing in the previous game, has definitely shifted the tone of this set so far. Very close stage control on the side of Burst, but wow, what a read with that side B coming out from Eternal Cowboy.
Yeah, well, and against a character like Yoshi, right, if you feel like you're not going to be challenged by a hitbox, you throw that move out near the ledge, you might just be in a good position. But man, Burst, this punish game has been really, really impressive. We see that, like, Eternal Cowboy has kind of been really in control of the neutral more often than not with this Rob, right? But one hit from Burst just means so much in this instance. We do see that down smash even up these stocks, but Eternal Cowboy is going to have to keep up this oppressive neutral to really keep pace with the damage that Burst has been doing.
Yeah, and it's just been really, really tricky so far for Eternal Cowboy to really capitalize on those hits the same way that Burst has been doing so. And you can see it playing out so far in this game. The difference in that punish game is really, really starting to mount.
I like what we're seeing right now from Cowboy, though, getting that gyro in hand and looking for those big conversions near the ledge, knocking the Yoshi off again. Got to see, it's very hard to maneuver around those eggs as a Rob as well, and therefore the ledge trapping gets a little bit more difficult. Most characters can't really toss out something that can challenge you as a Rob while you're sitting on stage, and when you're a big character like him, sometimes maneuvering around those eggs can be a challenge, but if you're able to get back up close to Burst, get around those egg throws, you might be in a good position. But right now, this game is dead even.
Incredibly even. Oh, big win. No, never mind. Still clips the final hit. Burst has been getting clipped by quite a few of those arm rotors. They feel almost a little bit errant and unpredictable, and well, if they're working, but the back air is going to clip Eternal Cowboy, putting him on his final stock of this game.
We see Burst immediately, again, Eternal Cowboy wanting to get aggressive, being down that stock, coming right off the Angel platform at the Yoshi, but then you can just control the pace of the game as a Yoshi like this, and 46%, this is more than just extra credit. We might be seeing an entire stock get taken if Eternal Cowboy doesn't have an answer.
Spot dodge down smash a couple of times. Burst not able to properly play around that option just yet, but still alive. There's another down smash. Again, clipped by that side B.
It's just been so effective for Eternal Cowboy. Like, again, Burst is trying to be very tricky with that aerial movement, but throw out that big hitbox, it can be a big coverage, but that is where it's been effective when Burst is in the air, but on the ground has plenty of time to react to that side B and plenty of time to react to that jump. Burst covering it perfectly with that forward air. And what was very even at the start of the game just kind of started to slip away as Burst got that stock lead, controlled the pace of the game, and didn't have to worry so much. It ended up being another big win.
Yes, that it did. Just Burst very much in control in the latter part of that game. And as we mentioned before, I think a lot of what it came down to was the punish game from Burst. Particularly in that last stock, we saw how effective they were in terms of maintaining that advantage, maintaining that advantageous position, trapping those air dodges and spot dodges to keep racking up that high Yoshi damage, and then eventually getting those ever important KOs. For those of you who don't know, of course, this entire bracket is first to 3 or best of 5, so we're going to be seeing a lot of nice lengthy sets, a lot of great smash action here at the Heartland regional finals.
And these players have earned it, right? Because again, you had to go through all of those regional qualifiers, those grueling brackets to try to make it to this point, right? And now you get that opportunity to fight best of 5 through the whole bracket and really get to show off that adaptation. And that's what we want to see from Eternal Cowboy right now as Game 3 goes to Final Destination, not giving Burst as many opportunities to play around these platforms, mix up that aerial game that Yoshi's so good at controlling. Maybe now Burst can't be quite as committal, but off stage, go wherever you want. Another quick stock to open it up for the Canadian Yoshi.
Can't be missing those techs in those situations. Rob has so many good ways to recover, and losing the stock like that definitely hurts, especially when you've only done 33%. And again, the punish game that we were mentioning before, the jab lock, doesn't get the follow-up after the jab.
But I love what Burst is going for right now. Again, Final Destination, okay, so I'm not going to be able to air juggle you for as long, so now trying to set up more of those tech situations on the ground, trying to see if Eternal Cowboy will give him, Burst, a few more opportunities to get this big damage in those situations, and really, really just making mincemeat of this Rob. There's no even meat to mince!
Yeah, and once again, it just feels like Burst has done a wonderful job adapting to the general defensive habits that Eternal Cowboy is kind of throwing out, knowing when they want to challenge with buttons, when they want to try to go for the spot dodge after buttons, but great side B interception right there from Eternal Cowboy. Potential edge guard? No. Burst going back to the stage.
And then immediately with that Yoshi down B, hit him with the wrong hat! One of the most delightful noises in the entire game. And boy, those back airs gotta feel delightful for Burst as well. Carrying the Rob off stage, and his ledge trapping has also been so good.
Yeah, Eternal Cowboy is just gonna really need to find that opening, but again, Burst so relentless once they get the hit, just not allowing Eternal Cowboy to really get anything going. You know, they're landing these errant hits here and there, but nothing truly substantial, and they're not able to really condition anything out of Burst as a result.
Yeah, we've just seen Eternal Cowboy. It's mostly just been like kind of counter hits, right? And partially because Burst has been throwing out counter hits as well. And that's a big one right there. Catching the landing with the forward smash and making that counter pick that they were supposed to be counter pick off D, but they really made it their own, really shifted the game plan well to a different stage. And that is a 3-0 for the Canadian Yoshi. Burst looking brutally good today.
Yeah, that was a very, very dominant way to start off this regional finals. Just a great exhibition of Yoshi gameplay throughout that whole set, and it was just really, really dominant a lot of the time. Whew. And if we got more sets like that in store, this is going to be a great regional qualifier here. Oh.
Yeah, keep giving them to me.
But of course, before we get into more action, let's just throw it to a real quick ad break. Don't go anywhere.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting into our next set momentarily here at the Heartland Regional Finals for the Panda Cup, delivered by Grubhub. I just smacked my mic. I'm very sorry about that. But I think that just goes to show that I'm very excited to get into some more games. I'm emotive. There's Italian Americans somewhere in my heritage, so of course I'm speaking with my hands. But yeah, Viren, we started off strong, and that is really a good indication of how the rest of this is going to go.
That it is. Just more exciting sets on the way throughout this whole bracket. And the whole regional final bracket is going to, well, not the entire bracket, but every round is going to feature sets on stream all the way up to the top 8. And of course, once we get to that top 8, every set from there is going to be featured on stream. The next set we have coming up is our first seed of the tournament, Raven King versus Ashura Coffee's Kazuya.
The Kazuya Mishima to end all Kazuya Mishimas. Dude, this character has gotten a lot of shine recently, especially with Riddles having just picked up his first major win playing almost exclusively the Kazuya, and a lot of people are keeping their eye on this character, and honestly, as a spectator, why wouldn't you? It's so fun to watch Kazuya just blow up stocks the way that he does. The question is, how much of an opportunity is there going to be to do that against somebody like Raven King?
Yeah, Raven King most certainly is not going to make it easy. Whether or not we see the Ike or the Joker coming out from Raven King we'll have to wait and see. Maybe we'll want to lean a bit more towards the Ike just to really be able to zone Kazuya out with the big hitboxes, but of course Kazuya has his share of ways to get around that as well. It's all going to depend on how Ashura Coffee is able to make use of them effectively in the neutral.
And we also, like, we see the Kazuya right there. I'm not 100% sure. I was about to say that we're actually going to see the Kazuya. We're going to see the Ryu. We saw that there is sort of a whole host of those fighting game characters that Ashura has under their belt, and the Ryu is going to be the one that we see here. I think that Raven King going Ike, definitely the favored character for his Wi-Fi play. And I think I can say the same about Ashura with the Ryu. This is just going to be a very scary matchup to go into because Raven King has some of the best Ryu experience in the world with oft playing against Ike.
Yeah, both those players just in general, like two titans of Chicago Smash. And yeah, already we're seeing Raven King, the way that he's maneuvering around these platforms, the way he's maneuvering around Ashura's effective range. You could just see the comfort in the matchup. Beautiful spacing on the net and a big dash attack to force off stage. Almost gets the timing of that dare, and now the reverse edge guard situation. Hadouken doesn't find his mark.
This is a very good idea there by Ashura, though, tossing out that Hadouken at that low range, forcing Raven King to get that perfect sweet spot with the side B. But this is Raven King. You expect those recoveries to be on point. And maybe a misinput with that Tatsu gets Ashura in some real hot water. Love the use of that focus to get out of that situation, but Raven King, with dominant control of the ground, does get off to first blood.
Very, very nice, but Raven King can't be too comfortable right here. This is the kind of percentage range that, especially once Ryu has a little bit of rage on his head, can find those KOs into the Shoryuken, but Raven King still moving and grooving right now.
We see Ashura finally get up close, but missing the input for the true Shoryu, and then going with a too big committal off stage. You have to be careful, because that Aether will send you to the depths if you're not sweet spotting the ledge before the Ike does! And no, don't get dragged out a second time! Raven King,
goodness.
It was a lead, and then it was a game all in one swift motion.
And I love the awareness right there from Raven King, knowing that he could just take that round, take that entire game away in a blink of an eye, making use of that Ether KO. It's just excellent awareness.
Edge guarding Ike is kind of a myth. It depends on where you get him off stage, but when it comes to that sort of combination, oh, should I go for the ledge trap or should I go for the ledge guard? Most of the time you're going to say ledge trap, because those are situations, especially when you don't have big disjoints to challenge that Aether with, you may end up getting dragged to the depths twice in a row like we just saw. And honestly, for Ashura, right, like at the beginning of that game, pretty slow, pretty normal neutral that you would expect to see between those two characters. And now, after that game one, Raven King switching it up to the Joker, the preferred character for this matchup in particular. I think definitely went the Ike expecting the Kazuya, but now knowing that he's going to be going up against the Ryu, switching it up to the Joker, and going to try to continue that momentum from that game one.
May also be a swap in response to the stage as well, maybe feeling a bit more comfortable on the stage as the Joker, but Arsene is already here, and there's, oh, wow, and the swiftness of that Gimp. Unfortunate for Ashura Coffee, just a little bit too early on that Shoryuken, and is going to fall victim to a very early stock.
You know, when I said, oh my goodness, here's another one, Raven King barely missing the spike hitbox, but just follow it up with another forward air, and this should just be a continuation. Yes, the stock goes. When I said that Raven King was going to look to continue the momentum, I didn't think that it meant it would continue to be 20 seconds or less on the stocks. This is a ridiculous performance right now.
And that was particularly insane considering that Ashura Coffee had such a solid start, dealing all that damage, getting that Arsene to come out. And as soon as Arsene reared his terrifying face, 2 stocks were gone in the blink of an eye. But finally,
it does get one on the board.
Yes.
Yeah, love that. Getting up close to the Joker, which Ryu can do a bit easier against than the Ike. Does sweet spot the ledge with that Shoryu as well, but the ledge trap unrelenting from Raven King. There is a jump. There is a great focus cancel. Love that recovery from Ashura Coffee. Very patient, and now putting on a little bit of damage. Can you continue this ledge trap?
No, Raven King making his way back to the stage. Lovely use of the down guns right there to break through the focus armor. Oh, almost gets a drag down into the up air, but not quite.
The multi-hits are very important. The downward angled forward tilt sending at the most disgusting angle I've ever seen. And Ashura Coffee says, yeah, that was pretty gross. I think I'm just going to go next on that one. My goodness.
Yeah. I think the double jump was most likely sniped out as Ashura Coffee tried to get off the ledge right there. And of course, that forward tilt sending, as you mentioned, that rather disgusting angle. Really difficult for Ryu to recover there without the jump. So swift 2-0 so far for Raven King. As we mentioned before, first to 3, so potentially one more game, maybe 3. We'll have to wait and see.
I'd love to see now that Raven King has switched onto the Joker, which has a lot of advantages in the matchup against Ryu. Particularly, you were mentioning the down guns, all of the multi-hit aerials, meaning that you don't have to worry about focus as a landing tool with Ryu, right? And of course, being able to maneuver around the fireballs a bit easier as well between the Shakunetsus and the Hadokens and whatnot. Now this might be an opportunity for Ashura to switch it up to the Kazuya and say, okay, now you're a little bit more frail and you can't quite so easily challenge me with big hits and all of my armor, tough guy, everything. Maybe the Kazuya Mishima comes out and puts some fear into the hearts of everybody watching.
Maybe. Not to mention, of course, Kazuya having a slightly more flexible and powerful recovery than Ryu. Of course, all of the fighting game characters generally suffer a little bit in the recovery department, but Kazuya, being the most durable of the bunch, probably doesn't have to worry quite as much about being gimped to those super low percents that we were seeing in the first 2 games. That said, though, still got to be careful with how you play a lot of states in the game, and Joker having a ton of great offstage tools. We're seeing the Terry Bogard instead of the Kazuya Mishima.
I actually do like this pick as well, right? With the Kazuya you were mentioning, right, a bit vulnerable in terms of the movement, even though he does have a better recovery than a lot of these characters. Terry can kind of match him pound for pound there, particularly against Joker, who loves people that just kind of come up vertically. You can challenge that with the back airs. Now, Ashura Coffee not only gets some big hitboxes to throw out the challenge on stage and keeping some good movement with the Terry Bogard as well, right? But off stage may not be as much of a problem, but you don't want to be off stage in the first place. You want to get things started, and the first thing you got to do is be careful of these ripper hitboxes that Raven King is tossing out.
Love that whole juggle sequence from Ashura Coffee right there. Just managed to rack up a good chunk of damage. Staying at a real nice distance to be able to fight against Arsene as well. I like the fact that they're not engaging too heavily, just making use of the power wave, but just about manages to make it back.
Some of these recoveries have already been very impressive. Looking for a mix-up on the jabs as well. Having faith that Raven King, especially playing a character with a thinner hurt box, would probably be able to DI out of jab, power dunk. Now, oh my goodness, the third power guys are finally coming through, just like the final Smash Man. Taking out that first stock from Raven King, the Terry Bogard off to a hot start, and he's still got Go on board.
Yeah, Go is absolutely a very powerful snowballing mechanic. Doesn't get the link into the up smash, unfortunately. You've got to be really careful. You've got to be really afraid of each of these hits that Terry Bogard could potentially come out with. Oh, but unfortunate SD right there, losing access to that Go and evening up this game. Still, stage control in Ashura Coffee's favor.
And I like just immediately fighting back against this Arsene. Probably a miss input with that rising tackle. Gonna eat quite a bit of damage for that. And Raven King, I love the positioning here as well. Noticing a lot of these high crack shoots. So saying, all right, I'll stand near these platforms and I'll try to cover in case Ashura Coffee goes for those. Burning Knuckle getting rolled through as well. Can Ashura Coffee get back into this game and keep on the pressure? Because Raven King, despite being down at the start, really doing a lot of work with that Arsene to get things back to even.
Yeah, very nice stuff to Ashura Coffee. One of the real strengths of Terry is because of the auto turnaround and because of the distance of his dash, he's really good at covering a lot of those defensive options, covering the rolls to get out of his pressure. There's the jab, rising tackle to take that second stock. And Ashura with the lead here in this game 3.
Yeah, just really nice, reliable confirms, and going for mix-ups where applicable, right? Like, not just for the sake of doing the mix-ups. Might have needed one on that recovery there, though. Raven King all over it with that back air, keeping the Terry lockdown, and again, not letting the Go do too much damage. But Ashura Coffee's really starting to find a groove here. Arsene's coming in soon, but this could go either way.
That's it, though. Raven King now with the edge guarding sequence. Beautiful stuff so far. Tries to call out the high recovery. Ashura Coffee going a little bit higher than normal to get back onto the stage with that crack shoot.
And look at this, Raven King has not had to deplete too much Arsene, right? Because again, Ashura Coffee has not been able to get close enough to just beat the snot out of him, beat the Arsene away. Might be what you have to do to play with the confidence to get back into the game. Barely had time to put the shield up. Raven King just not able to, again, find the link into that up smash. And here comes the go meter. Anything can happen.
Yeah, this is a crucial moment right now. Arsene is off the table and Go is here. The rage is building. If you could find that one key hit, that could be the end of the game, and that could be a game for Ashura Coffee on the board. Great up air so far.
And you just have to be careful of... Raven King's just going to do everything possible to not get jabbed or down tilted, because that can absolutely lead to the end of the game. Forward tilt's not going to set up into a tech to Buster Wolf scenario, but don't jump in too much either. There again, those jabs into the rising tackle. A very, very excellent clutch win from Ashura Coffee there in that game 3.
Yeah, wasn't even either of the Go super moves. That was the final blow there, and it was just the classic jab into the rising tackle. Of course, with all that rage built up, it did have that extra bit of kick, that extra bit of knockback to send Raven King off to the blast zone. But yeah, good stuff to Ashura Coffee, keeping themselves alive and on the board. Are we going to see a potential character switch coming out from Raven King, or is he going to stay on that Joker that has done him so well so far?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Raven King run it back. He is a pretty headstrong guy when it comes to playing the game, right? Like, discerning, but does want to be able to prove himself and say, look, the Joker lost that game, but it was close. And, you know, especially when you get the stage counter pick available to you as well, right? You can go a place with more space like Pokemon Stadium 2, really control the pace of the game and not be forced to engage with the Terry like you are on a stage like Small Battlefield, right? Where, again, it came down to a jab or a down tilt ends the game, and that's exactly what happened because you just don't have that kind of space to maneuver with.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I definitely think having a lot more space to breathe is going to be really, really important for Raven King right here, because essentially this is going to be a cat and mouse kind of set. If we're not going to see the PS2, we may actually see the Battlefield now that the Ike has come out. Ike loves to be able to cover those tri-plats very, very well with those aerials. Oh no, we are seeing the PS2. Nevertheless, that space will definitely come in handy for Raven King.
Yeah, again, all about being able to not, you know, force yourself to engage with the Terry, right? Against any of these characters that have that auto turnaround, all of those fighting game characters. It's really, really tough to play on a stage where most of your tricky movement is going to come down to cross-ups, and they have protection against that in this game. So here on PS2, now, if you're going to cross them up, you can go a really long distance. And that's exactly what Raven King has already been looking for if he has not had stage control. And so far for the first 30 seconds of this game, he's had a lot of it, but here comes damage again from Ashura Coffee.
Yeah, Ashura Coffee's Terry so far is looking really, really solid, really, really polished in a lot of areas, probably even more so than the Ryu that we saw earlier. Just it feels like having won that previous game, they're able to play with a renewed sense of vigor and confidence, but Raven King nonetheless taking that first stop.
And then putting on a lot of damage with that ether again, catching these stray jump-ins. And now, I mean, this is where Raven King is really going to get to thrive. The question in playing this matchup is, are you able to get the lead as the Ike and be able to just kind of play that dance back, like you were saying, cat and mouse game, right? And against the Terry, now you really get to do that. And Ashura Coffee has to be committal against a character that loves seeing you commit against him.
I really, really like the usage of that Aether a little bit ago near the corner, because if that was blocked, Raven King could have just faded to the ledge, been in a relatively safe position. If it wasn't blocked, then gets a good chunk of damage. And one thing that we'll be seeing come into play that we've seen a little bit of so far is that armor on the Aether as well. Comes out really early in the move, so it's able to kind of brute force through some of these mix-ups.
And again, like, if you just get one call out on the movement towards you, one jump in, right, where Terry's going to want to get a lot of things started, you can hit him back. And Raven King's saying, I don't need you to jump in. I'm just going to demolish you for even trying to recover against the giant sword of Ragnell. And one more stock gives Raven King the set.
Yeah, that's a very brutal position to be in, as Terry just... He has quite a strict ledge sweet spot. And as a result, he's definitely vulnerable to being edge guarded by those large spiking down airs. Lovely catch on the jump. Great call out with the rising tackle right there. Knowing that Raven King loves to play that aerial game.
That's the kind of thing that you'd be seeing a lot more of from Ashura if he was playing with the lead and if Raven King was forced to approach, right? The devastating anti-airs that Terry has, but playing from behind, he is the one that's forced to come in, and hey, he's not too unhappy doing that right now, putting on some damage, but Raven King against one whiff move can do just the same. Double nair into the up air on that PS2 platform. It is a classic. Raven King will take it to the bank with a 3-1 set win.
Yeah, great awareness right there at the end from Raven King, and good stuff as well with the positioning of that up air. Just made it kind of ambiguous where to DI, and as a result, Ashura Coffee ended up DIing that slightly incorrectly, not able to get the more diagonal DI, ends up going straight up and dies pretty early. But that'll be a 3-1 victory going to Raven King. He'll be advancing on to winners round 3.
I think that was a very fun set to watch too, given that they both played a couple of different characters, which I think is kind of one of the core parts of what makes this game exciting, right? Is that there are so many characters and you're going to find at least a couple that you enjoy playing, and the kind of people who build up that roster and, you know, change them around, particularly Raven King, having the variety of Joker and Ike and being willing to pull out both of those in the same set, that's always a fun thing to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, it's always really exciting seeing a bit of a counterpick war between the players, just seeing the different characters come out, because you get to see loads of different ways that the players are able to express themselves, you know. Although, of course, players will naturally have a way that they tend to play the game, that kind of speaks differently with different characters. But moving on, of course, we have a special shout out once again to our sponsors here with Grubhub. Make sure to use the code ALTPANDA on your very first Grubhub order of $15 or more to save $5.
I'm about to do that tonight. I'm just gonna say, like, I woke up a little bit late today and I was like, I don't think I'm gonna cook dinner tonight. I think I'm Grubhubbing.
A wise decision, and of course they will improve your performance as the day goes on. Grubhub is of course geared towards gaming performance and rewards the gamers in and out with both the deals and the food. Grubhub guarantee promises your food will be delivered on time and at the lowest price, and if they don't, they'll make it right.
And remember, for all of you new diners, if you order this month while you watch, and again, if you use that code ALTPANDA to receive $5 off your first Grubhub order of $15 or more, $15 off of just one order, dude, I'm telling you, like, this is, at the very least, give it a try once, and then you go, oh man, not having to leave the house to go get dinner and also not having to cook is just one of the nicest feelings. It is, if you have a night in, just do it. Just do it. You got a whole weekend. It's the weekend, baby.
Treat yourself on the weekend. And if you want to see more about the Grubhub offers, make sure to type !Grubhub in the chat, and it'll come up with all the details that you need. All right, I believe up next we are going to have another set between, who is it going to be? I think it's going to be a winners round 3 set between Time Gear and Porter.
And interesting to see that these two actually played in one of the Heartland qualifiers back at the third one. And Time Gear did come out on top of 2-0, and you know, playing a character like Luigi against Min Min seems like it is a struggle. I have, like, on a similar end for me as a player, I play Incineroar Min Min, and you kind of have a similar, okay, I get one grab and I can do amazing things, but the problem is, can you get close enough to get those grabs? And Luigi has some of those tools. You see Porter's had a little over 50% success against Min Min. As a Luigi player, I think that's absolutely admirable. That's a difficult thing to do, but Time Gear has the number 3 seed in this tournament, right? I mean, with a good track record against Luigi, and this one in particular, maybe seeing a pretty favorable set for them, Viram.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, it's worth mentioning as well, Time Gear was one of the previous qualifying winners, managed to win the 3rd Heartland qualifier, so definitely managed to amass up a lot of points coming into this set. I was also able to watch them play in the, I believe it was the 2nd Heartland qualifier as well, and they had an incredible run throughout that bracket, playing playing once again the Min Min and just showing just how strong they are and how strong the character is in an environment like this.
Yeah, you have to be very, very, I don't know, call out, read conditioning central to succeed against Min Min again, especially when you can't outspeed her in an online environment. And Luigi definitely does not outspeed her. We're going to probably see a big use of those fireballs if he gets the chance. But game 1 on Smashville does make the stage a little bit smaller, right? You don't have as much space that you always have to make up against Min Min. But also remember that if a Min Min has stage control, I mean, she can stand at center stage and ledge trap you.
Excellent parry. That parry just allowed Porter to get that crucial opening suddenly after one grab. This is an even game. Time Gear having such a strong start, but that is the power of Luigi, the power of this plumber.
Yeah, through that plunger, pretty much all things are possible, even in a matchup like this, and that's why things are even right now. Is able to make it back with a quick recovery, right? Difficult to react to in this situation, but Time Gear covering that timing off the ledge with the Megawatt, taking that first stock and getting to play with the lead now. But Porter not slowing down even a little bit, trying to make use of these down tilts, perhaps looking for a trip to set something up.
Yeah, even in those situations where Min Min misses the edge guard, she's still in a fantastic spot because she's able to just hold that ledge trapping position from the center of the stage here on Smashville, which gives her a ton of advantage.
Now, you really don't have to risk giving up stage to a cross-up or something. You can literally just ledge trap from center stage and sit under that platform too, which not as big of a deal against Luigi, who doesn't have great aerial speed or drift or anything like that. But Porter right now trying to put pressure on near the ledge. Big commit with that Cyclone, but no punish from Time Gear, so we'll run it again with this ledge trap, but the reversal comes through, and this is a big danger for the plumber.
Once again, retreats back to the center stage to apply the ledge trap. Clanks with the Cyclone. Fortunate for Porter right there. Had that Cyclone torn through the attack, that would have given Time Gear a punish opportunity.
I wonder if Porter's been doing those Cyclones intentionally to maybe cover against that. As you see that one, of course, catching Time Gear out of position, taking him off the top, up tilts, looking for a combo out of that, but Time Gear fighting back, and that one forward air is enough to take this stock lead once again. But Porter, I do have to go back and wonder, does that Cyclone clanking with those arms, maybe that's a purposeful strategy to kind of not worry about that mid-range as much?
Possibly as well. We saw Porter mainly use that at the higher percents that Time Gear was on, just to be able to potentially get that KO. It's a very long-lasting hitbox, very powerful one at that. So definitely a solid way for Porter to seal out those stocks. Tough situation, and times the jump just off and gets slammed by that Megawatt. A 2-stock victory for Time Gear in this first game.
That scared the pants off of me, and it probably scared the overalls off of Porter.
Yeah, quite the shocking way to go out in that first game. Porter, though, definitely showing plenty of signs of life. Obviously doing a lot of the great patented Luigi things once they were able to get in. They managed to deal a lot of damage off of those hits, off of those grabs, but the struggle, of course, was actually getting in a lot of the time. Min Min, an absolute expert at keeping you at bay.
That's what the character is built for. And again, on a stage like Smashville, you really don't have a safe place to retreat to as Luigi to try to, like, formulate a game plan and to set things on. Like, you are going at 100% speed, pedal to the metal the entire time on a stage like Smashville, right? You have to be a big believer in your offense to make a stage like that work against Min Min. So now we get to go to PS2 for Game 2, and that is exactly what Porter is looking for now. The widest stage in the legal rule set, you really just want to make sure that you get a moment to breathe and you get a moment to think against this character.
That said, though, it is a bit of a double-edged sword. You know, that extra breathing room does work well for Min Min as well. It means that the gaps you have to traverse are even larger to get in on her. That makes it all the more difficult. And look at this, 100% on the dot unanswered so far. Porter having a real hard time, and the 0 to death, a dominant first stock from Time Gear.
Yeah, as you might expect when Time Gear gets that opening hit and does just keep that Luigi at bay. I mean, you're picking options pretty committally in this matchup, and that misfire actually getting Porter in more trouble, sending him under the stage, not what he wanted, and it can be a blessing, it can also be a curse, and Time Gear getting to play with a near insurmountable lead now.
Yeah, just a minute gone on this, but less a minute on that entire game. A completely dominant showing from Time Gear. Definitely did not want to give them that extra space to be able to swing those arms and really, really rack up that damage. Wow.
That was mere fractions of a second away from being a game that can fit in a Twitch clip. And I mean, man, obviously that forced SD, it wasn't really even, it wasn't even Porter's fault at all that the SD came out on the second stock. Just RNG absolutely gave him a bad draw. And with that, it was, okay, well, I got to go 100% and just hope that something happens. But Time Gear, too solid as a player right now, not letting Porter get a leg up even for a second in that game, too.
The misfire giveth and the misfire taketh away, and Time Gear was having all of that. Absolutely did an amazing job understanding the situation and capitalizing off of it fully in that next stock, just maintaining that momentum, and they can use that momentum going into this next game. I predict we're probably going to see a bit of a smaller stage coming up next, if possible, for Porter, just so that there's more room, just so that there's less room for Min Min to play her game.
I think that's what it comes down to. In Battlefield, I love this, giving you a top platform to potentially escape from. Luigi can also get some pretty nice combos vertically on the stage that Min Min doesn't quite do herself. This is a matchup where I think you have to be willing to take risks, because if you try to play it by the book, you're playing from a disadvantage. This is a bad matchup for Luigi, and I'm not going to sugarcoat that. You have to be substantially better than your opponent at any given moment to be able to win a game or a set or a stock or any of those interactions, right? And it just comes down to, right, a bigger stage is going to give you fewer opportunities to have those explosive moments. So I like a stage like Battlefield where maybe Luigi can be a bit more explosive than Min Min.
That said, though, off-stage situation, just about able to make it back. Now you've got to deal with the powered-up Dragon Arm across these Battlefield platforms, and this is actually one of the big advantages that Min Min has on this stage. Very, very good at covering those platforms, particularly with the Ram Arm, just with that arcing hitbox. But the great edge guarding sequence going to be the end of Porter's first stock.
Yeah, it looked like Time Gear might have even body blocked the Luigi from being able to drift far enough to grab the ledge in that situation. And look at the Ram come out too. Porter not able to make it back. Time Gear got clipped by the coin, so that stock does also drop. And that's honestly a huge reprieve from Porter to say, all right, well, one grab, one crazy Luigi combo, and this is an even game for all intents and purposes, but get yoinked.
Wow, the long-lasting hitbox of that laser. This is looking real dire for Porter right now. Manages to just about make their way back to the stage. They're still fighting on.
And this is where it's so hard for Luigi, right? The recovery is exploitable too, and man, with the megawatt coming out there, you gotta ask, who do you think you are? I am, because that bowling ball will come through every single time. We just think it won't, and a 3-0. Man, Time Gear looked dominant in that set, and there's no way to say it other than I would never want to play Luigi Min Min if I had the choice.
Yeah, that looked like quite the miserable time. Also, shout out to that moment in bowling history. That had its, I think it's like 7-year anniversary very recently, 7 or 10-year anniversary like the other day. That is such a class moment. Even if you know nothing about bowling, you probably know that moment and that quote, but man, yeah.
Shout outs to Pete Weber for that quote, and also when he said bowling is like chess but without the dice, because that's the kind of guy that he is.
A genius, an intellectual, and an all-round excellent individual. But who else is also an excellent individual? Time Gear for advancing in this bracket, making it all the way one round away, I believe, from qualifying into top 8. But of course, we're going to be rolling to another ad break very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to stay tuned.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Heartland regional finale for the Panda Cup. I'm still Kimona. That's still Virum. We are still having a wonderful time watching people duke it out for one spot in the Panda Cup finale coming up this December.
Yeah, that they are. Of course, we're coming up relatively soon to our top 8 qualifiers. I believe a lot of the winners quarter sets are being played right now. And speaking of winners quarter sets, we are about to have our first on-stream winners quarter set between Fjor and Gixon. Fjor's Zero Suit Samus making a tear through the bracket alongside Gixon's Steve. We'll have the bracket. We'll have the graphic for those two up in a little bit. But Kimona, what's been your favorite set so far? Which player has really caught your eye so far in this bracket?
I'm going to be honest with you, Virum. I'm still not over the first set we saw today with Burst, and I'd love to talk about that a little bit more later. Hopefully we will get to see more Burst, because I love watching some Yoshis with just an excellent punish game. But we've got to talk about this set coming up right now. Fjor and Gixon, like you said, these two have played once at a Bamboo Battles, actually, and rather recently, too. Gixon coming out on top 2-0, but this is not a best of 3. This is a best of 5 set, so things may change. However, maybe not so encouraging to see 20% win rate against Steve on Fjor's side versus a 100% win rate for Gixon against Zero Suit Samus. When it comes to matchup history, this one looks pretty lopsided.
Yeah, and I think just against the majority of the cast, Steve is definitely a character that forces his opponent to play at his pace, to play his game plan. You know, Steve is very much a character that doesn't actively engage with his opponents, and for a character like Zero Suit Samus, who likes to play kind of a very fast mid-range game where she can normally wall you out with moves like the neutral air and the Zair before capitalizing on those big punishes, she can't really play that game effectively against a Steve who's sitting up and creating the wall of blocks and just mining and mining. She has to be a lot more aggressive, and you know, those powerful hits of Steve can be a real menace when you're forced to engage in that sort of way.
Yeah, and I mean, despite the best Zero Suit Samus player in the world, Mars, being a very aggressive player, right? You'd be fooled into thinking that Zero Suit is a very aggressive character and very easy to put pressure on people, but understand that that is almost entirely down to the fact that that's Mars playing the character. Zero Suit's actually very good at hanging back, playing a slower game, trying to pounce on you, whiffing and making mistakes, and then her amazing frame data can come in and punish that. But against a character like Steve, where you do, like you were mentioning, need to be able to put pressure on him to sort of take that step 1 of stop him from mining, and then step 2, execute whatever your normal game plan is, this can be a really rough one. So we're going to have to see if Fjor can make something happen like that.
Game 1 immediately just runs in and tries to mount that offense. Good start with the up smash, but doesn't get anything beyond that. Very nice response immediately with the boost kick as well.
Mm-hmm. Starting off with some soft hits, which I definitely don't mind, right? You don't want to give away too many of your big combo starters right at the start of a best of 5 set, and generally stick with what's comfortable, right? Don't miss that tech, not even an availability right there. But you can already see Gixon says, okay, well, I see an opportunity to perhaps get a quick early stock, so why not go for it? And completely counter to what I was saying, and nice double parry on that down air too.
Lovely F-tilt just to prevent that minecart from happening. Minecart, of course, such a huge powerful option in any matchup, really. It's just such a difficult move to play around a lot of the time, and even when you know that the Steve is going to be going for it, you still have to be very, very aware and ready for that option.
Nice spacing around that down smash, though. Did not give up the roll. And going for the up smash now, hitting that TNT, taking away the pressure plate, so Gixon wasn't able to immediately activate it. Finally gets a diamond in the inventory, trying to see if Fjor will give a wayward approach, barely hanging on despite that low weight, and actually coming out on top, it looks like Gixon got singed by that TNT.
Yeah, just got caught by the edge of the TNT right there. Lovely use so far of the mobility of Zero Suit Samus from Fjor just to weave around a lot of these options. The boost kick is going to be enough to take that first stock. Fjor with the early lead.
Yeah, even with the perfect DI from Gixon, just not enough. That boost kick is so strong. Mash going to be just enough to make it back with that flip kick and around the anvil too, but Gixon covering those landings. It's one of the things that you got to do against Zero Suit. You can't really challenge her in the air because she just has some of the best aerial movement. Love the use of that platform as well. Here comes big damage from Gixon. Forget everything I'm saying about the ZSS advantage or getting away from things in the air. This is the Steve with Diamond show right now.
Yeah, you don't really have a true advantage against Diamond Steve. The way that he's able to just rack up damage and just how much of it he's able to put on is so powerful. Missing the nair to flip kick, unfortunate right there, just didn't really believe in the hit as much as they needed to, and Fjor is going to potentially lose a stock opportunity right there.
I love the stylish land directly on top of the TNT too, just kind of flexing, saying, yeah, you're not close enough to hit that pressure plate. And look at that frame one jab coming in very nicely as well for Fjor, even after that lag was occurred, able to get in ahead of that diamond forward smash. And speaking of which, it's another diamond on deck for Gixon. Doesn't even need to use it at the moment though, because that back air, it's hitting like a truck right now.
Steve just has access to so many incredibly strong tools. The risk reward on Diamond Steve is heavily skewed in his favor, but the boost kick once again going to keep this nice and close. Fjord keeping this real competitive.
And again, you're going to have to fight against Steve with Diamond. He's got gold, and he's going to be able to mine plenty of iron by having those Diamond tools, but I love the way that Fjor has been on top of him. I was saying earlier, right? It's hard to play a more aggressive ZSS. You do have good, very difficult to punish frame data, but you can't be predictable when you try to apply pressure with things like that Nair, like that Zair, and Fjor has been doing a great job of mixing things up.
That they have. Good dash attack coming out from Gixon. Get that stage control. Ever important for Steve just to be able to get that iron back, just to replenish the usage of that minecart and that anvil. And the minecart once again doing so much work. Got another one in the back pocket that he has to look out for. Good grab.
Yes, keeping the pressure on up close, forcing that tech paralyzer, running right into that back air, into the crafting table, boost kick, and look at this, no materials to build with for Gixon. It's all just gold and diamond, and this means that the pressure can continue to rack up for Fjor. Just gotta stay up close, boost kick whiffs, but no big punish from Gixon in return. Back air's not enough either.
Big whiffs on either side, both definitely nervous in this situation, but the up smash around the grab snuck it in and took the game. Fjor off to a great start, leading the set 1-0 so far.
Boy, and what an intense way to end that game one. Like, that was even down to the very last moment. You saw that most of the times one stock got taken, the other one was immediately gone too. I love the way that these two have just said, all right, I've got my game plan, I've got the way that I want to play, but when the pressure's on, especially in scramble situations, both of them have been playing very nicely.
Yeah, it's all about maintaining composure in those scramble last hit situations, and we saw a little bit of shakiness right at the end, you know, the whiffs on those big finishing hits, but in the end, it was Fjor that was able to crank up that composure a little bit, just enough, so that they were able to seal out that game. But honestly, with the way that that first game played out, this set could go either way.
I'm definitely curious to see how this will happen here in the game number 2, with a stage change this time to small battlefields. So I think one key thing that we're going to see differently is now Gixon's going to be able to play with building blocks a lot more. On the wood stages like Town and City and Smashville, you're relying on the fact that you're getting to your power resources very quickly and that you're mining with your axe, so you're able to put on pressure with things like that pickaxe a bit more, right? But here on a stage like Small Battlefield, you're mining that neutral set of materials, and that means that you're going to get some stone that you can actually build some walls with. You get none of that on the wood stages, and hey, forget about using materials. Gixon just says you're off stage. Let me bonk you with this forward air and take this first stock real quick.
Yeah, there's a ton of nuance when it comes to stage counter picking against Steve. Just being mindful of those materials. That it's easy to sort of just forget about all of that, those elements of the character, and just the way that the stages influence which items you get where. But once again, great start for Gixon so far, and Fjor having a little bit of a hard time really getting those meaningful hits versus Gixon Steve right now.
Yeah, this is the problem for ZSS we were talking about, right? Is that, yeah, if you're able to mix up your approaches and if you're able to be confident, you can really rack on pressure up close. But you can see Gixon has just been maneuvering around these approaches, getting great reads on the ways that Fjor wants to approach and try to apply that pressure, and it's been tough for the ZSS.
Speaking of confidence, just a run-up boost kick right there. If that's not if that's not a gesture of confidence, I don't know what is. Didn't work out in Fjord's favor, and now suffering from pretty much a full stock deficit. Finally gets a stock with that side B plasma whip.
Yeah, I like the idea of using the plasma whip to cover the. A lot of Steves will like to jump off stage and try to minecart right there. And while if you're taking a trip off stage, maybe finding a couple of those stray minecarts that ended up flying off the stage, going down a stock. But Gixon almost does as well, barely able to drift back after dropping the Elytra. That could have been disastrous, though.
Yeah, that would have been horrifying for Gixon, potentially forfeiting that stock, maybe even this entire game. Just losing that entire lead would have been so catastrophic, but still playing with a little bit of a lead right here.
The tech on the block right there. Don't want to get, foisted by your own game plan, right? Trying to cheese somebody and then you get hit by it yourself. Fjor, though, good mix-ups on the landing. And again, Plasma Whip to apply some pressure in the corner, but a little bit too gung-ho going off stage and giving Gixon a lot of paths back to the stage where, going high with ZSS, where a lot of times you want to go low. You've got that great jump height. You got the back air, the boost kick. You'll see Mars do those kinds of things all the time. But Gixon's just had a lot of paths back to stage. Oh my
Love
gosh,
to call out on the jump right there. Again, the confidence with these boost kicks to even use them in situations where you will lose the game if they whiff, but that back air, sweet or sour, didn't matter, was enough to get the KO. Gixon evening this up 1-1.
Yeah, and definitely just super well played in that game too. I mean, really nothing else that you can say aside from the combos we're hitting. Definitely made really great adaptations to the way that we saw Fjor try to, open up the Steve, right? And it kind of went from, in that game one, I got the sense that there really wasn't a whole lot of respect for the idea of, against Steve, your first goal is to stop him from mining, and then after that you execute, whatever kind of player-to-player game plan that you want to, or matchup or whatnot. But I think that Gixon kind of caught on to that, and in that game two realized, okay, well, if they're just going to try to run up and attack me, and it's not about just stopping me from mining first and kind of setting it to a neutral, you're playing at a bit of an inherent advantage as Steve while you're mining. You're forcing your opponent to choose an action to make you stop doing that. And in that case, Gixon said, well, you're going to run at me and throw an attack. I just got to space around that and then hit back twice as hard.
Indeed, that has definitely been the story of this set so far. We're going to have to see if that continues the way it is. So far, it's looking real nice for Gixon. 7 to 70% so far. Fjor, once again, just having a real hard time closing those gaps and finding those meaningful hits.
Yeah, it's hard to get those really big, long, extended combos as a ZSS to really rack on that damage, and a lot of times you are kind of nickel and diming your opponent, though right now getting a whole lot of damage, 61%, and Steve's not a particularly heavy character. With all this rage, you could be in danger if you get hit by especially one of those paralyzers.
Yeah, that Plasma Whip dealing a nice chunk of damage, and honestly, a Rage boost kick might be enough to take Steve's stock right now. Almost gets the back air to take it, but the Plasma Whip, not enough just yet.
Oh man, great coverage though. Again, making such good use of that Plasma Whip in the corner. Fjor just resetting the neutral right now and running headlong into that pickaxe. And Gixon once again getting into the corner, but boost kick not on the right side. Drags Gixon out of the berry, and without taking that stock, it will be the Enderman to take that first one. And he's, again, setting up that block, looking for the back throw, but things go right back to even.
like we saw in that first game, just the quick exchange of stocks between these two players. Once again, just neck and neck constantly, these two.
See if Fjor can... Again, this is about matching that damage output by Steve, not in an opening by opening basis, but by saying, as a ZSS, it's much easier to evade being locked down and forced to take one of those big hits. So every time that a Steve opens you up as a ZSS, you want to open him up like 2 or 3, maybe even 4 times to match the output he's doing, especially with Diamond Tools in hand. And Gixon looked to just end it straight up.
That would have torn Fjor's stock to shreds right there if that forward smash landed. Thankfully for Fjor it didn't, but still looking real tough for Fjor right now. Able to avoid the TNT. But this should be a conversion. Oh no, no conversion into the back air or some kind of edge guard attempt right there.
That situation was actually really tough for Gixon too, because it was kind of unclear as to whether Fjor would mash out on stage or off stage. Maybe setting up for a back air would be your best bet as a Steve in that situation, but it's a tough call to make, right? And now you're sitting at, again, ZSS with rage. A boost kick right now would certainly do it. Didn't have the confidence to just chuck it out of shield though, and again, it's just right back at it with that pickaxe. Gixon with the lead.
Yeah, real slight misspacing right there from Fjor is going to cost them that stock. Tries to call out the immediate jump out of the minecart with that boost kick. Again, boost kicking the wrong way, but still not a big punish from Gixon's side. And now Fjor having the stage control, looking for that ever important opener to get that KO. The boost kick is just about enough.
Yeah, with perfect DI, I think that you'd be able to live that boost kick, but perfect DI, not always the easiest thing to react and do on point, and sometimes you miss by just a pixel, a degree or two, and then you're in the blast zone, and that's why the stocks are back to even. But again, how even is the game when Gixon's working with these diamond tools? Again, just going for the game end.
And honestly, like, I do not blame Gixon right there. We've seen very few opportunities, very few instances where Fjor has really got massive punishes. And so the risk reward in an exchange like that is so heavily weighed in Gixon's favor. Once again, the F smash coming out, and this time landing its mark to take game 3 for Gixon. 2-1 so far in the set.
Yeah, and 2 straight as well, right? Working with some really good momentum now as well. And again, that's going to be really big against a ZSS player where you don't want them to feel too comfortable and feel like they can just kind of throw their game plan at you and hope that you make mistakes. This is going to put some pressure on Fjor, at least mentally, to think, I've got to find a way to put this Steve on the back foot.
That it will. We're going pretty much immediately into the next game, running it back to Battlefield. Fjor seeing that the stage wasn't the problem, that they can just tighten up their gameplay, that they can find more opportunities to get those hits. But it's not looking good so far. Gixon off to an early lead.
We'll potentially be seeing even more of that right now. Again, at the beginning of the game, kind of the time to strike against Steve when he hasn't had time to build up all of those resources, all of the materials. You've got to be able to shut him down. And again, stage like Battlefield, you've got that neutral set, so you're getting a really good mix of all different kinds of materials to waste your opponent's time with. And man, Gixon doing a great job of just sitting underneath these platforms and making it hard for Fjor to approach with any of those aerials that really start things off for him.
Yeah, those fantastic aerials of Zero Suit are kind of locked behind a jump that is very, very good, but also comes with its shortcomings. You know, Zero Suit having such high jumps means that they're that little bit easier to respond to, and she has to kind of go over those platforms a lot of the time. As a result, Gixon can really effectively react and play around that, as we've been seeing so far in this game, and throughout the set, to be honest.
It's been very, very effective for Gixon thus far, and again, just damage output really outdoing Fjor. There's that back air, and that's the other big problem that I think Fjor has had, is just figuring out a way to keep pressure on the Steve off stage. In the corner, the pressure has not necessarily been all that bad, but when the Steve goes off stage, it's a little bit more... Fjor's going for very committal options, and instead of trying to use the movement to bait something out, and now flip kicking almost right into the pressure plate. Could have been so tragic, but still barely hanging on.
Yeah, I definitely agree with all of that. It's just been really, really difficult for Fjor to position, and positioning their higher commitment options as well. They're just being a little bit off. Gixon doing a really good job on the defense, avoiding those real killing blows and responding in kind with a big response, like right there, the big whiff on the grab, going to take a back air to the face, and now a 3-1 stock lead.
And boost kick, man,
2-1 now.
the tip of the boot barely able to connect. I mean, that looked like the Steve was going to fall out at that position, but now Fjor, with one on the board, got to continue that momentum, or else this is Gixon's game to win and would punch a ticket into top 8.
Jump was gone, but again, just not quite working around those options was Fjor. And another big back air coming out. The diamond is still here. A forward smash, you know that Gixon is more than happy to throw out that option. Go for the dash attack, go for the forward smash, go for the back air. Because you know that they could potentially get the stock right now.
But it's just one more solid hit from the Steve. With these diamond tools, obviously you got to be careful of the up smash no matter what the tools are. And I love just serving him right through the drive-through window. It's a minecart for free right now. Here's a boost kick. Even with this rage, it's not going to be enough, but no iron, no minecart or anvil available. Just got to be careful about things like that back air right now.
Lovely grab right there coming out from Fjor, and just I appreciate the confidence that Fjor is playing with right now, the willingness to go for these high commitment options, the grabs, the boost kicks, knowing that they could easily just lose their stock at any moment. I think takes a real goal, real confidence in honestly, but it wasn't enough. The confidence wasn't enough to get around that TNT. And Gixon will take the set 3-1.
It's a devilish ledge trap no matter what you do, right? And ZSS has some options to maneuver around it, but you still got to mix it up. Even if you try to flip kick over it every single time, the Steve's still throwing out a big explosion hitbox. And at 131, I don't really care what character you are. You're going to go into the blast zone at that point. So at the end of it, you know, that game 1 was very close, but Gixon just found a couple of game plans that Fjord didn't really have a solid, consistent answer to. And at the end of the day, it was just, all right, sit behind this platform, shut down that aerial approach game, continue to build up my resources, and then hit you once or twice with diamond tools, and I've got a big lead.
Yeah, just superb stuff all around from Gixon, being our second top 8 qualifier. Time Gear managed to qualify off stream here in the Heartland regional final qualifier for the Panda Cup finale. Of course, now is the time to talk about one of our wonderful sponsors alongside Grubhub. We are here with wonderful pistachios. Of course, in the background of both of our cams, you can see the various different flavors here of wonderful pistachios. They come in roasted and salted, sea salt and vinegar, honey roasted, smoky barbecue, and chili roasted.
And I gotta say, I've never eaten pistachios before in my life. Before Wonderful Pistachios came through and said, yeah, we're sending you 7 pounds of pistachios. And I was like, I'm intrigued. I think I'll give them a try. I gotta say, the honey roasted pistachios, I am going to be buying them often now because it's the pistachio, great source of protein. I like to eat them after I go on my walk. And then just the flavor is amazing. All of the flavors they have too, like the seasoning's really, really good. I would highly recommend giving them a try.
Yeah, just a fantastic source of protein, as you said, low in fat, low in calories, just a great nutritional source, and just really, really tasty. The variety of flavor, with the variety of flavors, there's always going to be something for everybody. I've been a pistachio fan for a while, but these wonderful pistachios have been excellent so far. I'm also a big fan of the honey roasted ones, but I also just like the regular roasted and salted ones. That's a familiar territory for me personally, so definitely make sure to check them out as well.
By the way, I want to say, even though they're not paying for us to say this now that this slide is up, but I do want to say eating snacks that aren't carb heavy in the middle of the day really just lets you carry your energy throughout the entire day. And again, like they're nuts. They're mostly protein, so it's seriously a great investment just to make you feel better throughout the entire day. And Viram, I'm going to feel very good getting to watch this next set between two very, very good players, 4th and 5th seed, fighting to make it into top 8. Yatagarasu and Panda Bear are going to be duking it out next in winners quarterfinals.
Yep, now we saw these two play against each other in one of the previous Heartland qualifiers, the number 2 qualifier. Of course, Yatagarasu on the Dark Samus, Panda Bear on the Villager. Panda Bear, I know for certain, is a player that has been around within Midwest scene for quite some time, carrying that villager from Smash 4 all the way into Ultimate, one of the strongest villagers in the US in general, and Yatagarasu, an absolute menace on the Samus / Dark Samus.
A Wi-Fi warrior for sure. Like, you think of people like Siski and Teaser and Icy Mist, right? Like, those are the Samuses that come to mind, right? Because they show up at those offline tournaments. But if you've watched Bamboo Battles and the qualifiers alike, you've seen Yatagarasu before, and you know that Yatagarasu is not to be trifled with. Even, again, like, having a very solid win rate against Villager, the character that he's going up against now in Panda Bear's own. Yatagarasu has had a lot of success against Villager in the past, and you might not think that, given that Villager famously shuts down projectile characters pretty well most of the time, but we actually see Yatagarasu change up the playstyle a little bit more comparatively, and I'm excited to see how that develops in this set as we get started game 1 on Battlefield.
Panda Bear getting the early damage off, but Yatagarasu finding the charge shot to assert stage control. Very nice so far.
Yeah, charge shot is such a defining move for Samus in this game, and one of the reasons why you might think that this matchup can be so difficult. But the thing that makes Samus good is that it's not just a charge shot that defines the game plan. A lot of your neutral may revolve around it most of the time, but even against a character like Villager, who can shut down that charge shot really, really well, you've got a lot of tools to shut him down. In particular, Villager loves to play air-to-air, but Samus's hitboxes just tend to be bigger.
Yeah, Samus having those big, beefy hitboxes, you know, that neutral air, that back air in particular. Sweet spot back air would be able to take the stock right now on Panda Bear's side. But Yatagarasu just playing with a lot of control, a lot of discipline right now. There's the pocket versus the charge shot. We're probably going to be seeing that more throughout this set.
A little back air, though, mixing up the timing. One of the things that you have to be wary of with the Samus all the time, right, that you usually fear something like a tomahawk grab or even a B-reverse charge shot or something, but those aerials just hit so hard. Always got to be wary of them. The Panda Bear, though, right now, setting up a ledge trap. I'm going to try to keep this pressure going. I'd love the follow-up with that slingshot, too.
Just getting on those cheeky little bits of damage, but Panda Bear is going to need to find a stock relatively soon. Yatagarasu with the Samus also more than capable of playing this war of attrition, particularly with the lead right now. And just this whole ledge trapping sequence been really strong. Finally, the Lloyd allowing Panda Bear to get back to stage. But again, corner to corner, back to back. But finally, the back throw is able to get that first stock for Panda Bear.
And I love this, right? Yeah, setting up that tree because that will interrupt the charge shot no matter what. And Panda Bear just kind of waited for it to get shot and to see how things would develop right there. Up B onto that top platform, though, to knock the Villager away. Somehow that grab was not still active at that point, so Panda Bear getting out of the corner right now. Got to start building up the damage and doing so nicely right now.
Very nicely indeed. This lead has definitely closed right now. Yatagarasu having a little bit of a harder time finding those big hits that they were finding earlier, but still, we're still early on in this set. This is anybody's game to lose right now.
Forward air trying to bust into the zone. The Panda Bear, again, using Lloyd Rocket and Tree in particular. Both of these are so good at shutting down that famous projectile game of Samus. And now, axe in hand, you're going to have to be very careful about playing in the corner because shield break setups are just everywhere for Panda Bear when the tree is built and you've got access to swing that axe. This game is dead even right now.
Yeah, there's just a constant back and forth dynamic going on between these two. Yatagarasu lead is very, very slight right now, but the stage control just going back and forth. Lovely use of the tether right there and sneaking in that back air once again to take that stock.
That's one of the things that makes Yatagarasu such a good player, is just being unpredictable to the top degree. Like, it's sometimes a Samus player will get very, very focused on a particular game plan and you can figure out how to get in on them, but Yatagarasu's defense is so good because it's not reliant on any one particular tool. And I mean, just look at the way it's so hard for Panda Bear to just be able to set up one move that wouldn't be considered a counter hit.
Knocking Yatagarasu to the edge of the stage. Lovely catch on the jump right there with the up air. Panda Bear still very much in this. There's a lot of movement between these two, constantly going back and forth to the corners of the stage. understandable considering the characters that are on screen, of course. Both love to be able to play in those corners, and so we're seeing a lot of back and forth. So far, though, it's been working in Yatagarasu's favor ever so slightly.
I love what we saw from Panda Bear to try to set up for a big combo, the nair into the forward air, and then potentially more afterwards, but percentage was too low on Yatagarasu to get anything more. Tree at the ledge, though. Yatagarasu's not going to be able to just drift back to the ledge and force that villager to approach as much. Even at 100%, that's a very good thing for Panda Bear. One more solid aerial from Yatagarasu ends this game one in spectacular fashion.
Yep, the charge shot is readied as well at a point where it can most likely get the KO, using the additional hit lag on the balloons to extend that hitbox of the up tilt and get that big KO. Yatagarasu taking the first game.
I love that sequence in particular too, because we saw all throughout that game one, Samus's love to set up ledge traps by popping that bomb at the ledge and forcing you to choose an option around that. And Panda Bear is constantly tossing up those balloons where normally a villager wouldn't feel like they have to, commit to using that up B to do that. But the balloons were intentionally being used to detonate the bombs and not have to worry about that as a ledge trapping tool. But finally, Yatagarasu was saving in that back pocket, being able to extend a hitbox on those balloons at an opportune moment where Panda Bear would run right into it, trying to use it as a defensive tool, instead being used as an offensive tool for Yatagarasu.
Yeah, and honestly, just that superb matchup awareness from both players right there. Just knowing that you can get around one of the strongest aspects of Samus, which is her at the ledge. Those bombs at the ledge make getting off of the ledge versus her really tough. Using those balloons and then having the counterplay to that ready, even in the space of just one game. Excellent stuff to both players. Really looking forward to seeing how the rest of this set is going to play out here in Game 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the stage picks not really changing too much. We do indeed see Battlefield again for Game 2, and I mean, this is a great stage for both of these characters in most matchups, but in this one in particular, I think that they both get unique benefits that they don't really want to give up on other stages, right? Yatagarasu gets an extended combo game, which means that Villager has to fight extra hard to deal with that damage output, but Villager does get extra space to maneuver around Samus's really good horizontal controller. Villager doesn't have the best horizontal movement in the air or on the ground, so on a stage like Battlefield, you get to mix that up a little bit against Samus, so I wouldn't be surprised if this entire set gets played here.
Yeah, not to mention, of course, Samus gets the benefit of the screw attack center stage, being able to go to a relatively safe position on the top platform as well. So that just augments Yatagarasu's ability to defend, provided that they have the center stage.
You see Panda Bear, though, not changing up the game plan too much. Still looks very similar to this game one, and I wonder if maybe still trying to figure out a way to neutralize the projectile game in a way that isn't just shut down the charge shot, shut down the bombs and everything, right? Is there a way for Villager to be able to use that to his advantage in this matchup, right? Because, yeah, Lloyd Rocket Tree can shut down that charge shot, shut down the missiles, everything, but can you actually use it as a tool of your own? That's the big question for me.
So far, it looks like Yatagarasu has slightly shifted their approach to really focus on using those normals to intercept Panda Bear, and I think it's working out very, very nicely so far. Great grab, the up throw should be enough, and that it is. 3 stocks to 2 now.
That's a really good point, talking about how, yeah, I mean, I think in that game one, Yatagarasu got into hot water a couple of times trying to approach the Villager when a Samus doesn't really have to play at a range that she doesn't want to most of the time, especially in a matchup like this, but that wayward get-up attack, thought that there was going to be a stray aerial from Panda Bear. Instead, it was all a bait. Back throw is going to even the game up. Again, Panda Bear, just such an intelligent player. Like you said, veteran of the game, definitely understands ways to condition people and take advantage of how they're going to respond to an impulse.
Oh, I love that decision from Panda Bear, just knowing that Villager has the capability to just go under the stage and just ignore that whole ledge trapping malarkey, just get around it and get back to the stage in as safe as way as possible. Lovely spot dodging the up tilt as well.
And it's going to be tough right now for Yatagarasu to get some of this momentum back, right? This is where this matchup gets really scary, is that Villager just has the frame data and the quick projectiles, especially that slingshot, to interrupt everything that the Samus wants to do, where she needs a little bit more setup. Villager he can just kind of toss these projectiles out whenever he wants to and just kind of adapt around them based on the way that you're responding. But the game's going right back to even, and like you said, being able to maneuver around these ledge traps is going to probably be the most important thing for Panda Bear because it's just brutal from Yatagarasu.
Yeah, just at the moment, Yatagarasu having a real hard time finding their way back to the center of the stage. Oh, unfortunate, commits a little bit too heavily to a button, most likely because of the fear factor instilled by that bowling ball. And as a result, gonna SD right there. 89 is not terrible, but at the same time, it means that Yatagarasu cannot get an immediate KO right now, and Panda Bear is going to make full use of that.
Playing pretty simply from behind, but that right there, great call out on the jump above ledge. It was a nair and not a forward air, and that's really key because that meant that Yatagarasu's nair was actually able to come out in time to punish the villager, and the game gets pretty much right back to even. I was going to say that when you're playing from a deficit like that as a Samus, now you're forced to go for some kind of big read, and Panda Bear can just start playing really, really conservatively. But now with the game going a little bit more back to even, again, low percent, Samus can really put on this damage.
Yeah, shut your mouth, Mr. Commentator. I can get this stock as fast as I need to. That said, though, throughout all of that, Panda Bear has been doing a fantastic job just intercepting Yatagarasu's attempts at getting in and just applying their own pressure. Finally gets an opening, but these charge shots have not been landing. Panda Bear just doing a superb job, pocket aside, been doing a superb job maneuvering around these.
It's been everything else. I mean, the pocket can be a really big commit. You're not throwing out a hitbox, and therefore you're not really dictating where your opponent can go. You're just shutting down one move. But again, Panda Bear's shutting all of this down with this projectile game, and Yatagarasu hasn't been able to charge anything up to a desired amount because slingshots keep interrupting the charge.
Yeah, one of the huge aspects of Samus is conditioning around the passive pressure that charge shot naturally provides. Finally hits one right there to close the gap ever so slightly. The triple turnip on the down air. Great DI to keep themselves alive.
But only just. You are playing with a lot of rage as the Samus right now, but you're still another good 20-30% from being able to take advantage of that on this villager and snag an early KO. And meanwhile, just one strong move, that up tilt would have been enough to do it, but that up B coming in just the right moment to bail out Yatagarasu. And again, like you said, that top platform really, really clutch for a Samus.
Very clutch indeed. Tether gets intercepted, and there's the up tilt to catch the neutral get up and the option afterwards. Lovely stuff to Panda Bear, making a lot of crucial small adaptations throughout that game to be able to take the lead and even up the set, 1-1.
Yeah, like we said, this is the 4 and 5 seed playing against each other, so of course this is going to be a very back and forth intense set. And Viram, I don't know your opinion on this because you're, again, a very diverse when it comes to the games that you've played, but when you have matchups that take longer like this, right, and especially when it seems like they might go to a game 5, I mean, how much does that mental stamina come into play for these guys? Because this could end up being like a 35-minute set.
Yeah, it definitely comes into play a lot. It's very difficult sometimes to really maintain that level of adaptation that you have throughout the earlier parts of the set and transfer that into the later parts. A lot of the time, it really comes down to a clash of core game plans and a clash of core gameplay between the two players, and beyond that, it can go either way as a result. But of course, we are moving into this game 3. And I think between two characters that are very projectile heavy as well, two zoning archetype characters, it's especially exhausting because you are constantly just throwing out hitboxes, trying to assert your will onto the opponent as a zoner would normally do, but your opponent is doing the same thing. So how you interact and how you respond ends up being very mentally draining.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, both players are obviously trying to win the set. That's never going to change. And I like that you were talking about, right, changing up sort of the core game plan, the core understanding, because it's not going to be in a set like this unless you are one of those players that just has, like, infinite stamina. You have to be all about that. Okay, I'm going to change the way that I'm completely approaching this and not trying to make a small adaptation or individual pieces of conditioning, which we've seen both of these players can do really well, but you might be saving moments like that for a game 5 scenario and just really trying to again, I don't know, completely changed the way that you're pacing out the game.
Yes, very, very much so. Once again, ledge trapping situations, but again, like neither player is holding a state for too long. It feels like there's constant movement around the stage, constant back and forth exchanges between these two. A ledge trapping sequence never held for too long. Center stage never held for too long. Panda Bear now with the ledge trap, but again, interrupted.
Yeah, it's hard for either of these two players to get anything going for an extended amount of time unless they're at the ledge, and then things can really, really go on for a long time. But one commit on that dash attack, Yatagarasu with a nice response with that back air. And honestly, doing a lot of this hovering around at short hop height with Samus, hoping to land one of those really strong setup moves that Panda Bear's been taking advantage of a lot, interrupting what Yatagarasu's been up to. And look at that charge shot connect as well, but this time coming in clutch, and Yatagarasu's starting to run away. And only for a moment, things are right back.
Yeah, that charge shot was really, really beautiful because not only did it hit Villager, it also took out the tree. So taking out two birds with one stone, real nice for Yatagarasu there. But we're back once again to an even game, constant back and forth as we've been seeing throughout this whole set. Here come the bombs once again, this time disrupting the balloons and a big hit on the charge shot as well.
Loving it from Yatagarasu, finding so much success with the bombs right now, where before Panda Bear was really making mincemeat of that, right? Not having a problem maneuvering around them, and I wonder if that's a sign of that concentration waning.
Maybe. We're going to have to wait and see just how this ledge trapping continues to play. It just feels like as well, Yatagarasu is placing those bombs around the balloons a little bit better. I'm not sure if that's done with purely deliberately, purely as an active measure, or if they're just placing the bombs in what is typically a really optimal position for Samus to place them. But either way, it's working out very well in their favor as they have this lead here in game 3.
Ooh, Panda Bear barely misspacing that bowling ball, and it actually almost worked out for them that it didn't drop off stage, because Yatagarasu almost air dodged with the American air dodge back onto stage, didn't give it up though. And now again, once you go to the ledge, the momentum just swings completely. 136 on Panda Bear, but it's starting to climb for Yatagarasu as well. It's starting to look like one of those games that potentially we could see the timer decide the winner. These two are just getting more and more patient as time goes on. No grab from Yatagarasu though, so Panda Bear still barely holding on to this second stock.
Lovely decision to nair on the roll right there, but Panda Bear ready with the defensive response. And once again, a lot of this comes down to Panda Bear really conditioning at the ground level and then trying to intercept the jumps with various other options. It's been working out very well so far, but Panda Bear is going to drop that second stock. Yatagarasu now once again with the lead. And I think whoever gets the lead in this game, whoever's able to win this game, is in a really, really good place to take the set, I would say.
Yeah, because, I mean, again, in a very long set, being the first to get to that game point mark, right, getting to those 2 games, you're now forcing your opponent to try to pull out all the stops in that game 4. Maybe you can conserve a little bit more of your energy for that game 5 if it ends up coming up, and it looks like it might all be Yatagarasu in that aspect right now, running right up with the down smash. It's not quite enough to do it, but Panda Bear is in dire straits right now.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, if there's one point where a player has been able to really maintain their offensive momentum, it has been in the corner. Yatagarasu in particular throughout this game has had long extended sequences of ledge trapping and edge guarding, and finally that grab into the up throw is going to be enough to take that third game 2-1 in a convincing 2-stock finish this time.
Yeah, both of those first 2 games were very, very close, but I think that we did start to see the patience wane a little bit for Panda Bear. That game 3, Yatagarasu got a halfway decent lead, and then we just saw the Villager throwing out moves, holding forward, trying to get something started, but to no avail, because when you have the pace of the game controlled like that as a Samus, you may as well close the curtains. And now we'll have to see if the curtains will close on this set in the game 4 as we go back to small battlefield, or if Panda Bear can seal it out in this one and bring us to a game 5 that, you know, it looked like we were going to, given those first 2 games, but got to be able to shut down the momentum from Yatagarasu, and doing a great job of that right now. That was almost an immediate 0 to death.
Yeah, had the read on that neutral tech as well with the bowling ball, just a little bit off on the timing of the release. Finally now it is Yatagarasu's turn to answer back with the stage control. We've seen the sequence play out, but able to get the hit and force Yatagarasu away from the ledge. Crucial for Panda Bear right now.
I'm just jumping right off with that forwarder as well, creating some space, pushing the Samus to the corner. And like we said, you can almost call it when one is at the ledge, just how the rest of that stock is going to go. Getting the charge shot in before the tree grows, though, you know what? Yatagarasu's got a bit of a green thumb, too, looking like a botanist.
And I love the consistent decision that Yatagarasu has been making pretty much whenever they get hit. Usually they'll take that opportunity after being knocked across the stage to just charge up that charge shot, just get a little bit more energy on that charge and potentially threaten that option a little bit more. Great ledge roll to avoid the bomb into the up tilt, converting into the first off for Panda Bear.
Yeah, I think that Panda Bear really, really thrives when he's got a good read on Yatagarasu's timing, right? Whereas Yatagarasu is definitely a lot better when I think that they have an inkling of the positioning, just like that neutral getup right there, covered alongside the bomb, charge shot, absolutely taking a stock to even things up. But look at the damage from Panda Bear, putting the Samus off stage, immediately matched by a charge shot, but still an impressive sequence nonetheless. This turned around quick, Viram.
Wow, turn around in an instant after that charge shot. Just that move for Samus, aside from the obvious direct effects it has in the game, the massive amount of damage that it deals, it is truly the momentum maker for Samus throughout this game of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Just allowing her, giving her avenues to just deal so much damage and create so much offense for herself.
Ooh, I'd love that idea by Yatagarasu to come down with that down air in a very precarious situation, right? Force Panda Bear to back off and respect some space. That gave them an avenue back on stage where normally that's a stock for Villager to take. Love the patience there by hanging on the ledge and waiting for the charge shot. We've seen, again, the timing become very predictable with that charge shot. Panda Bear taking advantage.
Yep, very, very nice. That actually may have been one of those situations where Dark Samus's charge shot may have been able to clip slightly below the ledge. I know that the release point for the Dark Samus charge shot is a tiny, tiny bit lower, but I don't know, I guess we'll never know. Oh, the shield poke past!
Man, it's such a perfect knowledge of the way that pressure sequence goes, right? You can tell that that's something that Yatagarasu's practiced, saying, all right, tiny charge shot to set up for that shield poke, and then I can get my KO, jumped on it immediately. And that's where you have to be when you're playing at this high of a level, right? You have got to have your combos on point, but Panda Bear, with the ledge coverage, evening this back up to one stock apiece, needs to get the next one, though, or else it's a trip to the loser's bracket for the Villager.
Yeah, that was a great usage of the tree right there. Catches the wood chip and combos off of it, does Panda Bear. Again, the experience of this character constantly showing this is years of dedication on this character coming through in all of these nuanced little situations.
It's nice, again, neutral air to cover some predictable jumps at predictable times from Yatagarasu. Back air, not quite enough to put the Villager in the blast zone, but it's those dreaded ledge traps, and Panda Bear has taken a trip to escape it immediately. Right back on with the slingshot, too.
Love the aggressive challenge, and it's paying dividends for Panda Bear right now. Up until that charge shot was released, yeah, Panda Bear definitely had a level of control, but now it is Yatagarasu's turn. The charge shot threatened, but not shot. Waited beautifully for that air dodge to come out and punished it in spectacular fashion. Yatagarasu will be qualifying into winners top 8. Good stuff.
That was quite a way to do it right there. Just that last sequence from Yatagarasu was so beautiful and such a demonstration of what we saw that entire set. You brought it up, Viram. When one of those characters goes to the ledge, they're going to stick there for a while. And even with Panda Bear going all the way under the stage to try to escape the ledge trap, it wasn't enough. Yatagarasu was all over those things. And that Samus, like you said, winner's side top 8 now, looking fresh and clean with that 3-1 victory.
Yeah, very, very good stuff to both players. It was just honestly a very exciting set to watch the constant back and forth between those two. The two, even though, of course, you know, two longer range characters, very projectile heavy, they were constantly engaged with what the other was doing, constantly trying to generate that proper advantage. And in the end, Yatagarasu was able to do it just that little bit better in a lot of these critical sequences. Once again, make sure you don't go anywhere. We are about to throw it to another ad break, so make sure to stay tuned.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
Welcome back once again here at the Panda Cup online regional qualifier for the Heartland region, delivered to you by Grubhub. I'm once again Viram, and with me
I'm Kimono. I forgot that we were doing it that way. Yeah, I
always do it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's different for everybody, but that's one of the most fun things. I gotta say, honestly, one of the very fun things for us behind the scenes here doing these online tournaments is that we get to cast with people that we don't always get to. I really want to. I missed an opportunity to cast with Ramses a while ago. I'm glad that I get to do this with you because you're across an entire ocean, and yet we still get to cast Smash together, and it's just it's a joyous experience. I know. I mean, like, I'm sitting here. It's the afternoon. It's about to be almost midnight for you, Viram.
Coming up to 11 p.m. Almost midnight for Ramses.
True. Yeah, one hour over. Yeah. But yeah, no, this is very good. And over here in the U.S., where all of these players are playing, we're hitting the prime time. It's almost about 5 p.m. In the Central, where I know a lot of these players are in the heartland of the U.S. Some of them are in Eastern time, of course. And wherever you are in a time zone, I hope that you have been enjoying this. We're encroaching on top 8 of this regional qualifier. You can already see some of the players that have qualified thus far. We saw Raven King off stream had an intense set with Burst 3-2 to make it into winner's side of top 8, into winner's semis. Just saw Yatagarasu finish up that set against Panda Pair. Gixon and Panda Bear, sorry, not Panda Pair, I don't know where that came from, but Gixon and Time Gear on the other side of winner's semis as well.
Meanwhile, of course, we are waiting on our losers qualifying sets. We have one qualifier already in Nanaba coming through with the Joker over Kano Torrential. But, of course, we've been acquainted with a bunch of the players currently still sitting on losers' side. We got Fjor versus Ibex, Burst versus Porter, and Panda Bear versus Ashura Coffee. So a lot of the players that we had been seeing in our previous sets have made it all the way to losers' top 8 qualifiers.
Yeah, and some of the ones that we have already seen on stream before, Burst and Porter are actually fighting for one of those spots over at that top side of Losers 8. Panda Bear and Ashura Coffee are going to be facing off against that. Saw Nanaba off stream playing against Carno Torrential to make it into that top 8, and then it will be Fjor and Ibex. So that will be ZSS and Rob to try to make it into the top 8. But we're going to be taking a look at winners semis. One of the players with one of the more out of nowhere bracket runs did benefit from a couple DQs, but had to take advantage of it. That is Gixon. The Steve player has come out and performed today, making it to winners semis. Winner's side of top 8 does have to go up against the 3rd seed of Time Gear, though. They have played once. However, in that last qualifier, it was Cloud versus Terry. Different matchup than we're likely to see now. It is going to be the Min Min and the Steve.
Indeed. And of course, as I mentioned before, Steve is typically one of those characters who, because of his uninteractive nature, he tends to be the one that kind of gets to dictate the pace of a lot of matchups. I feel like Min Min is most likely not one of those characters. Min Min, of course, having such gigantic hitboxes, able to threaten from so many ranges, it's probably going to force Gixon to engage at ranges where they may not be fully comfortable as Steve, and of course, as a result, Time Gear may be able to capitalize on that throughout the set. We've seen that Time Gear has a respectable 57% win ratio versus Steve's. Meanwhile, Gixon's win rate versus Min Min, not quite as successful with the 26%.
Yeah, you were talking about the way that matchup goes earlier, and when we last saw Gixon playing, I was alluding to the idea that Steve dictates neutral in a way that's different from any other character, because if you kind of just leave him alone, he's more or less inherently at an advantage for as long as he wants to be, because he mines, he builds up those resources, and it's a slight advantage, but you do have to do something about that. And to that end, right, the number one part of your game plan against Steve, especially in neutral, is stop him from mining. Then you can build a separate game plan about how to particularly attack this kind of Steve or this matchup or however you please it, right? But in any matchup, your number one idea is stop him from mining. And you mentioned it, Min Min isn't exactly forced to approach per se to do that, because the hitboxes are so long and so large that you don't have to put yourself in a danger zone of a counter hit from a Steve to be able to stop him from mining. And therefore, I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen Gixon struggle in this matchup, and Time Gear has had, more often than not, success.
In addition to that, Min Min is also one of those characters who has hitboxes that are able to kind of pierce through the blocks in the form of the Dragon Laser. You know, Min Min can threaten with that option from all the way across the stage, fire the laser through the blocks, and potentially stop Steve from mining in a lot of positions. So that's definitely something that we're going to have to look out for. And you know, Time Gear doesn't necessarily have to do that on the spot. Min Min, of course, being able to just walk around using the arms and then fire the laser maybe mid-jump or something like that to cover a whole vertical space with that Dragon Laser as well.
Yeah, I think the biggest part as far as Time Gear is concerned for controlling the pace of the game is really making sure that whether or not you shoot out one or two of the arms, you have to make sure that that timing is not predictable on your end. You really have to make sure that the Steve can't just immediately go, okay, they're going to shoot two, so break the block with one, block the second one, and then I can build up another wall and keep mining, right? You have to stay in a mix-up state. I couldn't find a better way to describe it.
Unpredictable.
There you go. Yeah, we're just waiting for these two players to get ready to fight, probably in the midst of doing their stage bans, I would have to imagine, but they are both in the arena, as you can see, and that means that we are getting started momentarily. And y'all, just want to say, before I miss the opportunity to mention it, this is going to be the last set that we get to commentate, which is going to certainly be a lot of fun. After this, we're going to be handing it off to another dynamic pair. I believe that's going to be Ajax and Banjo after us to take you through the top 8. And I mean, those two guys are going to be a hype squad. So enjoy this set with us, because I know that we are, but then also look forward to the conclusion of the regional finale, because it's going to be fun the whole way through.
Yeah, we have quite a stacked top 8 lined up throughout this whole regional finale. So yeah, of course, make sure to stay with us for the whole journey. It's going to be a good one. All right. Getting into our first top 8 set here, winners semis. Time Gear versus Gixon. Min Min versus Enderman.
And game 1 going to Town and City. And I'm going to be honest, I was talking earlier about some of the nuances of picking the stage based on materials for a Steve. In this matchup, you don't have to worry, I don't think, as much about building up those blocks. Like we mentioned earlier, Min Min can safely challenge those better than almost any character in the game. So instead, going to a stage here where you're mining incredibly quickly with that axe, you're just trying to get to those power materials very, very quickly. But you got to be on stage to do it, and a bit of a bungled recovery means that Time Gear will get off to a very early lead.
Yep, the 0 to death coming out from Time Gear. And what we were seeing a lot throughout that first stock was the Ram making use of that particular arm to be able to cover that short hop minecart that we know so well from Steve, and the damage piling on thanks to that dragon arm. And again, the stock is lost due to not being able to extend themselves far enough with that recovery.
Just the explosiveness from Time Gear has been terrifying. We saw it earlier, and we're seeing it now again, even against the Steve, who's known for having those kinds of combos. Not able to get the sweet spot on that forward air, but putting the TNT right at the ledge, and maybe making it a little bit harder for Min Min to play in that corner. Look out!
Whoa, that was close. That was a real close one right there. I am honestly shocked that that didn't quite hit right there.
I wonder if that has something to do with... I think that maybe just the distance was too long, but maybe it had something to do with the Min Min technically activating the pressure plate. None of that matters, though, because it is the Megawatt once again coming through for Time Gear to take that final stock, and in a 3-stock fashion, and not even wasting any time to do it either.
Time Gear's Min Min has just been putting on a clinic throughout a lot of this bracket so far. You know, in the previous set, we saw an incredibly dominant victory, and already off to another dominant start. That's just the kind of character I think Min Min is in the right hands of a talented player. You know, Min Min is a character that really asserts dominance and really makes it seem like the opposition really has nothing that they can do to respond to this huge space control, this huge zoning from Min Min.
It all just comes down to the fact that this is an all-or-nothing character, right? You're either totally dominating the pace of the game, or you have none of it, and your opponent is getting to do absolutely everything that they want to against you. It's not just that, oh, I get to control all the space. You have to continue to do that, and Gixon, you can see right now, gets up close one time, puts on a big helping of damage, will look to do so again, but retreating to the corner to mine, and again, that's just giving up stage control against Min Min, and I don't know if I agree with that idea.
Yeah, considering how rather disastrous the offstage position has been for Gixon, forfeiting that stage control is really, really ill-advised. Time Gear taking another big stock right there, but able to recover back thanks to holding onto the jump.
And also, you know, even maneuvering into that Elytra activation, right, does give a hitbox to bounce the Min Min back towards the stage a bit too. Does try to get that grab out, thought that that TNT would get activated a little bit earlier, and I love that Gixon decided to just mix up the timing there a little bit. Has not gotten to any power materials, though, and you can see these arms are just demolishing the minecart, too, so making up that stage space, that's normally the best way for Steve to do it, but it has been nothing close to free against this Min Min.
Yeah, again, just these arms, just the Ram in particular is just preventing so much from happening for Gixon. As you mentioned, not able to get any of these power materials, but also just completely lacking in stuff like the iron as well. Just a pretty barren inventory for the Enderman right now, and again, another stock taken. Time Gear has yet to lose a stock so far in this set. Finally makes an iron sword, but is it too little too late in this game?
I mean, it just might be. The thing is, that has a snowball effect when you can't manage to get materials on one stock, because when your stock gets taken, that counter that determines where you're getting the materials, it's the same every time, right? But it will reset when you lose your stock, and there's just been no opportunity for Gixon to get it on the board, and Time Gear currently has taken 6 stocks and lost none, is demonstrating an absolute masterclass in this matchup.
Yeah, just... it's honestly been very, very suffocating, particularly when he's been able to get Gixon off stage. That has been the real moneymaker for Time Gear. Every time that they've been able to put Gixon off stage, even if they don't get the explicit edge guard, the ledge trap is always scary afterwards. We've seen those megawatt KOs really come through in full force, taking at least 2 of those stocks. And honestly, as Gixon... What is the answer here? You've really got to completely restructure your game plan, and doing that in the space of just one game, very, very difficult.
But that is what has to happen. We've seen Gixon try to just play the traditional Steve game plan. It doesn't work against Min Min, so now we're changing up the matchup completely. Big risk going to a character like Ridley, who is not going to be able to maneuver around those arms, but... if you get one opening, if you get that Min Min off stage a single time, you can virtually guarantee yourself a stock. Ridley is a terrifying ledge guarder.
Yeah, Ridley off stage is really, really potent, really threatening, having access to the multiple jumps, that huge neutral air as well, with a lot of good active frames on it too, just an absolute terror. But on the other hand, you have to be mindful, as Ridley, being such a big character and a big target for Min Min. Oh, and there's the plasma stream, more than enough just by itself to take that first stock. Finally, Gixon getting one on the board with this Ridley.
Trying to build up some damage too, but Time Gear DIing away from that Space Pirate Rush, and the charge on the Megawatt as well, taking down that stock. Time Gear right back into it, despite Gixon finally getting one on the board. Again, you're still going up against somebody who has demonstrated that they understand Min Min's combo game inside and out.
Just the way that Time Gear has been able to convert off of a lot of these hits has been absolutely sensational so far. That said, though, Gixon finally managing to find some solid center stage control, which is something that was so severely lacking in the games with the Steve, and able to get a strong up smash KO on the platform as a result.
And Viram, it's not just the center stage control, it's all sorts of being able to play in advantage, which just never happened with Steve. Does again get immediately evened up by Time Gear, but this game could go either way, because Gixon has been able to get very solid openings, and not just, oh, I get to play advantage at least a little bit, taking massive advantage of it, but are you going to be able to make it back past all of this Min Min edge guarding? That is a question for the ages.
Yeah, just look at all the damage that was tacked on just with that Ram arm, and you know, Gixon was out of resources, forced to just use the Space Pirate Rush, use the up B, and as a result, that created easy opportunities for the eventuality of that edge guard. Excellent stuff. A clean 3-0 coming through for Time Gear. Moving on to winners finals.
Yeah, and that is just a couple sets away. That means from qualifying for the Panda Cup finale later this year in December down in Los Angeles. That would be absolutely big time for somebody like Time Gear, who is not nationally renowned, right? Not the biggest, most well-known player, but to get to play on that big stage, getting ever so closer to earning that opportunity, and really just has looked unstoppable through this whole bracket. Yeah, honestly has just looked absolutely incredible. And again, this is one of the regional qualifier winners, right? They managed to win the third qualifier and has done incredibly well in the other qualifiers that they've entered as well. So again, great stuff to Time Gear, stamping their card into winners finals. But that is going to be it from Kimona and myself. It has been an absolute pleasure working with you, Kimona. It has been a real fun set of games. We are going to, before we throw it to one last set of ads, Kimona, do you have anything else to add? Well, I do, and I want to talk about, maybe myself and everything, Viram, but before we go, I just noticed one thing. I was glancing at the bracket, and I was like, yeah, how has Time Gear's run been? Time Gear, by the way, I just want to point out, is the only player remaining in the bracket that has not dropped a single game today thus far. Everybody else on winner's side has dropped one. Gixon dropped one to Fjor, and then, of course, to Time Gear afterwards. Yatagarasu dropped one game to Panda Bear. Also dropped 2 to Gid01 in the round 1 of the day. That went to game 5. And Raven King saw dropped 1 to Ashura Coffee. Also dropped 2 to Burst. But Time Gear, flawless so far today. Just got to point that out, that is the kind of run they're having today.
Yeah, they are absolutely on fire today. And speaking of the rest of the bracket, on losers' side of things, we are gradually getting more and more of our top 8 qualifiers. Burst managed to take it over Porter 3-1, and Panda Bear over Ashura Coffee in a clean 3-0 sweep. So we have almost all of our top 8 competitors currently on the final top 8 qualifier. Ibex is up 2-0 versus Fjor, but we cannot count them out just yet. Zero Suit Samus versus likely to be the Rob. Definitely going to be an exciting set in the background to see who our final top 8 qualifier is going to be. Yeah, that set has already been happening off stream, so we will not be showing it here, but there's still plenty of action to come later on in this bracket.
Yeah, and as you were trying to close us off a little bit earlier, right, I think it is maybe time to wrap up our time here. I think it's time that in just a few minutes, again, we'll be handing it off to the beautiful faces of Ajax and Banjo, two of the most hype casters that you're going to find out there, and they are going to be able to do the rest of this bracket justice because, yeah, Time Gear's been undefeated. Yeah, Raven King's the #1 seed, and Yatagarasu has been unbelievably clutch, not to mention all the names that are still lurking in the losers bracket, but we still can only have one winner, and that's going to be an exciting thing to see. But we do have to do our closing ceremonies for now. Again, Viram, this has been just an absolute joy. I'm so glad we finally got to cast together. This has been
Yes.
just an amazing time, man.
It's been a long time coming, and thank you for sharing this block with me. Shout outs, of course, to everybody everybody on the Panda team, everybody running production, of course, Doughboy holding it down for the stream.
Doughboy the GOAT.
Excellent stuff to everybody involved with the Panda Cup. Shout outs once again to our wonderful sponsors, the Panda Cup regional finale, obviously being delivered to you by Grubhub and wonderful pistachios. This has been Viram here with Kimona, and we are signing out. Take care, everybody.
What is the deal, ladies and gentlemen? How are you? Welcome back to the Panda Cup Online Qualifier, the regional finals for the Heartland region. We're back again. It's your wonderful person. It's Tavian Glenn Jr., and I'm here with the platform legend himself. That would be Ajax. What's going on, brother, man?
Legend would mean I actually win something, but I do actually get to enjoy some time with my friend here. I can't wait to talk about the Heartland regionals, of course, Banjo. It's going to be a good time. We got already one of the winter semis that have gone off, and we have another one coming up. It's one of my favorite players, of course, in the game, Raven King. They're going to be going up against Yatagarasu, which, as we all know, if you got some history with that game, they're probably playing something that's definitely meant to cheese the system. But, hey, play to win. So I like the name, of course, and as we get into the rest of this, of course, we see here Burst, Panda Bear on the bottom, a couple other very strong players, and then Ibex and Nanaba. I think that's how I say it. So I'm looking forward to this because this is the beginning of the qualifiers for the finals, trying to get through this regional qualifier. I'm super excited about it.
Yeah, we're definitely nearing what is the nitty-gritty of our competition, not only for the online qualifiers, but for the Panda Cup as well. Don't forget, this is a qualifying match for the regional finals. So the winner of this will qualify for that big Panda finale. But before then, Raven King beating Yatagarasu with the Joker. That would be 3-2 in the last 5 sets in a lifetime, and that's wow.
Yeah, and there's also a couple Ike wins in there too, which is not the easiest task because as Ike, approaching against Samus is a little difficult, but it's not undoable. It's very stage dependent. But I'm a big fan of Raven King kind of committing pretty hard to having this Joker as a secondary. He's a huge Persona 5 fan, so you know, sometimes it's going up the tier list just for the sake of picking a character to make something work, but he actually is a big fan of the character too. But Yatagarasu, I actually remember this name now from the previous matches they were on. And this is a very good Dark Samus. So you have to be so careful about how obvious you are in terms of approaching, because otherwise you're going to get blown up. It's going to be Samus this time, but I'm looking forward to seeing how they decide to do this. And Battlefield, definitely a good start here for Ike.
Yeah, and I like the pick of going just for Ike first, just to like kind of just iron everything out to see if he can mitigate the projectiles with, you know, that big old sword that Ike has. And Yatagarasu, it's up to them to kind of dictate the way that this match is going to go, especially with the range and everything. And like I said, that charge shot right there and the setups on the platform.
That was beautiful.
60%.
That covered so many options, because if you stay in place, you get hit by Morph Bomb. If you move forward, you can react on the forward air. So everything worked in favor of Yatagarasu. But one thing that Raven King's gotten a lot better at over time is using not just like different mix-ups the way he's fast falls in the air, but he's using more falling up airs too. We've seen that a lot more out of the few Ikes that remain. It's a very solid tool, especially here on Battlefield. Gonna miss that, but that's a guaranteed frame trap, dodging in that way, and that's gonna lead to F-tilt.
Now back on stage here again, so Yatagarasu has to find a way to dictate this this set play right here, and then getting on the ledge, trying to get the more bomb setups here. Not gonna be able to get them, but
that was really good.
That platform play right there can be really instrumental, trying to catch the landings of Raven King, and Raven King just finding a way to get a read. And that's kind of what Raven King's like, you know, what his like game plan is going to be. Is like, hey, I'm really trying to dictate like where you're trying to go, and I really want to figure out like what's the best possible view, because I can get massive punishes off you.
I like what he did a lot a second ago, where he used the falling back air and instantly canceled out into the side B to make it look like he had a free punish. But right now, he's going to be able to freely ether that. Actually doesn't even need to, just rip the jump away. So this is where things can start to get rough for Samus, because all of a sudden, you're facing a deficit, which means you now have to try and box. And that's going to be much worse for you. Look at the way he's pressuring on that platform with consistent aerials, making it so you have to choose a defensive option. And that's going to lead to one stock, because it was a little bit too far away, but at least you're still a whole stock up.
Yeah, Yatagarasu unfortunately has to just have a massive like come from behind victory, and Raven King kind of just like waiting for Yatagarasu to just make a mistake. That way they can capitalize on it. Raven King has been just really good at getting the maximum reward off hit with Ike, so it's going to be really hard for Yatagarasu, especially in these exchanges.
Yeah, being able to consistently mix people up over and over again is like, that's going to be a free down tilt off of the whiff grab, though, into the up B. And not finding the grabs at ledge anymore, really. I think Yatagarasu is doing better at mixing up where they're going for rolls.
Oh my god.
Yeah, something you got to do as Raven King is you got to watch out for when you're trying to push too hard to find the closer. That's going to at least be a 3-piece right there, but took a good amount of damage rolling it a little bit aggressively.
Yeah, Yatagarasu just finding a ways to literally like get these super good frame traps going, and now the ledge guarded by Yatagarasu, and literally the side B up above just clipping him and like finding a way to literally get that nair on ledge into that up air. Well done, Raven King. Kind of battling back a little bit.
That was a really good back and forth. I think like even with the fact that Raven King was up 2, I saw moments where Yatagarasu was starting to figure it out, and Raven King was also kind of choosing very similar defensive options as to when he began the game. On the platform, he rolled in, he went in for a defensive option rather than taking a hit, because the thing with Ike is you don't want to get pushed off stage against Samus. You don't want to take charge shots, you don't want to take missiles, because you could end up losing your stock really early. So intentionally taking the hit for the sake of staying alive longer, but that also allowed Yatagarasu to get some really big combos out of it.
Yeah, it's really like a battle of like 2 different play styles, because one of them is just like, okay, I have to be kind of conservative and I'm really just setting up everything on stage and waiting for you to make a mistake, and the other one is can be hyper aggressive in the terms of Ike, especially Raven King's Ike. So one of them is just two sides of the same coin, you know, trying to get things done around here. So going
definitely
into game,
one of the most aggressive Ikes still left in the business. You got like Yez, you got Psychod, who just did very well getting 9th recently, and then you have Raven King, who's been bouncing back and forth, but he's actually been favoring Ike a bit more of late. And you know, the fact that he's making it work here against a very solid Samus, not a very easy thing to do, but he's doing an excellent job of getting Yatagarasu to roll in from ledge. He's already punished him 1 for that. You got to be careful how often you do it.
You see Raven King just establishing some stage presence right here. It's going to be a missed grab on Yatagarasu, and now kind of waiting on him to jump and kind of waiting on Yatagarasu to expend his resources so that way he can capitalize off of the missed resources. That way he can get a stock early, but going to be able to maintain stage right here between the both of them.
I'm willing to bet on the next ledge get up situation, because that's 2 times now that a roll has happened. Probably neutral get up. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Went for neutral get up instantly after that. Was just missing the timing on the dare though.
Yeah, and as you say that, we see that Yatagarasu is literally just kind of just like meandering underneath like the platforms, kind of just like waiting to like choose for Raven King to choose that as an option so they can capitalize off of immediately. The platform settles from Yatagarasu have been just really good. It's the exchanges on ledge that have really just been the difference maker in the game for both of these players. Yeah,
definitely a little bit more in favor of Raven King momentarily, but Samus is one of the best, if not the best, ledge trapper in the game on paper. So it's very difficult to get around. Good job using that. Gonna go ahead and jump back that time. That was a good mix-up. You hadn't done that yet. But this PS2 Banjo definitely helping a lot. We're gonna see a nair up air finally come through, but that took a long time to get to that point, because you're actually able to reset neutral away from Mike way more often here on this stage.
It's so difficult for Yatagarasu, and I say this just because like as soon as Yatagarasu makes a mistake from range, it just seems like I can't punish it from there, and then literally on paper, you know, and like from subterfuge, it really seems like I can't punish it, but then like literally you get hit with a nair with the last possible hitbox, and then that converts into an up air into another stock. And so far,
these are getting really good. Yatagarasu starting to use baits instead of going for like a more passive game plan to force jumps out of Ike. The best way to beat Ike is beat the double jump or beat the full hop, because that's the only way they're getting anything started. And I feel like Yatagarasu starting to like make that work more, just missing the punish there on the up smash.
Right, Raven King kind of testing him a little bit.
That was dirty.
On the ledge and literally like kind of canceled the tether into the nair. I know he had those. Okay.
That was really good too. After consistently rolling on, neutral getting up, and instead you put like 17 options in front that'll punish dash attack. So Yatagarasu started to pick it up. Needs to find, okay, up air won't be enough, but up throw does get the knockout now. You just need to try and condition Raven King to hold shield.
Yeah, Raven King displaying very good discipline at the moment. Is literally just waiting for a mistake like a whiff grab, and then, oh no, oh my goodness.
Yatagarasu is getting a little bit antsy for the knockout. You got to be careful. Up B will finally do it. Yeah, that one will definitely do it there. It was completely unstale. So, Yatagarasu, it's not like you need to work too much harder. You just need to force Ike off stage somehow, but that's easier said than done the way that Raven King's playing. Look at the way he's mixing up the side in which he's dropping nair to beat the air dodges, forcing another air dodge there with up air. Another frame trap coming in for Raven King, and now up another basically a full stock untouched.
Yeah, going ledge left and right and just figuring out ways to like literally keep the advantage even though I'm in disadvantage. And literally, as I say that, Raven King coast to coast, 55%. Yatagarasu just having massive difficulties right now. And they're trying to just establish and literally the combo breaking up B. This is incredible from Raven King.
You had to too, because you were out of resources. That was a guaranteed punish on Yatagarasu's part, but got down quick enough because Yatagarasu decided to go for a grab instead of something very fast like a down tilt. But now we got an attempt at a ledge jump here. That's a guaranteed re-grab, which means you get a guaranteed dare because there's no ledge invincibility, and Raven King moves up 2-0 in the set.
Raven King literally just establishing dominance from either side of the ledge. That's crazy. Like, he literally, like, made sure that, like, I'm going to make sure you use all of your defensive options so that way I can get the stock on this one, because I know how good you are at ledge trapping, Samus, but it's not going to go down the way you think it is. Yep. And right now, Raven King up 2-0. That was... That ledge play was crazy, I ain't gonna lie.
It's crazy because he's also invalidated the thing Samus is love doing the most, and that's being super aggressive off stage, because they all want to jump fair, but the smart ones know how to mix it up. They won't do it all the time. And Yatagarasu actually hasn't been able to do it, because if you full op or you move in the right position with Ike and Nair, it beats it every single time. So you just wait for him to land, punish it, free nair, free up air potentially on a DI read, or a free back air, depending on where you're positioned. And then you're stuck off stage again, and you might get mixed like that with the ledge trump. So Raven King is playing this matchup as textbook as you could possibly play it against a Samus, which, it bears repeating, it's not easy to do as Ike normally. But Raven King is just that much different right now.
Yeah, Raven King is literally keeping everything within the range of his sword. Not the person, but everything in range of the sword.
You stay there, I stay here, we'll be doing just fine.
And Yatagarasu has to find a way to just play within that range. It almost seems like the projectiles just aren't fast enough. And when that happens, it's like you have to depend on things like the morph bomb and doing full screen projectiles. But then once Raven King mitigates, that full screen game and gets in your face, it's like, what do I do?
And there's that roll again from a very scary situation. See, finally decided to go for a fair there, but Raven King wasn't in position. So that's what you need to do. There you go. You need to try and find ways to time against Raven King. That's going to be a free punish because he's already committed to the quick draw. But you have to short hop up air and find ways to get Raven King to chill before he starts going for nairs. And if you can't be in the range of it, you do exactly this. You space him out, you make him commit, or you make him rush. Because the only way he's going to get a free opening, Banjo, is he has to use that platform to get mix-ups on his timing.
Yeah, I mean, you see this Ajax, you see that literally in transition, he's finding a way to scoop him with an air, and it's only in that situation to where he's finding ways to, like, hey, I had you disadvantage, now I can get my combos working. Yatagarasu has found success by literally going from the left to right, from the left point of the stage all the way to the right, just shooting, and like that's what you kind of have to do in this matchup.
Exactly. And right now, looking for an attempt at ledge trap. Good defense on Raven King, not moving early. Wow, actually incredible patience right there, because most of the time you get scared because you don't want to get grabbed, or hit off the ledge. But Raven King is moving around it. Some of these defensive options are a little straightforward, but Yatagarasu's not punishing them, and it goes back to the age-old saying, if it isn't broke, don't fix it.
And literally, it's like you said earlier, Ajax, like, I am playing this matchup as perfect as I can get it, and that stock was about as textbook in defense as you can for Raven King. Raven King was getting blasted by these projectiles and caught in these frame traps, but what they did instead, they walked forward, shield, walk forward, shield, and then when the time was right, I was able to maximize combos like I'm doing now on the platform for 47%, and it's still going.
It's going to keep going right now, too. He's playing with a lead incredibly well, and I like the movement from Yatagarasu. He's trying to make it look like he has a punishable window, but Raven King is playing very patient, which you need to do. Jet just misses. You force the hold shield on that position there, but look at the way that Yatagarasu just can't find an opening. Once again, we're looking at another big lead here. Raven King has this matchup on lock.
Raven King completely just, what it seems like, almost just steamrolling Yatagarasu right now, and literally just a combo extensions. Are you serious? The stairway to heaven from Raven King to get into winners finals?
The crazy part off of that was that all essentially started off of a side B from ledge. Like, going in from a side B from ledge into an up tilt mix up off the platform on a missed tech, and then knocking out at 70? That was so good, and Raven King is going to get a very solid 3-0 victory. Going to move into a guaranteed top 3 finish as well, to go up against, I believe it was Time Gear, in the other side of that, which I will say, here, you were able to deal with Samus in one way, but Min much more difficult. I think we'll possibly see the Joker show up for that.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I think Joker has the ability to to get the closing speed in and get the distance like subtracted in a way that like, okay, I don't have to deal with arms literally. But if you have the patience to deal with Samus as Ike, you definitely have the patience to deal with Time Gear. But Time Gear, you know, one of the people who was projected to be in the top 8, was projected to win as well. It's going to be one heck of a winners finals. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely being one of Ike's worst matchups. So let's break down actually exactly why Raven King was able to beat that Samus in the first place. We talked about it before, but if you're able to mitigate getting around the ledge trap game from Samus, you're already in a good spot. Was never scared of Morph Ball, never the Morph Bomb, never afraid of attempted short hop nairs where it hits both sides, covers neutral get up and roll if you time it correctly, and that just wasn't called out on jumps because that Yatagarasu wasn't able to time it. So if you're able to get those jumps off fairs, boom, that's usually going to get to a free win. One thing that Raven King did do though was stop the ledge game from Samus, shutting that down, controlling those platforms very well. I get the idea behind PS2 as a counter pick because you got more room to work with, but Yatagarasu wasn't able to stop Raven King from playing on the platforms, very similar to what happened in Battlefield, and because of that, was able to take that pretty solidly.
It's like you said, Ajax, the fundamental game plan and then being able to stick to it. Samus had two things working for them, which is the ledge game and the ability for projectiles, and through the amazing defense of Raven King was literally able to just mitigate both of those and just stick to their game plan, which is maximizing those combos off one hit. Literally things like getting side B and then getting a stock 2 exchanges after that. Like, it's those type of things that's going to lead Raven King into winning this tournament. But can they overcome Time Gear? I can't wait to see it.
I can't wait to see it too. And that here is That's Nuts Analyst Desk. I hope that you all paid close attention. If you are a character, not even just Ike, who plays against a matchup like that and struggles, that's how you approach it. And I know that Yatagarasu's got it in them to make a run as well, so possibly going to make it through the lower side of bracket. We'll see if they can make that happen, of course, in a little bit, because we still have the rest of the top 8 to go. Those are only the first 2 matches that we saw. Winter semis have been played. We're going to go ahead and take a quick look actually at who is remaining. So we have Burst taking it 3-1 over Panda Bear. That one definitely a little bit difficult. Yoshi does pretty solid against Villager. And then on the other end of that, of course, we see Ibex taking it over Nanaba. Nanaba trying to go with both Joker and Palu. Very good, solid characters. But the Rob is going to be what takes it out. It's going to be 3-0. And on the other side of that, we're going to see that matchup actually happen. We're going to see Yatagarasu, who will be taking on the Rob, which I feel like is going to work pretty solidly for Yatagarasu. I think that matchup is not as bad as it may seem outside of the up-close box game. And then for Gixon, they're going to be going up against Burst, who I'm curious to see what that will be, because I think that's, I mean, obviously Steve is very strong, Banjo, we all know this, but Ridley doesn't actually do terrible in the in the offstage ledge game against Yoshi. It's mostly Yoshi's pressure on shield. That's what's more frightening.
Yeah, Yoshi has this innate ability to literally just kind of just force you to just hold shield in certain situations, and because like of Yoshi's like his frame data, I would say is like kind of like, you know, you don't know when the move starts and when it ends, so it's in situations to where you're on shield to where you want to let go but you're scared to let go, and that's where, you know, the pressure of Yoshi comes up the most. Not to mention, of course, the air combos and the jump armor could really do good in the matchup against Ridley, but Ridley's, you know, offstage game is very, very good. Ridley kind of underrated in my opinion. You know, we don't see a lot of Ridley reps nowadays, but like when he's played at the highest level, it's like, yo, like this character can actually do a lot.
Well, you know what we do see consistently? Nothing but great service from Grubhub, which we can talk about right now. You gotta go ahead and use the code ALTPANDA to receive $5 off of your first order on Grubhub of $15 or more. Make sure you use that, of course, on the newer restaurants, and save $5. And look, I'm hungry right now. I'm actually prepping to order something momentarily myself from that, because I do have the Grubhub pass. So make sure you go ahead and check that out. It is $5 delivery off of $15 for new diners from October 1st to the 31st. And make sure, of course, the terms do apply depending on what you're going to be using, so make sure you pay close attention to that. But thank you so much for Grubhub to bring this through here. And we're kind of wearing something right now. We got the Panda merch. Don't miss out on the Panda merch. Big appreciation for them sending this out. I think this hoodie looks amazing. I am super excited to get more of their stuff. I saw a bunch of it, of course, at CEO, and I've been getting ready to put some on order myself. But between this and that shirt, and all the other things. Shout outs to one Bobby Wasabi in the middle there, and also that as well benefiting breast cancer awareness. Of course, that is only going to get me to get it even more. 25% off your purchases of this gear. So make sure you go and check that out at panda.gg/BCRF shop today.
Yep, of course. And don't forget, like we said, guys, the Panda Cup merch. Get you a canteen. Water is free, and it's good for you. So make sure y'all get some in that canteen they got over there on the far left. And, of course, we rocking the shirts and the hoodies and things of that nature. And, of course, the drawstring backpack. So hold forward and go to shop.panda.gg. Make sure you guys get you some of that fresh merch they got for the Panda Cup.
Yes, and of course, we have some interesting situations that come from playing online. This one being no sets have been played between these two. So Gixon over here with that Steve was looking pretty solid, but one thing that did happen pretty often in that winter semis match was pointed out pretty oftenly by Komoda was the mid-stock game was getting rough because if you don't have preparation of materials, you are going to go down like in your win condition essentially, because if you can't get access to having diamond or any other materials for the next rotation, once you lose that stock, it gets reset in terms of the order you're getting. So you don't want to have that happen, and that can happen pretty often against someone like Yoshi, who is constantly in your face, especially someone the caliber of Burst.
And Burst literally just wasted no time. He's like, yo, I got to get in your face right now, because the one strength, of course, like you said, Ajax, that Gixon is going to be focusing on is mining. And as I live and breathe already, just kind of just back and forth, trying to find space. And hey, to pick the final destination, really, really good for Yoshi, just because it's like, hey, like I can actually close the distance on you very, very fast. And right now, Burst showing us that Yoshi Nation is alive and well.
See, that's the interesting part about that too, is that normally Yoshi actually really likes platforms a lot, but in some matchups where Yoshi can jump in where you can't escape, it does benefit. Now, even though Enderman does very well here, I think the fact that we're already seeing Burst using these full hops in to break that gap, to prevent Burst from Gixon from hiding underneath platforms is huge. So I think you're hitting the nail on the head with that. But a heavy part of playing on this stage is you have to prove you can beat short hop minecart. You have to. If you don't, get off the stage. But if you can, like what we're seeing so far out of Burst, especially with the sledge trap, things are working relatively well up until that throw.
Yeah, it's nothing that can be shown on paper. Like, you have to show me. Like, you have to show me that you're going to, like, if you're going to respect these options or not. Because if you're not, I'm going to challenge him over and over again. One thing that we love that we've seen every Minecraft Steve do is, whether disadvantage or trying to get back on stage, is the side B minecart on back onto ledge. And look, there it is again. And that sweet spot hit that definitely would have netted the stock for Gixon right there. And we see Burst just constantly trying to use the furthest possible move to space out, so that way they can get the stock well done.
That was so scary too, because it was gold, so you get faster options on that. It's safer on shield, so you're less likely to want to swing there. But Burst played around it very well. Kind of reacting a lot, but that's going to be a free grab on that. That's a free spike every single time. Getting caught, but still got 44% on. Not too bad, but I think that Gixon has now put himself in a much better position now having that diamond. That depends if you can get off this ledge first, though.
Yeah, and that's also where Burst is going to find his strength, is finding a way to get Gixon off stage, and but literally like the minecart just doing his job, and yes, creating a platform game in the middle of Super Smash Brothers, and just finding a way to create more space so that way they can get more resources. And so far, resource management not really a problem here for Gixon, but Burst, all the damage getting put on Gixon at the moment.
And Burst being very careful about how he decides to continue these combos too, because you already know a majority of the flowchart disadvantage that can happen to a Steve on occasion is that they like to use Anvil a little bit too much on the disadvantage. It usually skips it. It's usually pretty easy auto leave me alone button, but you can't do that against Yoshi because you can't shield poke him, so you can't be as freely ranged to want to do that to try and find a bear on landing. You're gonna get punished out of shield by Yoshi. That's why we're seeing a big difference in damage right now.
Wow, and Burst completely just abusing all of their ranged options and making sure that Gixon just make Gixon pay is really the theme of this match so far. Gixon really hasn't had any, like, big combos or anything like that, but Burst has kind of just been like literally going back and forth, whittling down on big damage, and all of a sudden one-shot situation for Gixon.
Yeah, the many other characters, that would be a knockout, but that is Yoshi we're staring at. The dash attack won't be enough, but a back air will take it at this point, so I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, forward air will be enough there too, catching him slipping. So 15% last stock here, 1 stock apiece on game number 1. So very, very close set already to start things off.
We see Gixon just kind of just like trying to find their bearings right now. Like, you don't see them mining a lot. They have diamond, so just trying to get as much damage as they possibly can right now, and literally just poking back and forth on the minecart, really establishing point right here in the middle of the stage. But the crap from Burst to get him off stage real quick, and the upbeat to get back in the middle, and a good back and forth between the two competitors at the moment.
Yeah, now all of a sudden we're in the scariest position against the Enderman, period, is on last stock. Well, they got diamond, because that is knockout percentages right there for Yoshi, especially now. Up smash might be enough to do it. You got to respect that. That move is not very punishable, and pretty much every time you swing now, you're likely to get caught. That's not going to be a jab block, just setting him off stage and getting him with the forward air, knowing they were going to try and recover too quickly. And that was amazing coverage there from Burst, able to shut it down after having to lead the whole game. That is so scary to do against Steve on the last stock, but incredibly well played.
Having no fear. One thing I didn't see a lot out of Gixon, even though we saw an airborne Yoshi, is not that much of up smash. I was really surprised.
I think the biggest part is because there was no platforms like to try and trap him on. Because most of the time, Yoshi either will go for the jab block into up smash, F-tilt on certain windows, but usually that's an up air instead. But when you got a tech chase on the platform, it'll hit them right on the platform. I think it's a little scary when you go for that here against, on FD at least, because you can accidentally take an anvil instead.
Right, and going back to FD, really, really curious in that, Gixon might feel like, it might be a little bit crazy. It wasn't like that bad of a, of a game one, you know what I'm saying? The loss was marginal at worst. So, like, really, I feel like maybe there was just 1 or 2 mistakes off of like a stock loss, just to get that game. But Burst in really, really good position, kind of favors this stage there, to be honest with you. It's like, I can kind of like get him, pressure him massively off stage, and the jab lock and the forward smash already. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, majority of the time, this is an incredible stage for the Minecraft crew. They don't really fear too many people because of the fact that you're more inclined to possibly take a hit from forward smash. But because of the way Yoshi's playing, it's so much more difficult because you have to be careful about, going for those, because Yoshi could double jump away from you, get you on a free punish, and Burst has kind of been doing that for the most part, but does take a minecart to the face. That's going to be Gixon taking the lead.
Yeah, a little law of averages right there. We figured that like eventually Burst was going to try to get a big possible punish off that, off the minecart. So, going for it and trying to just tell Gixon, to let Gixon know like, hey, I'm not afraid of this thing. Eventually he was going to get hit by it, but that netted the stock loss right there. And so far, Gixon in the lead at 126, and this constant pressure by Burst has been just insurmountable to them because they haven't got the diamond a lot, only off stock losses really, but really you see Gixon just losing the stock right there, but able to just put on massive damage, and now diamond once again.
Yeah, and trying to keep that lead going here. That's kind of what we happened. It's kind of what we saw happen at the end of the last game, but Burst was able to shut it down. And wow, that was a perfectly timed command grab. If he didn't eat that boy up, he was getting eaten up too. That forward smash was ready to end that stock.
I was scared. That was a crazy guts right there by Burst. Really go for the command grab right there. But hey, it's one of these things. Yeah, like you have to challenge Minecraft Steve. You can't just let him go around here and let him do whatever he wants and just challenging him over and over. But the expenditure of the options from Gixon to get that stock, and once again in a stock lead, Burst having a little bit of trouble keeping up this time, and it looks like Gixon is tapped in.
He picked it up quite a bit. We got last stock situation happening here again. Let's see what happens if Burst is able to kind of pull it out of the hat again like last time, because even though Burst had to lead the whole game, it was Gixon who was able to get the damage on getting it to last stock. Now Gixon playing much better, going more grounded, and it's looking much better for Gixon to try and get the second game.
Yeah, and Gixon, like this is actually what you talked about earlier in the set, which was like, hey, the use of resources and how we get them. Usually getting diamond as early as they have been in these first 2 stocks has been really, really good for Gixon, because now Gixon in the lead and doesn't need a lot, only needs iron to get that forward smash to seal out that game to even it up. Wow. Yeah,
it's not even that much necessary. That is got so much knockback on it already. The main thing that gets fearful is when they have more material or have better materials. The knockback gets increased, but it's also harder to punish out of shield. So you're likely to try and hit them. They spot dodge, they hit you again. So Yoshi doesn't normally deal with that as much, but I think now with the way that went game 2, I wouldn't be hard-pressed to believe that we run it back to FD, but I'm not too sure I'd want to. I think that I'd want to get away from it now because the jump-in pressure game that you had before is not working anymore. I think that Gixon was adjusting very well by staying more closer to the ground rather than going up in the air to be on a full hop, because that's where Burst was beating him. And something with some platforms now might be the trick, because you're going to change up your landing options.
Yeah, I don't think that Burst actually wants to slow the pace of this down, though. I think he's still going to be like super aggressive, and they have to be, especially on Battlefield, where Minecraft Steve can get just a plethora of resources. And that minecart starting off 42%. Holla at your boy. Oh my goodness. And
wasting no time,
wasting no time. No time at all.
Yeah, and you got to find a way to get around this now. I was expecting a wider stage, to be honest, for instead of Battlefield, even though Yoshi does incredible on Battlefield. This is also a really good stage for Steve, because you can, well, I mean, Steve doesn't really have many bad stages. Let's make that clear. But you can use the minecart in between the platforms, and you have to just respect it. It's a guaranteed 50-50. You either jump up above to get away from him, you take the aerial, or you stay down below, and you take that. Look at that. That's exact. Thank you very much for proving my point.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And it's that point proven that really got that stock right there. And like, that's so, it feels like that's so unfair. It's like, it's such a small lane when you're like in the middle right there, and it's just like, okay, you have a choice, right? Like you said. And literally just like the setups that Minecraft Steve can get on this stage have been proven to be absolutely devastating. And Burst right now already a stock gone in at 90%. Jeez.
Yeah, and that's a huge hill to climb here against Steve. And it's just very difficult to start rebounding from 102 down a whole stock, as every single hit piles on. Diamond is waiting for the next stock once that one's gone. So Burst has got to find a way to answer back. I mean, it is Yoshi, so you can get some early knockouts off of some spikes, but you're missing out on the frame traps now too. Burst has got to find one soon.
Yeah, literally like repositioning himself back in the middle stage, and the mining has started the down smash for the edge guard, and now a one stock situation. Gixon is mixing right off stage, and the standstill off the shield break. Go away.
I have never seen 2 Yoshi bombs in a row that led to a stock unpunished. That was pretty funny. Hey, see something new every day. So right now. We have a big deficit. We have a pretty big deficit, but okay. I mean, I try to be an eternal optimist, but that is a borderline unwinnable ledge trap that somehow Burst just won on. So kudos.
Yeah. Definitely. Like this man Gixon has some of the answers. Burst trying to fight back here, but Gixon has this all figured out, and we should probably see another minecart here pretty soon. And then once that minecart goes, and yeah, I was gonna say, like, well, eventually that was gonna happen, just for like the mix up, like in really Burst is just having just a lot of difficulty just establishing some type of offense, and it's just getting really difficult. You go down below, but not getting hit with the pickaxe, and gonna get the throw right here.
Waiting for the defensive option. You can't go up there to try and go up air. Normally you can make that attempt, but you have to worry about anvil, and you have to worry about reckless rushing. You have to worry about that side B at all times. That is another game going to Gixon. Gixon starting to figure out the Yoshi matchup as we expected with the way that game 1 ended, because Burst was able to stop it, but that was pretty close to this being a 3-0. Now I think that the idea, again, is to go wider, but with platforms still, because Battlefield was a little bit too close. You weren't able to get away from much, but on something like PS2, I mean, PS2 might be getting banned also. That's a possibility, because that is possibly Yoshi's best stage, if not Yoshi's best stage. Right. So trying to make it work. You also got to be careful about wider stages like Kalos, because Kalos gives permanent better materials to Enderman, which you don't want. So it could be a return to FD, but I think that we need to go wider if it was allowed. PS2 might have been banned, though, now that I think about it.
Here we go, game 4.
And it is going to be Kalos.
It is Kalos. Wow.
It's you know, it's reckless, but it does give you the thing you're hoping for. So you get to you keep your stocks a little bit longer. You're gonna stay alive a bit longer here, and you also have different ways to change your recovery. But that being said, you also just gave Enderman the best material that he could get at all times because of Kalos. So it's It's a little bit reckless, but so far, not a bad start.
Yeah, and then literally it's the lesser of two evils, man. Or a double-edged sword, I should say. I have to make sure that like I can like get in your face and literally just allow myself to escape from the pressure. Even though you get good resources, if I can find a way to outplay you, you may not have a good use for them. But so far, as I say that, Gixon in a 50% deficit and literally just getting kind of outplayed right now in the middle of the stage, and literally just the space is being created. And I think Burst has figured out like, hey, if I just slow his gameplay down a little bit, then maybe I might have a shot here.
That's the biggest thing is you have to force Steve somehow to approach you, and that Nair's gonna go ahead and cover that, take that out. So a little bit more room to work with here. You have different places to land. You have walls that you can try and like hover near and mix up your recovery on. But the biggest thing is that now that you have a lead, you need to play with this lead as such. You need to be careful about where you pick and choose your approaches, because then you get caught by things like that. You're lucky you didn't get punished afterwards. But if I'm Gixon, with the way I played these last few games, I'm not feeling too worried.
Yeah, Gixon should just find a way to just... The only thing Gixon has to really watch out for is to start respecting, like, Yoshi on shield a little bit more. Just because, like, every time Burst has gotten hit or he's been in shield, he's gotten a big back air, a big up air to start a combo. And literally, if Gixon finds a way to just kind of just like, hey, like, I'm respecting your options right here, but the roll in and almost getting sniped by the down tilt, but now going coast to coast, and Gixon kind of on their heels a little bit, and Burst is pressing...
Oh, my goodness!
On ledge. Here we go. One stock to go.
Burst has picked it up big time. Burst has started to figure out exactly what needs to be done. For one, overwhelm your opponent. Burst just plays much better with the lead, but Steve also plays worse without a lead. So it's forcing Gixon's hand, because much like that winter semi set we said earlier, he's working towards getting that diamond now, but he had nothing up to that point. So this is entirely Burst game to play, because you're up a whole stock. You can afford to take every trade you want here. You just keep pressuring.
This man Burst had the quintessential dunk, like literally, like that was lined up. Any other character is gone after that, but just clashing with the minecart right there. And now, like I said, a one stock situation still, and Burst definitely not worried at the moment. Look, Nair out of shield. Look, they're not respecting my options, but the whiffed option right there leading into the back air from Gixon, leading it into a two stock situation right now.
Yeah, Gixon kind of playing on the back foot now, getting close to being a Game 5 situation, getting right around the corner. So Gixon has the win con on deck. You do have diamond, but you need to find a way to get that diamond to hit first. And what a call from Burst, instantly double jumping off of that, or short hop, just short hop up air to beat the mash out, expecting Gixon to go for the dare or something in that situation, fading away from it, and at worst, if you trade between the two, you're still getting it. And I think during the mash, Gixon might have been holding up, because that's a strong move, but it's not insanely strong, and that's Kalos. So I think that helped a little bit, and we get a game number 5.
You gotta have like a great presence of mind to even think that that option was coming out from Gixon to be punished the way it was. And literally, like you said, even if he does get hit with the anvil, it's only like what, like another 15%. I'm at 35% with 2 stocks to go. I'm gonna do whatever I want. You're the one who has to play desperate, and desperation definitely the name of the game. It is a Game 5 situation, and Burst, after having a 1-0 lead, now here we are, losers quarterfinals, 2-2. Do we go back to FD?
Right, desperate times call for desperate measures, and that means going back to where you want on in the beginning. Burst was able to play Kalos kind of similar to what I think Burst wanted from originally going to FD, and now Burst is just keeping Gixon in disadvantage as we see a 0 to death, a complete knockout to start things off this round in game number 5.
He had the taunt just to flex on him, and hey, letting him know, like, bro, I won here first, and it's going to end the way I say it's going to end. And so far, with a great lead, and now, we've seen it before. As soon as Gixon challenges Burst on their shield, a big combo starter might be on the way after that. So, you got to be careful about how you approach this. Gixon has to find a way to get resources, and resources quick. And as we see the platform blocks getting put up, Gixon is desperate to find a way to get as much material as they can, because these trades in the air is something that Gixon does not want at the moment.
Yeah, right now Gixon trying to find a way to get back into this game. Currently just trying to get through this barrage of eggs. Kind of struggling to do that, getting caught by the command grab as well. Been beaten pretty often on the way out of that command grab too. But as we saw in that game 1, it's never easy to count out when it comes to watching someone like Enderman work. If they have the material, they're always in the game. That being said, Burst is trying to make that statement completely false as quickly as possible.
Yeah, like Burst is completely like found new life on FD right now, and literally watch the options on the shield once again, and then there for the setup and blocking minecart on the way in. We see Burst literally just kind of just pecking at Gixon. Gixon just trying to find a way to mine safely, but this is a no mining zone. You don't have a permit. Let me give you the boot, and now it's a one stock situation. All this stock to work with.
So much dominance right now for Burst, really figuring it out that last game, and Gixon having a hard time trying to answer back. Once again, also here on last stock, without the materials necessary to come back, that is going to be a trade-off that works out beneficially, but you have to find something soon because you have Diamond, but it's probably going to break before you get done with Burst this game, so you have to try and get to another one.
One thing we haven't seen, speaking of stock losses, is a bunch of ladder combos, and as I live and breathe, a good one right there for 49%. This is a start. More of this. You have to play textbook if you expect to keep as low percent as possible. You challenge Yoshi on your shield way too many times, and you have paid for it in big, big ways. And now the projectiles, a lot of scrambled eggs right here going on Burst side right here, and Burst literally just saying, hey, I'm not going to overcommit. I'm choosing to literally use the best possible options. Almost a shield break there, but a nair.
That was so close. That shield, that down B was so close to getting that shield break, which would have sealed the deal. But Burst taking a lot of damage. Gixon starting to minimize the damage. So for Burst, you got to make sure that you control center. Don't get reckless. Calls it out and gets the fair into the up air. And that's going to be Burst, knocking out Gixon here in the regional finals and going to continue to move forward and try to get that qualifying spot.
Burst has to be sweating.
Oh yeah,
that was like that situation right there was as close to a close call as you can possibly get. Literally just going down to the wire. We saw that Gixon literally found the formula for the first two games. So literally going away from FD and even on FD, figuring out like, hey, if I get Diamond early in the game, I can really like pour it on. He's clearly just gonna be super aggro the whole time, but Burst just literally finding a way on FD to go back to their game plan and literally just avoiding a massive comeback. Well done.
Yeah, being able to go back to a stage that you were winning on and then we're getting figured out and then lost pretty difficultly on and then still capitalized at the end. Burst just figured out how Gixon behaved at disadvantage, was able to, for one, smother Gixon to the point where you couldn't actually act out of it. It's like, okay, what if I just never let you do anything? And the biggest thing was the side Bs were getting called out repeatedly. That was about 3 stocks that I can recall that got taken away because of the fact that Burst knew that Gixon was going to go for the minecart. And that was really well placed. You got to figure out where they want to do it because as strong as that move is, there is gaps to punish it. And Burst was able to utilize that to take that game.
Yeah, it really seems like the theme of this is fundamentals, and the theme for us is Smash Brothers. But we're gonna come back to you guys in a little bit after a quick break. Y'all keep it locked on the Panda Cup. We will be right back.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the regional finals. We out here in the Panda Cup, the Heartland region. Shouts out to the wonderful people involved, Panda, Grubhub, and of course, wonderful pistachios. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, it's your boy Banjo, and I'm back with Ajax after a very exciting losers quarterfinal between Gixon and Burst going down to the wire. Probably the first of many on the way to not only winning this tournament, but also on the way to the Panda Cup finale that's happening at the end of the year.
Exactly. Trying to get your spot so you can get to the Panda Cup finale. Of course, everybody fighting for that Heartland regional qualifier right now. You got only a few competitors left. We just saw Burst knock out Gixon, so that's going to be a guaranteed bout in the lower semi side of bracket. But you also have Raven King and Time Gear on the top end. But the opponent for Burst will be decided between Yatagarasu and Ibex. We're talking about a little while ago, we saw the Samus/Dark Samus coming from Yatagarasu. Unfortunately, wasn't able to shut down the Ike from Raven King. But one thing that can work a little bit better is that it's going to be easier to trap the landings of a character like Rob. Ibex is going to struggle a little bit more to try and find some ground because Samus is one of the few characters that can disrespect Nair consistently. The one thing that can happen up close, though, is that the boxing game is much better for Rob. So you can get that gyro out, and you can shut down Samus from being able to go for a lot of charge shots or trying to set it up, period. And that down tilt up close is just going to be a menace to society for Samus the entire game. This game is going to be won on the ledge, once again, very similar to the Ike match, but that is only if they decide to go to stages that are based off of platforms. If they decide to go to something like FD, which would be kind of insane against the Samus, then that game will entirely be based on Ibex rushing into Yatagarasu.
Yeah, by the numbers, it looks like Ibex is going to have trouble with this Samus. You know, the win records, or the win percentages, I should say, versus the Samuses have been, you know, more than stellar, I should say. And
yeah.
and for Yatagarasu, just a little bit of trouble, you know, with Rob, only at a 39%. But hey, it's on paper, right?
That's interesting.
Gotta play the game, right?
That's interesting at the fact that it's almost like a perfect 100% swap ratio between the two of them. As if that was 29%, that'd be just a perfect 100%. But one thing that does benefit Samus, at least to start, is being on Smashville, because you want the smallest amount of distance it takes to get a ledge trap. Of course, Rob wants it too, but for Samus, that's the way that you're going to try and beat Rob. And as we saw, Yatagarasu, not the best history in that aspect, so let's see if they can try and figure it out this time.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm really curious. I'm really wondering if Yatagarasu just has, like, you know, Rob experience, and it looks like that, you know, Ibex is more than enough Samus experience to take this matchup, because staying in Samus's face has been the bane of their existence, and Rob has, you know, super large hitbox. Of course, we all know Rob is big, so the projectile game definitely going to work, and definitely going to be able to work here on Smashville. But hey, he said Pilates is necessary in this instance. That up tilt right there going to be able to take that stock.
Like we said, this game is going to be won on the ledge. The only way Yatagarasu takes this out is if you constantly force Rob to be there. And look at that. You control center and put more bombs out. That immediately covers half the stage. So Yatagarasu's got to try and find a way to get that consistently. But Ibex so close to catching that bear. Doesn't matter though. Catches the jump on afterwards with the forward smash. Not that much damage taken on this one Rob combo from Neven game.
Kind of a double-edged sword on Ibex's part too, because if you throw that gyro out there, it just provides another edge guarding tool if you lose control of it. But so far, the arm rotor, but leaves you wide open for a charge shot. Beautiful choreography over the optic glass from Rob in the up B. Ibex kind of having a little bit of trouble, and Yatagarasu says, don't show me the numbers, don't show me the stats, I can handle this myself.
Hey, sometimes when the pressure's on and you are in a win-it-all type situation, things can work. And, well, Ibex said the pressure was on and I'm in a win-it-all situation, because that was a guaranteed setup that was going to lead to that dare.
Yeah, pressure bust pipes as it seems, and this back and forth between these two players right now is incredible. Literally going stock for stock, and now a last stock situation, and the habits are being read. I'm going to dodge that up B from Samus, and now a ledge situation. Going to go for the nair here, and the gyro settles, but jumps over. Very, very well done. Yatagarasu, the wherewithal to make sure they escape from that.
That was so close to being an end game right there. That side B would have absolutely got the knockout. Yatagarasu tried to force the jump out from Ibex, not going to give it to him. Free frame trap once again, not going to dodge in that time, but that's a few times now Yatagarasu, very similar to the Raven King set, consistently has been choosing an aggressive option in a spot where you should probably choose the reset, and that has led to a lot of damage in Ibex's favor, and if you choose it correctly here, you're getting punished by one of these back airs.
Wow, and literally just finding a way to get back on stage. Very, very good defense from Yatagarasu, but wow, avoiding the grab right there, getting the up B. Hey, doesn't challenges the frames perfectly, and more damage being put on. And hey, now that these layers have been expended and gotten hit by him twice, Ibex finally got Yatagarasu in combo range for that big punish, and I'm not going to be able to get it, but oh my goodness, just the back and forth between these two. Oh, the chunk. That's not going to be able to get it. This is so close.
Up throw won't be enough just yet. You need a little bit more damage on that, but gonna get the trade-off.
Oh my goodness.
The trade-off coming in, that was entirely DI assisted because Yatagarasu tried to go and get the up air to beat Ibex in that situation, but because of the fact that that Nair came up first, you were holding up to try and go for that up air, especially fading in. That's a free DI check that sent you straight to the top of the blast zone. That was very close to getting that, but I'm very surprised that the up throw attempt happened. Now, you could try and force disadvantage, but if I'm Yatagarasu in that situation, I want forward throw because that guarantees a ledge trap. And you can react to the laser they're going to throw on stage. You just stop, you parry it. You parried the last hit of down smash, but not going for ledge in that situation, stopping the ability to set up a morph ball, to try and go for that up tilt, try and read a jump with a forward air, instead of trying to go into a trade war with up air against Nair. That Nair's going to win every time.
Yeah, and I saw that Ibex like kind of performed the down throw combo like nearing the end of that last stock. Only did it once, probably kind of trying to prep Yatagarasu here for like, hey, a little conditioning. Like, hey, look, I'm going for this now, but eventually I'm gonna read one of your options to get out, and that's gonna be where the combo hits. So I'm surprised they didn't go for it earlier. But when you try to get into a war of attrition with Rob and you try to challenge that Nair, I'm big. I got jet boosters. This ain't gonna work in your favor. And Ibex was literally willing to take that challenge, even if they were gonna lose, and it just played out for him in the right way with that DI check, like you said.
Yeah, and now we're going to see game number 2 here, probably running it back to Smashville. No, actually, we're going to go to PS2. Interesting. So, the fact that Ibex was willing to fight there, of course, that is also an incredible stage for Rob. This is definitely Rob's best stage, in my view, and I think pretty much everybody can kind of agree with that. But Samus at least can reset neutral more often here. I don't think that it was that bad last game, but I think that with the way Yatagarasu played, it's kind of more indicative of wanting to have more space, because I feel like they were trying to challenge Ibex out of the air too much, not even just that last stock. And now here you have more room to go for charges, to reset and take back control, like what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we see the trail of bombs going over here on Legend. Just like the animation for the charge shot and just the grab can be so deceiving, and they can be so alike, and it just forces options out of opponents on ledge sometimes, and it's just like it's the ultimate no mix-up. It's actually really good. And as you can see right here, going coast to coast, Ibex at 180, just having a little bit of difficulty back on ledge.
That up throw will take it that time, but the morph ball at ledge is a guaranteed reaction. When you see neutral get up, you just charge shot. You wait to see what they do. You see them go for a jump. Oh, free punish. You see them move, free punish. But look at this damage from Yatagarasu now. All of a sudden, 84. Looking for an up B. Did catch the late hit of it. Trying to get a trade off there with the forward air, but this is completely Yatagarasu's control. You need to make sure you keep this control before you start getting side beat off the stage.
Not going to be able to dodge here, and going for the arm, the top reaction here for the gyro, and literally more of that on ledge and throwing it at them, and all the options getting expended. Not going to be able to get the arm owner, but stops them from being able to recover on stage. Ibex.
Yeah, that morph ball was so close to giving a save, but it didn't hit Samus, so you weren't able to get back on. Still finds that back air, though. That back air is so strong, Banjo. Once again, another decent lead here for Yatagarasu. The biggest thing is holding that lead, and they're doing it very well. I like the option coverage attempt there from side B instead of trying to chase with a hit on shield, because that is allowing you to keep Ibex fearful and get more grabs later.
Yeah, but Ibex obviously trying to go for some cheese right here. You are in the last stock situation, but right now these frame traps have conditioned Ibex so well that literally, like, it feels like even I do one move and it's just gonna lead into my death, and all of a sudden, literally, like these morph ball setups right here from Yatagarasu on ledge have just been insurmountable, and literally have been mixing Ibex up left and right. Ibex does not have any answers at the moment.
Those charge shot cancels from the platform have been a huge factor too. Being able, that's a free punish punish with it
Oh,
there.
yeah.
I'll get back to that charge shot thing later. Right now you have potential win con on deck. Gonna take the laser, but you can read the jump. Actually, no jump, just fearful, and that won't be enough just yet. Forcing another throw. Don't try to trade off with the nair. Oh, waiting at the end with the side B. Sometimes easy to forget that that's actually a reflector.
Yeah. Literally like trying to just like expend like the last possible gambit I have. You are going to need a miracle at 164 here, and not getting the punish off that, and you reach I teach the back air from Yatagarasu, evening this setup 1-1. Wow.
And you know, for Yatagarasu, you got to be scared too, because that back air, like, you got to close the game. But if you lose your stock there and you get knocked out, even with them at 164, how many times have we said it? Rob can still take the game back, and then they get that 20 damage knockout off stage with that side B. So Yatagarasu was able to keep it clutch. I think the wider stage definitely helped, and also I think the movement on the platforms helped a lot. I'm going to go back to that point. The charge shot cancels being very quick. We're able to react to any time gyro was placed underneath it. Forced Ibex's hand to think, oh, you're going to land on that, so I'm going to go get a free grab. Never got the grab because Yatagarasu wasn't anywhere to be found. And instead, mixed it up, got in there, or got a back air, found a ledge trap out of it, and then kept going. And that's pretty much what happened like all of stock 2 as well, before Ibex started to make that big comeback attempt.
Yeah, we see that Ibex really wants a really aggressive approach, and it's just not been working out for them. Yatagarasu has been really good at just making sure that they lay bomb down before they do a movement. And it's this laying of the bomb down that's really the foundation of their whole, just, you know, their gameplay. Like, I'm gonna lay a bomb down, and then I'm gonna wait for you to make a move. If you don't do a move I like, then the situation resets, or does it? And that's where the mix-up starts right there for Yatagarasu, right?
It's a big game of chicken. I think you just described it very well. Between these two characters is all about, do you fall for my trick of charging and canceling? No? Okay, I'm gonna rush. And that's kind of the whole thing that Samus has to try and make work in this matchup. Now, for Rob, you have that boxing game, but you can't beat Yatagarasu up close now because you're taking a lot of up Bs. So you need to respect them, and you need to respect the attempt of nairs, because now look at that. You wait for one, you punish it, and you essentially even the game up.
Right, and then more space over here on Town and City is actually, you know, probably what Ibex wants in a sense. And obviously you get the platform play with Town and City as well. And wow, arm rotor from downtown, no one home, and then just getting punished with charge shot for it. And like you said, these mistakes and this running up and shielding because of like everything that these two players have done to them. Like, running up and shielding has been one of these things that have not worked out well for people who have played Yatagarasu, because Yatagarasu can literally grab you from what seems like, you know, the other side of the stage.
Yeah.
So
also, I think actually this might have been a mistake coming here, because for Rob, you're already getting plenty of knockouts in like every other position, especially up the top with setups like this. But when you go to this stage, you know, you want that flat stage, but now Samus has it, and you're opening up Samus to knock you out earlier. But that up smash does at least get Yatagarasu going for a rare occurrence, actually, of being super aggressive off stage. That's something we were kind of complimenting on before, but it doesn't hurt the making attempt to just eventually get caught.
yeah, I mean, see Ibex right here, literally kind of just being like hyper aggressive, and now it gets paying for it in a big way. Only 202 when they finally passed away. But like I said, this arm rotor just expenditure, literally 4 arm rotors in like the last couple of interactions alone, and it's worked out for them so far. Ibex literally just kind of capitalize off Yatagarasu's mistakes, and they're not working out in the best way right now. But excuse me, they are working out in the best way. Yatagarasu. Oh, go ahead.
Those tether cancels have been really good at getting Yatagarasu off ledge. I think that's one of the best things they're doing. And I do think that this platform layout benefits Rob a bit more. Obviously, you get more off that throw from the platform. You get up throw fair setups and such. But it's only temporary. Right now, get the reset on the platform. There you go. All of a sudden, Yatagarasu's in a bad spot. Forced to use Warp Bomb. That's a free side B. And that time didn't go in early to recognition of last time that happened where they took the Warp Bomb and got the stock.
Here we go, one stock situation right here for Yatagarasu. Those aggressive approaches have been working really well, but in the cheese factor really is playing a big way right now. And so far, like the up smash in the roll in. Okay, Ibex finding a little bit of difficulty of landing here. This is where Yatagarasu's strength is trapping the landings right here, putting a Morph Bomb on the platform, kind of just to short out those defensive options. But back in the middle of the stage, Ibex just hanging on.
Yeah, I was trying to get Ibex to air dodge towards the ledge. That's what they wanted out of this. And right now, they're doing they're doing really solid at trying to get them, but that's going to be another knockout off the top. So Yatagarasu making every attempt possible to try and make it work. but it was actually, even with the higher blast zone, most of those knockouts still came in favor for Ibex because was able to just catch disadvantage, was able to get the up air setups, and now we're looking at Ibex moving up in a set 2-1.
Yeah, Ibex able to, you know, kind of mitigate this whole, you know, the issue of platforms, the issue of projectile characters on wide stages, and that's being hyper aggressive, and that was just really well done. So here we go. Yatagarasu up by 1. And oh wow, I got those mixed up. My bad. So Yatagarasu up by 1, and now in a game 3 situation.
No, Ibex.
In a game 4.
Ibex is up. It's 2.
See.
Yeah, Ibex is up 2-1 currently in the set. So we're going to get that fixed in a second there. There we go. Poor Banjo out here. Been trying to. I got preach the truth to everybody. And production out here getting them, but it's okay, because we know that the production happens to be a Samus main, so that's the timeline they want. Well, we're gonna see if that timeline can still happen, because we have a potential game number 5 that could still happen if Yatagarasu is able to adjust. And from what we saw before, I think it can happen. I think it's just when Yatagarasu gets put back up against the wall, their disadvantage has become obvious, and they have to be careful about the routes they choose. And they're going to get that opportunity to try and get another win where they were able to make a good attempt at it earlier here on back on Smash Bros.
Yeah, I mean, Ibex won here on game 1, like you said, and it was really but that war of attrition that they started that helped them win that game in the first place. So we're going to see if they can, you know, kind of like play a little bit more fundamentally here. But right now, speaking of fundamentally, Yatagarasu, the tried and true up air train, and literally over and over again, 56%, and just a big lead so far. Big start for Yatagarasu so far. And once again, these moves kind of like meandering above the shield and just kind of coaxing Apex to make a move out of it. And so far, nothing doing. 101, and literally Yatagarasu just in big control so far.
Yeah, setting up the Morph Ball bombs over on the ledge too. Just make sure that you get Ibex to be very careful about what route he decides to get up. And of course, like we said before, you can react to them every time. But Ibex, the biggest thing is that, you know, you just gotta force Yatagarasu's hand, because if you get Yatagarasu to get too aggressive to look for this knockout, then all of a sudden you're running directly at Rob. Look at that, exactly on cue. Ibex is staying still because he knows that Yatagarasu's gotta be the one to force something. You have to find an answer by jumping in, and that's what's working so far.
Wow, and that arm rotor, literally trying to use the arm rotor off of ledge for defensive purposes and getting punished. This is like at least the 4th, maybe 3rd time we've seen like Ibex try to like use that as a defensive measure and get punished for it in a really big way. And now another stock loss, and literally Ibex just wow, and just okay.
Not gonna be enough yet. Yeah,
right,
still. Cool. And that was better that time, because the last time that situation came up, Yatagarasu perfectly timed the air dodge to get the gyro, throw it up, and get out of that situation. And then in that time, forcing the air dodge with the laser, guaranteeing that the gyro would hit. And we're at 2 stocks apiece.
2 stocks apiece, and Yatagarasu once again like putting on very large damage very early, 80%. We see them like kind of just like putting the pace of the game back in their favor, literally throwing these projectiles, and not a fully charged charge shots either. So that's really, you know, so that way that it's better for Yatagarasu.
You can combo off of those too. You don't need it to be fully charged. You can have it half charged and get a combo. But something also is that Ibex is constantly challenging anytime the charge shot animation comes up, so Yata can't set it up. I was going to say Yatagarasu's been struggling to get that same platform mix-up we saw earlier from PS2, but now Yatagarasu's starting to figure out, oh, I can just walk you to the ledge like that, force you to jump, and now because your shield was low, you were panicking, and that's going to put Yatagarasu in an attempt to try and get Game 5.
Literally going back and forth, coast to coast, and making them interact with their own item and getting paid for it with the charge shot. Going to go for the arm rotor cheese here. Not going to be able to get it. Very difficult situation right now for Ibex. You have to get a stock loss till you get the combo. And whoa, last time they tried to go for a down throw combo, they literally got punched with back air for it, and then the back air is still coming out on ledge with a 1 stock differential, and not going to be able to get the up air here, but more bomb setups, and now on ledge right here. More and more ball setups, and like I said, the defensive measures, trying to use the side B to recover on ledge, and then another charge shot. There was a lot of activity happening on ledge, and Yatagarasu using it to their advantage to get that up air into the stock lost. Well done.
Yeah, Ibex was just freaking out at the end because that's what you have to do. Like, it's kind of what happens to you when you have Samus pressuring you that much. You don't think that any option you choose is correct because you just got called out on the jump in the last stock, so you don't want to get hit by charge shot. And then all of a sudden you're taking a lot of passive damage. You're trying to get back on stage. You don't have much room on that stage. And the only thing you can do is hope for the best that you don't get called on something like a roll read. And Yatagarasu took full advantage of that. That's what I expected to see game 1 on Smashville, but Ibex ran it back. And that's what happened. That's the proper way that normally goes against Samus on game 4 on Smashville. So, you know, Ibex lost on PS2 and now lost on Smashville, but was able to win on Town. I'm curious to see what the game plan here is for Ibex. I think, in my view, it's probably not Smashville. It's probably back to PS2. That's just my view. Because you're going to need more room to move. I think that Yata was smothering way too much, and those half-charge shots were just too much to handle.
Yeah, I think, you know, going back to PS2 going back to Talent City might possibly be a thing, but it's such a weird thing to, like, want to take a projectile character to a stage like that, but that's not going to happen here. Going to Kalos, very interesting.
I'm scratching my head on this one because Samus's recovery gets better here. You now have a wall jump option. You have the ability to go higher. You can choose to use those cancels with that tether to land on top of that platform because Samus is one of the few characters that can actually wave land and do it well in this game. So it does change things up here for Ibex, but it does at least increase survivability for Ibex, and it also forces guaranteed attempts to have to climb the wall at times, which will line you up for better dare mix-up. So maybe that's part of it. Maybe it's the survivability. We'll see. It's a fully FD style stage, which on paper does, of course, benefit Yata.
Yeah, man. Not to mention Bomb is just really, really good on this stage because on ledge it just makes Samus's ledge trapping very, very, very effective. And like you said, just overall, just Samus. This is a Samus stage, 100% from the defense all the way to the offense. This is definitely a Samus stage, and for Ibex to choose to want to go here, it's just. Like you said, it's a little bit of a head scratcher, but hey, if you believe in it, I believe in it. And right now, no reason to not doubt it. I mean, they're still like even in stocks, and the percentage differential is not that high.
One thing that does happen in Game 5 is people freak out. People start getting stressed because it is the attempt to try and stay in the qualifier. So when you're in these situations, you know, guaranteed win conditions are available when you try to get someone on ledge, but you might be less inclined to go for them because you're scared. You may be less inclined to behave probably at a disadvantage. Like right there, Yata is going to get in, but Ibex going for the immediate forward smash. That's not the safest option, but because Yata was already jumping a bunch, hunting for something, Ibex got the center and was able to avoid any trade-offs.
Wow, a little bit of an unconventional method right there, and the gyro right there just completely blocking the charge shot, and finally the side B glide onto the stage really paying off, and now like the percentages getting higher and higher. Ibex having a little bit of a difficulty finding the stock right here. Not the Ibex, but Yatagarasu having difficulty finding the stock right here, and just a levy and volley of projectiles in the stage. The stage is supposed to work for projectile characters, but right now work in favor of Ibex and their projectiles instead with the gyro and the laser.
I will say that Yatagarasu struggles while playing from behind. That Fair is going to go ahead and get that on the platform mix up there, but I think that's what Ibex is taking full advantage of. Yata starts to get very, like, look at how aggressive. That time was a good fadeaway, but Yatagarasu usually plays close to the chest when behind to try and get something going, and you're doing that near Rob, so Ibex is going to try and take advantage of that, but Yatagarasu has a very good setup going. Not able to really capitalize because there was a lot of jet fuel, so he took the high route, but it's starting to slowly crawl back because Ibex is giving him a lot of respect while he's playing with his lead.
Right, and like while you have a lead, that's the time where you really, you don't want to give that much respect. You really want to be aggressive, so that way you can find a way to maintain a lead right here. And getting Yatagarasu on ledge is definitely, I would say it's it's going to be one of Ibex's strengths. Definitely not, one that Samus is really good at. Samus is really good at ledge get-ups, and Samus is really good at ledge situations, but Ibex is just, not been great at the ledge so far, but these exchanges in the middle have been insurmountable, in the back air off the platform. Ibex feeling themselves right now, 93%, 2 stocks to win.
If you're a Yata fan, you definitely got to be feeling much better about the position now, too, because you have Yata was able to put on 108 after being down essentially 100 plus, but there's that very aggressive disadvantage I was talking about before. You know, going in with the air dodge in instead of trying to mix it up a little bit beforehand, because you're forced to do it because you see the nairs coming. But look at how much damage Ibex has got on so fast. Things steamroll so quick, and now Ibex is gonna go ahead and find that back air and keep that train running. The steam engine has completed its stops. That's going to be Ibex taking it here in game 5, shutting it down, stopping Yatagarasu to win this incredible run, and gets to get that matchup in loser semis.
It's really, really interesting just because, like, on paper, right? And that's kind of the theme of this set so far. Like, on paper, it seems like it's just really, really bad. But what ended up happening was that, like, on the stages where Samus is supposed to be, you know, super advantageous, it didn't happen for Samus. It happened for Rob. And it kind of goes back to that graphic we saw with the percentages to where, like, Rob, you know, does really well against Samus, and that shouldn't be the case because Rob is big. Rob, you know, kind of gets affected by long range stuff and projectiles. But then we saw that, you know, the percentages for Yata was very low on Rob. So, you know, on paper, in theory, in the game, you know, it all makes a difference.
I think it's a player-specific thing, especially because I think that matchup's still not actually that bad. But the thing is that Yatagarasu revealed that they get pretty frightened in some of those situations when they're behind. They try to rush in, and that is the worst thing to do against Rob. You have to try and keep control of the pace of the game by utilizing your own tools that are just the same as his. You gotta get those charge shots, half charges up, ready to go. You have to be able to figure out when they're gonna try and full hop so you can punish them accordingly afterwards and try to walk them to the ledge. But because of Ibex's skill in recognizing, oh, you are very scared when I have a lead, I'm going to punish you accordingly for it. And that was about 8 to 9 hits uncontested directly in a row. When Rob is doing that to you, reach across the aisle and shake their hand. So Yatagarasu had moments, but it came to a close.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's one of those things to where, like, as sharks, they smell the stocks in the water, and like, hey, this is definitely not a situation to where, like, I need to play defensive. It's one of those things to where it's like you're getting hit and you want to respect and you don't want to mash, and it's like I don't want to panic, but I kind of have to panic. I'm kind of, you know, getting obliterated right now, and I need to find an answer like right now. And it's one of those things to where, you know, it's the player specific thing, and it's picking up on players' habits, you know, mid set. That's a very, very good thing that players, you know, at this level of tournament pick up on. You know, it's not so much as a character versus character matchup as it is player versus player.
The higher up the chain you go, it's more about advantage than anything, being able to behave accordingly when you're dealing with someone in those positions. Well, up next here, we got winners finals, which is a pretty interesting head-to-head because we were alluding to it before, and actually I'm pretty surprised to look at the win percentages over there on Time Gear against Ike. So, Min Min is one of the worst matchups for Ike, period.
Yes.
It's like, it's not fun. There's nothing that you really could do to get it on Min Min outside of just outplaying them the entire game. But Joker has much better burst range, has the ability to get in, and also, you know, kind of skip around the whole getting hit by Ram 30,000 times, because once Arsene is there, well, now you can't whiff because you're getting sent off stage. And I think that's a big part of why we're seeing that, you know, Raven King was able to take those 2 Ws in the previous qualifier for overtime gear. They're currently up 2 matches in that one. So this is actually huge because Raven King's already fought time gear in the previous one. Now, how do you make this work here going into this? And funny enough, you know, he's been playing Ike all day. So does he use the Ike again here? I personally don't think so. But we'll see, because this means you're coming in with a character that hasn't been warmed up outside of warming up off stream, waiting for your matches.
Yeah, and I would have to say that honestly, like, this is a matchup to where Min Min can get real oppressive real quick. You know, those arms, very, very just powerful, and the fact that they just kind of like control neutral in on a good chunk of the stages, and Joker has the speed to close that distance. So I would say going Ike would definitely be a mistake. I'm gonna have to agree with you, especially you played Ike, so you probably know a lot more than most.
Yeah. So that's why I'm a big fan of whatever I get to see Raven King, because I get to drop the extra details and why things like go the way they do with this character. And this, like I said, this matchup, is not fun. It is very difficult to deal with. But one thing that we are seeing, though, is that so far, Time Gear hasn't dropped a single game today. Not one. It is all been 3-0s. That's not easy to do, especially in this game, because there's so many different matchups, different characters, and different things to plan for, and you're doing it all without dropping a single game against all of them. That means Time Gear is feeling really good in trying to get this qualifier.
Then let this winners finals be the test. Raven King going up against Time Gear on FD. Let's go.
All right, starting things off here. Game number 1, winners finals, and there's that Joker we were talking about. I don't think you see the Ike show up at all in this match, unless it's a last-minute panic situation, but I don't think that that's going to happen. I think with this Joker, you're going to be able to control much more space, already reading a lot of rolls in, and something that Raven King did extremely well against Yatagarasu earlier was controlling the tech chases. And look at this, Banjo. He has taken no damage up until I decided to say, look at this. It was unchecked until that point.
And this is the thing, right? It's like literally like ledge is probably going to be, you know, one of Min Min's worst things in this matchup, just because like one of like Min Min only has a set number of options outside of like the usual defensive roll options to get back on the ledge. But hey, if I'm on ledge and I'm Min, literally one of the options that I have is going to be jumping up and daring just like that, or a down tilt to try to like position themselves under the platform. And literally Raven King has found all of that out and is able to just literally put a stop to all that. But now at 136, and Mr. Arson says it's time to go. So hey, a whiff move into a dash attack definitely going to put you in disadvantage. But any more of this, oh no, the DOT, the damage over time with the AHA, and wow, the forward tilt off that, and going to be a stock loss already. Raven King getting started.
I like what Time Gear was trying to do a little while ago too. He's using a lot of nairs, just like let me trade as much as possible. And that okay, all right, I gotta point it out. The gun usage has been so good for Raven King. I was waiting to see if it would come up again later. He ends up losing his stock, but he's been using it as a ledge trap tool. He's been using it as an edge guard tool, and he's also using it as a recovery option, which is really good considering that Min Min is pretty committal to the animations once she throws them out. So if you can get that going, you're in a good spot. But this is where Min Min is the most dangerous. Ledge trapping from center stage, and well, there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, you kind of just have to sit here and hold it, and literally Time Gear has put up a house, has been able to pay rent over here right before the platform and extend those arms, and literally just, you know, the safest possible options. Literally the safest possible options for Min Min, and the burst options to create that space again and once again get those arms thrown. And right now, kind of an inverse situation. We saw Raven King cooking a little bit earlier in this game,
so good.
and is going to continue to cook. Says, I'm still hungry. Let's go.
So good. Bringing back that neutral B usage, the gun usage, and that could end it right here too if you get the down guns. Misses out on it, but that all happened because Raven King forced Time Gear to go super low, and that was after Time Gear was impossible to hit, putting on 134. But Raven King, understanding the weakest point of his character is off stage. Can he find another one? Gonna wait. Almost had a guaranteed frame trap, but knowing that F tilt was short enough and switching up the guns, trying to get a tech off the wall with that back air, Raven King is pushing this lead as much as possible.
Yeah, man, literally saying with those guns off stage like that, like those circular guns, was literally thinking, hey, like I'm gonna get my damage one way or another. And literally that, wow, that megawatt arm literally going to be able to kill off the side, but they're pretty high percentages right there. But still a great opportunity right here for Raven King to get this last stock. And it really seemed like, you know, it was in Time Gear's it was in Time Gear's, you know, it was in Time Gear's hands. But unfortunately, Raven King, like literally just finding a way to make this super
you got to be very careful right now if you're Raven King, because at 40% you can get knocked out right now if Time Gear can send you off stage, which is Time Gear is kind of trying to do. You can see how they're hovering around that platform to maybe look for a throw, look for a reverse nair, and send them off stage. That's not going to be a free throw because it's a dash attack and it's pretty safe. But Arsene is now here, so any trade that Time Gear makes a mistake on, that's going to end it all.
Wow, literally, and kind of like, you know, Time Gear has them right where they want them, in disadvantage right here, throwing moves from the middle, kind of like forcing Raven King to put a little bit of respect on their name right here. The burst option with the down tilt and just more and more damage put on until Arsene goes away.
He quite literally beat Arsene out of him. Like that, yeah. That's exactly what he needed. And for Raven King, now you have to find just essentially an edge guard. Looking for that though, that's going to set, almost had the forward air. That was so close. And that just barely missed the timing on neutral getup as well, which with Megawatt, with this range, could have done it. Now we're at a very scary position, trying to go for the counter, just hold on, stay alive, take tank that hit. But if you're Raven King, a down throw is soon, but not soon enough. Everything is in Time Gear's favor now.
Yeah, like literally at 170, these throws not going to be able to get a stock off. Raven King having a little bit of difficulty. Time Gear kind of just waiting, and oh my goodness, that was a headshot with what? Literally at the top of the dome. It's going to be a stock loss in the game going to Time Gear. Time Gear.
I am so surprised that Raven King just stood there with like in that position without putting up shield, because like that's the only get off ledge option that Time Gear has that makes sense. Like standing still and you know, like trying to do a ledge jump option to get aggressive there is it almost seems like too obvious, right? And then but it worked because Raven King wasn't ready. So Time Gear takes the game back, and that's why this matchup can be so frightening, because sometimes it's impossible for Joker to get in, even though Joker can smother, but Time Gear played that incredibly well to get that first game.
Like you said, Time Gear kind of been playing hot at the moment with the Min, and hey, we're going to try to continue to keep that trend going with this game on PS2. And yeah. Raven King like literally had it under control until that last stop. So let's see if they can make a comeback right here.
The theme continues. No games dropped yet for Time Gear. I mean, absolutely none. It's been a perfect run so far throughout this entire bracket. And Raven King, albeit maybe up 2-0 in the count, that was only on one day. So it's not like this has been a long history between these two. And Time Gear definitely playing it much better. That bear is going to be great, though. Now you could go for potential down guns, which he's going to do again. Yes, does snipe the jump, and he goes ahead. Simple, clean, takes it out.
Yeah, and this is going to be the trend for this match. I need to find a way to get this character that's oppressive in the mid-game off stage, so I can continue to be oppressive in the game off stage. And wow, using Rebel's Guard to avoid that dragon.
That was perfect timing on that too. Like, he just got lit up. That was so close to being an easy knockout for Time Gear. But good stalls with the guns again, making sure that he utilizes them in disadvantage aggressively in every other spot. The one thing I do get very impressed by is the way that Time Gear's willing to box up close and personal in an air-to-air game that usually would benefit Joker, and just keep throwing out these nairs, and most of the time the reads are on point.
Yeah, and this is like the damage range to where killing people as, you know, as Min kind of gets really, really difficult, because, you know, you don't have anything like, it has to be all long range, and the ranges are not playing in favor for Time Gear at the moment. Getting kept in his face, Raven King up by 1. I mean,
down throw bear at ledge, knocking out at 67, man. That is such a good option, but Time Gear answering right back. Now, this is a very similar thing that kind of happened last game, where Raven King had a pretty solid lead. Time Gear hit him a whole bunch because Raven King couldn't get in, and things derailed. So Raven King's got to be careful in the fact that, you know, you have 5 minutes on the clock. I know it's not the thing people want to deal with, but that man right there, Arsene, being available to you over time, it's on Time Gear to have to approach you. It's not the other way around, and you just need to wait for these one wins like that to get that down air, and Raven King sealing the deal on game number 2, giving Time Gear his very first loss of any individual game today.
Yeah, that right there was insurmountable. That tirade of just like offense from Time Gear, from Raven King right there was important, especially on PS2, knowing that like there's a specific range that you have to play in when you play against Min, and that was the range that was excellently provided for Raven King. You have to make sure that you play within range of those arms to make sure that you stay in advantage.
Yeah, stay just around so it's quick enough to burst in with a jump or something like that to get in. Usually, they will go for another one. They'll go for a hit. Oh, they whiffed. Jump. Here's another one. But Raven King was utilizing down guns and such as a way to stall and get in. This is a much better stage here for Time Gear on this counter pick. Forced the counter pick for the first time today. Less room to work with. Easy to get traps on the ledge and be able to separate people, because you're essentially winning neutral at all times on this stage.
Yeah, and the small battlefield pick, really, really good, though, for Arsene as well. Just because Arsene, we know how powerful they can be, and, like, literally that nets for easy knockouts on the ledge, especially at, like, low percent.
Yeah, right now, it's, that whole win neutral thing hasn't mattered. Raven King wins 1 to 2 neutrals, and he's getting 50 plus. That's going to be a guaranteed. Oh, never mind. I 100% believe he had that timing on that, because once you snipe out their jump, they're forced to tether, and he had the timing for it. Gets the drag down, just misses the full drag down though. Trying to get to another mistake from Time Gear, and Time Gear able to walk away, but that was very close to getting knocked out.
The name of the game is pressure. We see that Raven King has been absolutely relentless.
Oh my god.
Excuse me?
Hey, I mean
look.
I'm not too surprised that happened, because that happened in the last game, but they didn't commit to it. But that beats it every time.
Unbelievable, and literally just, and hey, like if one of these side piece hits, it's literally like damage over time, which is like something that's going to play in my favor anyway. But literally Time Gear was just stalling for time to just have Arsene just go away in that instance. So
yeah, and eventually it'll stop it. So it worked out. And Raven King, once again, another very well-timed Rebels Guard to get back on. That's going to give him a small chunk here, Banjo. But that reverse hit of that Nair, after that very solid start from Raven King, is going to take that first stock for Time Gear.
Yeah, and if Raven King can get in the ranges that Time Gear wants, it's going to be a slow and steady wins the race type of deal for Time Gear. Time Gear just kind of just understands that like Arsene is going to be a problem if they get into my range, so I'm going to have to play back. And even if that means that, I'm going to have to play a little bit more patiently, it's going to play out in my favor as we just saw. But here we go, off-stage situation for Time Gear, not going to be able to capitalize. Raven King going to be able to get back on in center stage safely, but now more situations to where, but the defense is excellent from Time Gear, not getting hit by any of those tilts.
Yeah, right now he's going to get the big dare started though. Dare to bear, looking for an early attempt to try to get that knockout. And I like the idea of going for the counter in that position, because if they, if he gets too aggressive, that's a pretty free stock if they commit it to Megawatt. But stalling once again, catching him with the single hit of forward air. I love the way that Raven King's been using that as a mix-up tool. That's a jump from ledge that got caught though. That's a free call from Raven King every time, recognizing that dash attack caught that jump, and Time Gear is forced to take a trade-off no matter what in that situation.
Yep, it's looking pretty good for Time Gear. Not looking very good for Time Gear, excuse me. Raven King literally finding a way to like get that super aggressive approach to find that stock. And now Arsene is out once again.
And he'll go ahead and block that off right there. Let's see what happens when it comes to this last stock. Every other time, Banjo, Raven King has been up in this position, and then he's fallen. So can he figure out how to deal with it right now? He's going to get the roll read on, going to get the fair. That guarantees he gets the ledge trap out of this. Does he get the edge guard? That's going to push him too far away, and that's going to lead from up guns into that bear. Once again, he's getting so much better off stage, and that's now 2 games up in the set for Raven King.
It's no fear. Like, Time Gear literally cannot create the space. He can't create the space to fight back. And when he tries to get aggressive with options off stage, they're just not fast enough. Or he's not being able to put on enough damage to create a situation. Because usually for min-mins, to get, there's certain damage ranges to where the most conventional things won't get stocks as fast. And it's once you get into that 150, 140 percentile to where things get a little bit, hectic. Now I'm looking for Megawatt Nair to kill. Now I'm looking for offstage Dragon to get a kill. But it's looking like Raven King is just attacking from all different directions, and it's leading into this final game to get into grand finals for this competition.
See if they can figure it out. You got to make an attempt to try and push that game 5 here for Time Gear, because otherwise Raven King is going to seal the deal on that final game. We have Town and City, so this definitely benefiting Min quite a bit. Of course, you're always getting knocked out early to Arsene regardless, so having something like this here, forcing that FD presence at some points, and the earlier knockouts you get for Min, I think are going to be more beneficial, because there's been a lot of times where Raven's gotten away. But good job using the Ram to get out of there, because that was going to be another attempt at upguns to try and take him out. Rare occurrence of Dare out of disadvantage shoot to get him back down.
Yeah, I think it's one of that last game panic that you talked about, like last set. It's just one of these things to where it's just you might see some unconventional options if they start to feel like a little uncomfortable. And right now, this is as uncomfortable as it gets. Kind of that steamroll from last game is leading into this. And right now, big advantage for Raven King. Has Arsene looking to throw some side Bs right there, getting the tilt right there, and just waiting on Time Gear to make a mistake and goes for the grab and gets punished in the biggest possible way right there.
Got to be very antsy on the platform. Not going to work out for you in front of Arsene, and that's going to lead to that first stock. And back here, does set him up though. It's a pretty good opportunity. Looking for Megawatt at the ledge. Yeah, it doesn't even need that. He's going to time it with the forward smash, answering right back.
Now back to the mid-stage game, and over here on ledge, You see Time Gear just trying to just like literally stay within that range and make Raven King respect him. Make Raven King going for the laser too, and just making Raven King like, look, stay over there. And here we go. Yes, this is the damage ranges that, Time Gear likes to play in. All of a sudden, get a grab, down throw, and Arsene is here. This looks a little bit hairy.
And now Time Gear's at knockout windows. Dare, gonna read him? Oh, almost had the throw. That was so close. But another down throw bear. Oh, never mind. Reading the DI in after going for that bear last time and then covering him with the side B on the way down was such good option coverage from Raven King. And that could actually be a huge deal in helping him close this set out.
Time Gear, one stock to go in this right here. We've seen Raven King be super aggressive this whole time, and there's literally like that move right there, a side B at the top of the ceiling, very, very well done. And now all of a sudden, Raven King kind of just putting a little bit of putting the brakes on just a little bit and understanding like, you know what, I really don't have to approach that well, but these tech reads have been insurmountable.
He is constantly punishing everyone for rolling in today. It's like, don't even do it. But then when you stop doing it, he punishes you with dash attack and you get ledge trap. So his mix-up game has been so good. Raven King playing like he wants to win it all. He's got that attitude about him like he wants to take it. You gotta respect that dare that time from Time Gear. Time Gear has made comebacks from this position. I will say, though, it's getting more and more difficult to say that you can believe in that comeback as this match progresses because Raven King is completely controlling every single defensive option.
Yeah, and like Raven King has completely just figured it out. He's like, yo, like there's nothing you can do to me right now. I feel invincible, but not unable to like keep that stock. Here we go. Time Gear has a way, and it's that play right there on the ledge that makes it so difficult.
And that's it.
Those guns are gonna do it, and Raven King is gonna be moving on to grand finals of the Panda Cup qualifier in the Heartland region. Wow.
Well, at the analyst desk, that's nuts. That was really good, man. He was able to go ahead and not only use it in aggressive situations, defensive situations, but capitalizing on edge repeatedly. As every single match happened throughout the set, he progressively started using up guns more. He was able to get that dare on game number 2. He was able to get that back air on game number 3. And then 2 times in this game, he was able to line it up where take away the jump. That's pretty much it for Min Min. That Tether's only got so much range to go, and that's exactly how you handle that character. Very glad to see that Raven King decided to go with the Joker instead of the Ike. It's a much smarter idea. It's not a smart matchup. It's very difficult to deal with. We just saw why it could work in this situation. Even though historically, it's actually not been too bad for Min Min, even at the highest level. They're able to make it work here and shut down the incredible run of undefeated streak all day that Time Gear had going.
That side B over the top was insane after that combo. That side B that Raven King did over the top to get that stock right there was absolutely just crazy. And the fact that they have the presence of mind to do that, to get a stock lead, to try to end the game is huge. And that's why Raven King is in grands. Like Raven King has proven just time and time again, wasn't even scared of like, the neutral, right? That Time Gear was going to display was really just all about, was really narrow-minded and tunnel vision, and the idea of trying to get to grand finals of this competition. So they're going to be waiting. They're going to be waiting. They're going to have a little bit of time right here, and going to be awaiting the winner of either Burst, Ibex, or Time Gear to try to win this competition.
Yeah, and much like Raven King was able to shut that down and break down the competition, we ourselves are going to go to a very short break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, chat, as we have the remainder of the Heartland Panda Cup qualifying regional event still to go.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
All right, everybody, and welcome back to the Heartland qualifying regionals here at the Panda Cup. We have the very first year of the Panda Cup, of course, happening right now. Big shout-outs, of course, to Grubhub and everybody else involved with why we're here today. I can't wait to see this Final Four play out because we just saw the person who got that seat, that comfortable position in Grand Finals on the winner's side, Banjo, that being Raven King, trying to seal the deal and get that trip to the Panda Cup Finals.
Yeah, I'm gonna be able to take out Time Gear in a 3-1, 3-1 little bit of a slobber knocker. Raven King just completely, after that first game, just like, yo, like, I'm here and I'm in charge. I'm trying to get into the Panda Cup finale, but we'll have to face one of these guys at the bottom, whether it be Burst, Ibex, or Time Gear. We will definitely see, and man, it has been one humdinger of a hootenanny, if I do say so myself. But Burst is going to be going up against Ibex. Ibex literally, after last game, we saw that, you know, both of these players really overcoming, you know, deficits and to end up winning games or stopping a deficit, I should say. So Burst was able to overcome Gixon in a 3-2, and then Ibex was able to overcome Yatagarasu in a very, very close set as well. So
yeah,
very, very interesting.
Now, something that I've learned over this past year specifically is never challenge the stats, especially if they were said by Jackie. But the stats here today are exactly the same factor. We just saw a little while ago, Yatagarasu did struggle against Ibex with that win percentage, definitely favoring Ibex, of course, at the 71%. I'm looking here at 60% for Burst, so just a little bit over, 50% of the games being won, but 27% win ratio for Ibex. That means Ibex doesn't know how to handle the on-shield pressure game, is what my guess is. Because
that is...
Yep, Yoshi will get the combos. Every Yoshi can find the combos, but if you're good enough, you can play around them. But when Yoshi's beating you on shield, that's when you're struggling. And I see a 30% ratio. I see potentially Ibex struggling with Burst, who I think you were about to lean into it. That's how I beat Gixon in the air-to-air game and on the shield game.
Okay, and which is literally what I was going to say, because we've seen how aggressive Ibex has literally been these past few sets, and how Ibex has literally just been trying or attempting to be overwhelming on, you know, people's shield in general. So it's one of these things to where, hey, if you challenge Yoshi in the wrong way, and look, you're a heavy in a platform fighter, okay? So you're going to pay the heavy tax. I'm sorry. Yep. You have to pay the heavy tax if you want to play.
Guaranteed 60 to 70. It's we all got to deal with it.
So, like, Burst is literally just kind of chomping at the bit, be like, hey, man, if you do something wrong on my shield, I'm definitely gonna have my way, my combo way that I want. And hey, the only thing that Burst has really lost to, well, the Burst has lost to in general, was Raven King.
Yeah, which doesn't surprise me too much. I think not only with the way Raven King's playing, but I think Ike does very well at challenging Yoshi in the air-to-air game because, well, you're gonna constantly run into Ike's sword. But with this game here, with the way that Burst just played a little while ago, and you know, with the fact that, you know, Rob can't shield poke Yoshi, that's another big factor. And a lot of what you usually use off stage, like gyro at someone's jump, laser at someone's jump, double jump armor says I don't care. So that's another big part that can annoy a Rob in trying to beat Yoshi, and we'll see if Burst can have that replicated here. We got loser semis now coming up to plate. We have the last 4 players left to go to try and get themselves this qualifying spot.
Here we go, and starting off on PS2 as well. So like I said, it's going to be one of these things to where, like, how bad do you want to challenge Yoshi? And I think actually just kind of just slowing Yoshi down and kind of just catching him, like meandering in the air and using that move, that trip, so good. And 87% and the laser, let's go.
He's already got him at ledge too. Good job jumping over that for a Burst. One thing that can be fearful though is that Yoshi can answer this back so quick. That being said, trying to challenge a Rob in between gyro, not the safest thing for your life expectancy.
Yeah, and literally just decides, like, hey, like now that I have this stock lead, I'm just gonna slow it down. Really, gonna wait for you to capitalize on your mistakes. Ibex knows, like, hey, I'm not gonna challenge Burst on the ground. I'm not gonna challenge Burst in the air. You know, I'm not gonna challenge Burst in the air because they clearly hear superior here. But this ground game from Ibex right now looking really, really overwhelming for Burst at the moment.
Well, Burst has moments of brilliance too, where we saw that against Gixon, where every time Gixon got a lead, Burst was kind of pushing really hard to get that lead back, and sometimes it would work, but running face first into Rob, bad idea most of the time. It's working a little bit, got him at 93. I just need to find a big opener, try to catch him landing, but instead goes for a dash attack. Very smart. I assumed, honestly, I thought Burst was going for up smash there, but I think he realized that that wasn't a smart position where he was, and ends up getting pushed off stage though, and that beat him because he went for the up B instead of the double jump, and this is a huge lead right now for Ibex.
Ibex, I mean, just finding the ground game and being in great control of it right now. Burst has, you know, like you said, had a couple moments of brilliance, but it's just little like these little exchanges where Burst has been doing unsafe moves on shield, and don't tell me that leads to a stock
every
loss.
time.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Every single time, man. When you that was all conditioned too, because last stock, what happened? You got lasered out of your up B, so you don't want to up B, which means you're probably going to double jump, or you're going to take a high recovery route because you're scared that I might laser or gyro you again. And, well, Ibex is up a stock, so there's no reason not to go for that, and Ibex gets out there quickly. So, putting a little bit of a stamp against that win percentage that they have, you know, maybe 27% win ratio of how often they beat Yoshi, but started things off here. That was a really good first game.
All right, so let's see. Ibex, like you said, no fear. No fear. Ibex, like, literally just understands that, like, I'm just going to stay grounded, and I'll be able to get my combos one way or another. And it was just hard for Burst to just get anything started just because, you know, the offense was so just pristine and crispy, really, right there from Ibex. So
overwhelming is exactly how you described Ibex before the match, and that's exactly what happened again there. Once Ibex has an attempt at advantage, every single button's getting pressed to keep you in advantage for them the whole time. That's easily the most impressive thing I've seen out of Ibex so far here, because these matchups aren't easy to keep doing that in. Against Samus, not easy to do. They have stalls. Against Yoshi, not easy to do. They have double jump armor. But it's working, and you keep that game plan working for you right now.
Here we go, back on FD. So not a lot of places for either characters to escape since they ain't got no platforms, and both of them pretty combo extensive characters, especially Rob. So we're gonna see if Burst can actually get in this game, and Ibex just literally challenging him with a fair of his own. Fair come out a little bit quicker than Yoshi's fair, a little bit more startup, and missing the forced resling into the back area right here. But the spike, not gonna be able to get it here.
Yeah, right now trying to find that spike. He finds that forward air, and that's going to give him the lead. So right now, Ibex, you don't get. It seems like Burst is a big fan of FD, even against characters who are good at short hop range and dealing with you with zoning or anything like that, like what we saw with Steve. But Burst, big fan of it. Gonna get grabbed though for his troubles. That might lead to an up air. No, the instant mash out. Good job from Burst to get back down.
Yeah, we see that now, like, Burst is actually, like, really punishing Ibex for literally throwing at these moves that are being whiffed by micro spaces. Like, they're not even, like, being whiffed by a lot. They're literally, like, in situations to where, oh, I barely missed that fair. Okay, well, let me get you with a full combo there because you missed that move, but that move will not be missed. That down smash into that stock loss right there, Ibex.
Ooh, just missing out and getting hit by that fair in there, but that's a fair up air, and that's not going to be enough yet, but not going a little bit too early in underneath the egg, but this is where Burst has been really good all day. Good mashed out from Ibex, not taking much else, but here is Burst holding a lead at 35. So I'm seeing the moments where Ibex has struggled in this matchup. If he doesn't have a lead, he doesn't really know how to beat Yoshi on air-to-air. I feel like he's right there. Again, he was so scared. But back air was already finished, which means a guaranteed reaction for Burst to beat you there and get that second stock.
Here we go, Burst up by one stock right now. Looking to even it up right here. Ibex just having a little bit of trouble. Like I was saying earlier, you gotta pay the heavy tax if you want to play Super Smash Brothers if you're heavy. So literally Burst kind of just taking full advantage of that and getting a big lead in now with a stock to go. Literally at 70%, and now top in the hand. What's the move right here?
Ooh,
the combos. Let's
using
go.
the gyros in his favor, and that's a big up smash anti-air right there. They both have very similar defensive habits. They both have this issue where when they're behind, they kind of, I don't know, it feels like tunnel vision the way that you land, because I like that fair from Ibex never works for you there. It doesn't at all. Nair is safer because at least you can auto cancel it. But going for fair there, you know, you're trying to hopefully beat maybe an up air on trade, but that trade is gonna work for burst every time. Up smash works for burst every time. Forward air equals you getting spiked into the ground or off stage because you try to fade away with that forward air, so it works every time. You gotta pick and choose the right times to get aggressive out of disadvantage with options like that. Sometimes going to ledge is the best idea, and then hopefully just guess around the ledge trap. Because at least when you go to ledge, you have momentary invincibility to try and stay alive versus trading off and losing that every time, especially with somebody who's up a full stock.
Right, and it seems like the only thing that it's really an inverse situation, like you said, because Rob's fair comes out faster than Yoshi's fair, but then Yoshi's back air, up air, down air comes out faster than Rob's, and it's just like one of these situations to where, oh, okay, on
This is-
on Lilat.
Color me intrigued, is the best way I could put it. I think that Rob does perfectly fine here, but I'm curious as to why. Because the thing is that Yoshi can now double jump and air dodge into or move away in positions on those platforms that are a bit more beneficial. The biggest thing you get out of this stage is that you have different nair mix-ups and you have different up throw mix-ups on those platforms if you're Ibex. So we'll see if it works. I mean, it does cut off some room for Yoshi to just land in on you for nairs and aerials. That could be part of it. Maybe Ibex is trying to... Actually, that's exactly what Ibex is doing. He's hiding underneath platforms to try and force burst to be super obvious on where he decides to jump in. Because look, he's not moving, and he gets him right there. Never mind, I figured it out. That's exactly the reason why.
And literally, like, we see that, like, Ibex is kind of just taking advantage of the fact that Burst is literally just kind of running in with a real reckless abandon, trying to just upend him and literally, like, not watching his get-ups and literally throwing top down and, like, forcing him to make a move out of it and forcing him to be like, well, come over here and challenge me so I can act immediately out of it, especially when you're in this high percent.
Yeah, it's working pretty well because usually the only option Yoshi really has to safely get through that is landing on a platform and falling up air. But good luck doing that. Does finally get Ibex making a mistake with that gyro toss, but you were so correct on the fact that if you just drop gyro in between the two, what's the option? You're forced to jump. Well, you have to approach in a linear way. The nair trade-off will eventually work. So for Ibex, the game right now is to punish him a bunch of times for jumping in, do nothing crazy, and then after they get to that window, take him out with the simple call.
Yeah, and like literally that's going to be the theme of this match right here because overcommitting is definitely something that Ibex doesn't want to do, but on the ledge, no choice but to take that fair.
First
right
is
there.
so brave, man. Like, it just always ready to go for anything off stage, but also going for an up air in that position. Usually that's pretty good on Lilat because it hits through the stage, but Burst is seeing fully through that. We had an even game essentially, and I think Burst is starting to figure out how to mix up the landings. Look at that. He's landing on the top platform first to get Ibex to press a button, but Ibex is going to press the perfect button in that situation and keep that lead with the side B.
Yeah, that side B, as I live and breathe, the great equalizer, and now just a massive, massive lead on Ibex's, and that's really like been the story of the match right now. Is like, okay, if I can get this cheese on you and get this big lead, then we're not gonna have to go through a war of attrition because I'm gonna
Tell you right now, if I see Rob side B as my tax return, I might not be upset about it because that means I'm guaranteed a winner. Like that, it's such a good option for Rob to be able to take people out at all percentages, but it's such a good tool to also beat Burst when he's been panicking in those situations. Because look at this, we're gonna see the up smash come through. It won't be enough yet, but Burst in a very similar fashion compared to the other games is hunting really hard for this game back. Just misses out on that egg timing on neutral get up because if you time that, that's a perfect combo into the into the forward air, but it gets hit by the gyro after getting a tech chase.
Literally just like placing it right in between the platforms and daring Burst to come near him so you can get a follow-up after that. And at this percentage, that's exactly what Ibex would want, but that falling back air into just up smash, crazy. They punish off this?
Yeah, that's a huge punish. 26 and counting off of Dare, instantly even in the game back up. This is where Rob can struggle against Yoshi, and now Burst is figured out. I'm gonna beat your hiding under the platforms by throwing an egg at it. You have had no answer to it. Now Burst is answered back, almost getting the forward air, getting the jab out, forcing the dodge, the roll back in, and almost knocking him out with that down B, gets the air dodge and takes the game. That was Ibex's game the entire time. It was the entire game was Ibex, but once Burst figured out, if I just throw the up Bs at you, your whole game plan of trying to hide underneath those platforms makes no sense anymore. And off of one singular dare, off an attempt on a side B, took 73% and never rebounded.
He tried to down smash in the middle of that exchange and Burst down beat, and it high profiled that move, and he was able to dodge it. and
Yeah.
they get a follow-up because of the star off the down B. And literally led into that last combo to take that game. Burst, that was insane.
Yeah, and I actually, you know, I'm going to take a little dive in the chat on this one. I actually do agree with Duke because I think that with that stage, Yoshi has so many attempts to not only falling up air reset you on platforms, but the ability to move around. And something that people might have noticed is that when you throw the egg at ledge, it's no longer just a normal shot. It bounces along the stage, which removes ledge trapping. It takes it away from you. And I think that Ibex couldn't figure out how to keep doing that as the match went on. And we're going to see a switch up here to a much better idea for a counter pick for Town and City. That was close to being a 30% knockout right there.
Go, and this is another situation that Ibex kind of puts himself at risk for when you go for those arm motor setups. Is that you put yourself in the corner, and that's like literally Yoshi is coming to get you. Like it's like, okay, well you already used one of your resources to try to get a stock off me, and I'm not even in the area. So now I'm about to get big punches off you, and as we see right here, a reset to neutral and even percentages. But it was because he did that. Like
that was perfectly even too. It was literally separated by 0.2%. Oh, the gyro game is getting better for Burst, but the defensive options getting called out again. That's a jump out call for the up B, but did hold on to the double jumps. Was able to utilize that side platform very well. This is so close. Remember, this is Burst trying to take out Ibex to get a matchup against Yatagarasu, against Time Gear in Losers Finals. Ibex currently facing down 2 stocks remaining here for this Game 4.
Yeah, that was just very, very interesting, stock. Just because, I saw Ibex fall, and it might have been the fear. I don't think so. It might have been a misinput on that instance, but still, a stock loss. And so far, Burst completely taking care of the advantage and literally was able to use that air drift and get right behind him for a back air. And once again, just mixing up the timings as they're jumping and as they're going left and right and meandering in the air. And Ibex just having just the biggest difficulty getting a beat on them, but able to get that move right there, that nair on him, but still though, 150 on Yoshi, not gone yet.
Yeah, right now, Yoshi definitely a little bit heavier. Of course, you have that high blast zone here on Town and City to hold on for a bit, but that will be enough as that up air hits. 79 damage already done, but don't stay in center. Stay in center. There's a gyro in hand. That means they're trying to get you at 10. They knock you out off the side of the stage.
Right.
Don't try to challenge that round start. It's the same thing as if you see a Pac-Man with a Galaga in hand at the ledge. You're asking to take 80%. Just let them rock and get back on stage.
Speaking of getting back on stage, almost safely getting back on stage, Ibex. We see Burst right there with the nair, and yep, teetering with the fair, and whether it's spiked or got that hit. Ibex definitely with a stock loss, and Burst feeling themselves right now. With the stretcher combo, the platform was able to extend that combo in the perfect way and was able to get that stock, and now we are even stocks.
Run stock apiece here, game number 4. Ibex trying to keep this run alive as much as possible, but it's getting more and more difficult to try and do that as we almost get a second fair. Getting very close. We're getting a lot of nairs, but using the side B out of disadvantage was very smart, very risky, because earlier we saw that did cost him a game, and he's going to be able to avoid getting punished by Burst on that platform, but there's only so many more mistakes he can make as he almost gets taken out there.
These swipes over here with the fair are just like crazy, and the up air gonna be able to take it right there. Burst. Unbelievable, improbable comeback. Oh my goodness.
Amazing job from Burst, able to take him out off the top, and Burst now seals the deal at 3-1. Ibex run does come to a close here at the 4th place position for the Heartland Regional. So, there was a lot of Ibex supporters in chat, made an incredible run all the way through to this point, but a big part of that, of course, that 27%, win ratio against Yoshi's has trouble in this matchup, and I think a big part of that was because Ibex seemed to struggle once Yoshi starts to overwhelm. I think that he's gonna need to figure out a different route and disadvantage, find ways. For one, don't go to Lilac in that matchup because it worked for a little bit, but Burst figured it out, and I think so. I think you don't normally want to take Yoshi to PS2, but I think that stage will be good for you because you have a lot more room to reset. So, really good job overall. But that's Burst, who's gonna take it, and now gets in. We'll say a fun time that they're gonna have to fight up against Time Gear, because we mentioned it earlier with Ike, and Min Min is one of the few characters in the game that doesn't care at all about double jump armor from Yoshi, because if you're off stage, you get hit by Ram Ram once, just bye. Just
Yeah.
insert funny Mario game noises because that is Yoshi plummeting to the bottom.
Yeah, and it's one of these situations to where, like, the offstage game, as you said earlier, is going to be really, really instrumental if Time Gear wants to have success here. Time Gear wasn't able to, like, have, you know, a lot of success against Raven King just because Raven King was able to close that distance really quickly. But Burst, in this instance, you know, has had a lot of fun in the air, and kind of that's where, like, you know, Time Gear isn't going to go. So it's literally a tale of two hemispheres when it comes to this next matchup in losers finals. Like, Time Gear definitely going to stay grounded, but Burst is definitely going to try to control the skies. So to see these two about to interact at the way they are, it's going to be really interesting.
I think it's still doable because history does show that it's not impossible. You know, I don't think Yoshidora has a great win record against Proto last I checked, but has done well, at least from the games I've watched, in terms of dealing with Min. Sometimes the Lucina gets pulled out, but you can get through. You can get through to the Min. You can double jump over in center to get past all of the attempts at trying to air-to-air you with those forward airs. And you can also bait out when they up smash to try and reflect your egg back, because that's one of your best approach tools here too. But I think that Burst actually might have to play a bit grounded and use parries that are advantage. You need to try and walk up, make Time Gear think you're going to stay grounded, and then mix up your approach. Because if you're always jumping, it's always guaranteed Ram is going to be out, and that means they're going to constantly smack you off the skies. And whether the game takes 2 seconds or there's the whole 7 minutes, Min just doesn't need to approach you. Min just needs to force your hand to run in and then hit you, box you out, reset, get you off stage, knock you out, sub 100 because your jump gets hit by all of the lasers and all of the Rams. So if Burst is able to make that work, we've seen it work a couple times here today against not only Rob, but also against Steve. It's going to be difficult, but it's not impossible. We'll see if they're able to do that here going into this next match. And of course, all of this tournament brought to you by many great sponsors, and That's Nuts Analyst Desk brought to you by Wonderful Pistachios. As you can see, we got quite a bit of those going on behind here. I am a big fan of the barbecue ones, by the way. But if you want to enjoy the Wonderful Pistachios, no shells are perfect game time snack. You could pour them right from the bag, no mess. Your controllers and keyboards will thank you. They are not messy at all. And you have multiple delicious flavors. I was talking about the barbecue one here. You got lightly salted, honey roasted, chili roasted, sea salt, vinegar flavors. And I'm personally going to try the honey roasted because I like pretty much anything that's honey roasted. It's 6 grams of protein per serving too, which is really good. It's healthy for you. It's a great option. It's great to have something that's going to help you with low calorie, low fat food for snacks like that. And comparing to anything else, like trying to eat potato chips, like you have these bags where sometimes you won't have enough. Well, you got 49 nuts per serving in this, so like that's a lot for what you get. So big shout outs, of course, for providing us not only some support here for the Panda Cup, but bringing us and sending us these amazing bags to try out ourselves. Big appreciation to the Wonderful Pistachios for everything they're doing for the Panda Cup.
Yeah, definitely. And big shouts out to Ajax. So please enjoy those for me. I unfortunately, the nut allergy kind of sucks, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? But it's all right. Wonderful Pistachios, doing a really good job of providing for us over here at Panda and the Panda Cup. So, hey, shouts out to them, man. Yeah,
and I'm looking forward to seeing this next match now. It was brought up in chat that, the Proto does have a 2-0 set count record on Yoshidora, but it's mostly the way that he approaches it. That's the biggest thing that has impressed me. Proto is incredibly good, so he's able to make that work. But here, 1-0 lifetime head-to-head, which was actually at the last qualifier, much like what happened with Raven King. So Burst is currently in a position where they're up 1. They figured out how to fight Time Gear. They have a 60% win ratio against Min, which is really good as Yoshi. But you can see over there on the other side, well, there is the Yoshi win percentage. 63%. 63% in favor because of how things work. It's very difficult to deal with this character as Yoshi because you're trying to find your way on stage and you just can't. There's so much. I mean, we talked about ledge trapping from center, but this is one of the times you control the ledge and you just look to hunt that double jump from Yoshi and watch them plummet.
Yeah, but those percentages just a little bit marginal, but something not marginal right here is losers finals trying to get into that grand finals. We got Raven King sitting over there in grands. Just
Oh my
waiting.
God,
And
come
as
on, man.
First says, bro, I'm trying to get there right now.
I'm trying to get my bag now. He's already getting a 0 to knockout to start off the round, instantly covering these rolls in, the dodges, and Burst is playing so aggressive, looking for another forward air already. Well, this is exactly what you need to do. Looking for him off stage, trying to get that nair. That is actually insane how aggressive he started this game already.
And at this point, it's crazy because like if Burst goes out to the ledge right here, goes off stage and kind of challenges Time Gear, he's willing to lose the stock off the trade. So that's insane. Like,
keep it in your favor. Do everything you can, because right now you can go off stage as much as you want. It's on Time Gear to choose the correct option. There's not much you can really do to get around what's happening. So Time Gear is struggling in every single aspect to try and get this game back in favor, because now you've gone from being able to ledge trap Burst as much as you want to now you're running from Burst the entire game because you don't have a lead to make him scared.
And literally, we see the Time Gear is just trying to just find their way back into center stage, and it's just been so difficult. And literally, Burst is just outright just dashing off stage and being like, "Nah, man, I definitely need to get you out here and keep you right here." So this is crazy. So Burst literally just doing the dang thing right here and like getting him in an improbable situation to where Time Gear can't recover, and all of a sudden, just the damage, the percentage is mounting, and literally just waiting for him to meander right there and little back air action. So Burst.
And this is exactly what we expected to from Burst gameplay. When he has a lead, he is rush. And it is hard to slow down. Reading the roll into with the down smash, that's not an option you see too often on a tech chase or roll read, because usually you just want to keep going with nairs. But Burst says everything I choose is correct, and the up smash won't be enough yet either. The dragon shot's gonna go and finally do it, but it took a long time to get to this position, and that up air won't be enough, but it was close.
Literally, we see Burst just constantly just being oppressive, and this Time Gear has, you know, like, what can Time Gear do? Like, literally, it's like, hey, I can, you know, punish you, or I can, like, you know, provide pressure from the range I want to, but it's literally it's a net zero for me. Like, I get nothing from it, and the only thing I'm gonna get right now is getting dunked by Burst to end this game one. Unbelievable.
That was the most, like, calming Yoshi forward air I've heard somebody, like, give out. Like, I felt safe during that forward air as you brought that down. It's like, and that was such a smooth forward air, just like
smooth as butter.
We got like mid-light radio going on right now. It's awesome. But that was so good because the object cover was there, covering pretty much every route that he wanted to take. He's gonna keep doing that, and that's, I mean, when you start off the round getting 0 to knockout like that with how dominant that was, it's hard to rebound. So we'll see if Time Gear can do that. Time Gear went from dropping no games at all today to losing the set to Raven King, and now dropping the first game here against Burst.
Here we go. Game 2. Burst definitely feeling themselves, and honestly, more aggressive approaches like that will end this set quick, fast, and in a hurry. But with more space over here in Talent City, hopefully Time Gear will have a chance to even things up.
Yeah, for Time Gear, the main way that you've been getting knocked out has been down. So the side blast zones definitely going to work for you a bit better here on Town and City. And for Burst, it's like, well, now you've just made it easier for you to find that nair anyway, so it's not really that big a deal. But one thing that does become a big deal, at least normally, is when the flat stage comes in. It can be rough for Yoshi, but Burst has won and counterpicked to Kalos and FD multiple times today, so I don't think he really cares, to be honest, about this flat section.
Yeah, and I think Burst has really shown throughout the set is like, I'm gonna do whatever. Like, I'm not gonna show any fear, especially when I have the advantage. I'm gonna make sure that I do these things off stage and make sure I keep you on the defensive in this instance. But that back throw catch from Time Gear, the way to really switch the momentum up.
It's so scary to make an attempt at it. Oh, look at you. Oh, Burst coming in with the taunts, too, trying to amp it back up. Like, look, that back throw was a fluke. That didn't mean anything, because it caught him slipping before, but Burst answering right back, and I like the confidence.
Here you go. So far, like, no mid-stage action has been seen at all. It's literally been either coast, and this is kind of what, you know, what Time Gear wants right here. He wants those back platforms to kind of just create a reset situation to where a move can be made after, but going to be able to dodge that. And oh my goodness, the weight from Burst right here, just so dangerous.
And here's that scary spot. Remember, we said before, you're forced to be very afraid of those aerials and the arms in general from Time Gear, because you can only choose so many right decisions, and Time Gear is going to go ahead and take that, but not before having to deal with a very aggressive burst from the stock. Almost had the read there, but Time Gear dodged in instead of down, and that's going to be the burst now struggling to get back to winning and like anything here. It's actually been kind of rough to get an opener.
Yeah, and literally Time Gear finally in the situation they've always wanted, a stock lead. And because of the stock lead right here, literally like now Min Min can be paid for the effectiveness that they want, which is literally getting mid stage and just throwing left and right arms, literally throwing laser and throwing ram, just tack on damage until they can find a kill opportunity. Megawatt not
What a
yet,
punish though. Wow. Time Gear had that moment of, oh, I see you charging it, I must be able to hit that, right? Oh, no, a little bit too linear, and now all of a sudden, Burst, here comes Burst, with these Burst options once again, go for a dare, and gets on the other side of it too, so it doesn't get hit by up smash, and all of a sudden, things are starting to look a bit better, as Burst has read so many of these defensive options in a row, and he's starting to bring it all the way back.
Man, rolled in and ran to the other side. Get away from me. We need to reassess the game plan. I got to reset the neutral real quick because that onslaught on ledge, a couple more of those, I'm not going to be able to survive that. And it is a one-stock situation. So Burst looking to take this right here, but Time Gear extending the options, getting carefully, just and has the Megawatt out, so got to be careful.
Megawatt Nair takes it out here. Oh, goes for the grab instead. That's a big opportunity for Burst, and doesn't get the forwarder. Goes off stage, gets the Nair. That should just take him out. He's not going to make that back, and Burst was able to clutch it out, gets all the way back into the game after being behind for so long, getting smacked away the whole game, and he was able to answer it. That puts him up 2-0 in the set.
Bro, it's one of these situations right here to where like like literally like you have the game in control for so long, but it's just like these like small moments of just Burst from Burst. You know what I'm saying? It's these small moments from Burst that just changes the momentum up completely. And now Burst in the situation 2-0.
Also, big shout-outs.
City.
Big shout-outs real quick to one and only Kizzy K, the king of fighters himself. Thank you for dropping in that raid and bringing everybody over here to this action. We are in losers finals territory right now. Burst currently up, shutting down Time Gear's attempt to try and put himself on the board, and instead is now facing a 2-0 deficit. We're going to run it back to Town and City. The stage worked well the entire time, but Time Gear hasn't been able to choose a role that hasn't been immediately tracked by Burst for the past minute plus and the last game. Like, it's carried over.
Like literally, like you see, like an option is performed, a defensive option is performed by Time Gear one time on ledge, and then it is read just 2 times, 3 times over. And it's one of these situations to where Burst is literally just binding what Time Gear needs and just keying in on it and literally being like, okay, well, you need to roll. All right, well, I'm gonna like jump back there and make sure that you can't roll, and I'm not gonna make sure that you can't recover either. Oh my goodness, the fair off
every
that
single
Burst.
time. And I was in a position where it's a little bit scarier to try and go for that too, but still able to capitalize once again. And here comes Burst trying to find that command grab, gonna get grabbed himself. Now trying to find his way back on the stage. I like the option coverage there from Time Gear. Went for it last attempt, going for it again, going for that up special. It does have a knockout potential to it, and that's gonna get him on the board.
Wow, and literally like Time Gear is just coming back from that stock and swinging, and because of that swinging, immediately just nets an 82% deficit. Like Burst is literally just going in over and over again and unrelentlessly, and just relentlessly, just like putting on this offense right now, and literally putting Time Gear in a situation to where they can't react.
Yeah, they have no choice, but they have to deal with Burst, relatively strong Burst options that he has, where he's just constantly in your face.
My God.
And that was so good because you already know they just went for roll get up last time. You attempted to try and punish it with a back air, so they're less inclined to be afraid. They're less inclined to choose roll, but that covers 2 options. They take a hit or they lose their stock. And Burst looking to try and take a 3-0, but a very good call on that forward air or back air, excuse me, where he positioned it is going to get Time Gear back in it, but taking 47% immediately to start off the last stock.
Right, and we saw immediately after that offense, Time Gear just finds a way to get back into the center stage so they can just create a little bit of space. But the jump out of the combos, Burst is like, you know, I've seen this Min Min play before, and I kind of don't want to deal with the options right here. Going for the fair off the whiff grab, not going to be able to get anything here, and this is so close, and Time Gear is just trying to stay in this set.
Yeah, Time Gear doing their best right now to avoid getting another loss to Burst. That's what happened last time they fought. It looks like it could happen again here. As he almost gets hit by the forward air, trying to find his way down, gets the down air out to try and find some type of ground. And these nairs are coming out. The down B attempt, good roll to get out of there.
And the good up B to stop the assault with the megawatt arm. Very, very well done. It tries to go out to perform some type of move to get him back on stage, but the back throw, no, the mash out. It'll be a
The
big
matchups
punish
have been
here.
so good on Burst, and now you gotta watch out for Dragon Shot. But the egg actually gets in, takes a trade-off though. Now forces him back off stage, jumps right in front of it, doesn't get hit. Time Gear looking for what mistake, and a Nair comes through. Burst can only pick so many incorrect options. The forward throw, oh, actually, excuse me, up throw, trying to get a DI mix-up, and just misses getting hit by that Dragon Shot once again.
And trying to throw eggs just to find a way. No way, you died from that back air. No way.
The back air is going to seal the deal. I am very surprised at that back air on the last hit at that is gonna catch Time Gear. I think I saw, okay, yeah, I looked back on the stream. Time Gear was fading back in away from Burst after throwing out one of the moves, so might have been DI assisted a little bit towards that corner, but that was high damage. Back air, of course, is the main knockout option that Yoshi's are going to look for in that position, and got caught slipping. Burst takes it 3-0, and that is going to give him that rematch against Raven King here today, which means most likely we're going to see the Ike come back out to fight up against Burst.
Yeah, and I'm looking at chat, and that not only was a retreating jump that he caught, but it was also like, you know, DI assisted. So
yeah,
it was
100%, 100%. You can see it,
yeah.
like he faded back, and there's a classic saying, we take those. If you're gonna help me out, thank you, because now you've made it a little bit easier for me to try and attempt to get that qualifying spot. Time Gear falls at third. Only two people remaining. Try and get that W here today to get themselves into the Panda Cup finale.
This is huge. This is like literally like what all of these qualifiers and these regionals has literally been about right here. It's all come up to this game right here. The winner of this grand final is going to Los Angeles. That's huge, and that's so much at risk. These guys have been playing for months. They have gotten all of their qualifying points. They have done all the steps they needed to get to this point in this region. So the stakes for this grand finals has never been higher. And now, you know, it gives credence to the theory, oh, I wonder why Raven King is playing so good today. Well, I mean, now we know, right? Now, why is Burst making the losers run? Like, what we know now.
Exactly, like they're playing for that much more effort to try and seal the deal. They're trying to finish it all. They're trying to make it to LA, and in order to do that, they got to get through this grand finals. But before we get into grands, we got one more break. So we're going to go ahead and run the ads really quick, pay some bills, get right back into this action. Don't go anywhere, chat, as we're going to get ready to get into grand finals of the Path to the Panda Cup. We'll be right back.
Sheldon, we here at Wonderful Pistachios take your concerns about our no-shells ads very seriously.
Uh-huh. Then what's that?
Don't look away!
Is that how people eat those?
You two, get in here!
I'm going in.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the regional final for the Heartland region for the Panda Cup qualifier. And hey, this is it. It's all come down to this moment right here. Winner of this is going to get a chance to go play in LA. Excuse me, a chance to play in LA. They're going to go to LA and get a chance to play for that big championship in Los Angeles, the Panda Cup finale. And it's all come down to this. They have fought, they have battled throughout multiple qualifiers in this bracket, in multiple brackets, in multiple days. And now we are here, and it's going to be coming down between Raven King and Burst with an amazing losers run, all the way from losers round 1 into losers finals.
Yeah, well, final 2 combatants will step into the ring to try and take it all home. But one of these 2 combatants was set here by the other. Raven King putting Burst into losers in the first place. Only person Burst has lost to all day, and I believe that was 3-0 at that. You can see the last 2 of them there, right there. Raven King holding on. Burst with this incredible run, all pre-top 8 up to this point. Did not the easiest matches at that either. Had a couple of close ones like we saw earlier against Gixon, but figured out it against Ibex, took a 3-0 overtime gear in what is not an easy matchup overall, and he was still able to do it. We're going to see what happens coming up next with Raven King trying to take it. Oh, excuse me, it was 3-2, not 3-0. My apologies. Well, as you can see right there, but that just goes to show again, it's another really close one. But one thing that I did see before, I was looking at the wrong number, is it's 0-3. It's 3-0 in favor in Raven King right now. But you can see this has been an incredible run all the way up to this point. Taking out Porter, Panda Bear, Gixon, Ibex, and Time Gear to get to here, to get to this position, Banjo, to try and get that trip to the Panda Cup Finals.
An 8th seed, and you're coming out with a potential, first or second place off this. But more than that, you got to beat the king, and Raven King, looking to be the king of this region, has been looking green all day, and was projected to win the tournament at a first seed, but they've been playing red hot all day. But to come from losers round 1 like you have been, to come from losers round 1 and now end up in grand finals to try to do a potential reset to go into another set to try to win this tournament is not a challenge that should not be sneezed at all. But Raven King says, don't worry, I got this. We've handled things online before, and I have knocked you out of winners the last 3 sets, and this time might not be any different. Look at the percentages on Raven King's side.
3-0, all being Ike, of course, and that's what we're probably going to see come out here. Raven King, of course, has that comfortable cushion of being on the winner side of bracket, so he's going to be able to try and close it out that much cleaner, because Burst has more time he's going to have to figure out to try and get all the way back. You got to win one, and then you got to win a whole nother one. And the way Raven King has been playing today, that seems like an almost impossible task to ask, because all of the roles, every single defensive choice people have been making have been wrong. But this is one of the few people that have brought Raven King to game number 5. So he's got something figured out. He can probably get it, and history has shown more often than not, most of the time people on the loser side of bracket do win or at least take 1 set. They get the reset because they're warmed up, they're ready to go, and the way Burst has been playing, he's definitely ready to go. It's time. Heartland Grand Finals now begins. The regional finals are on their way, and we have the first attempt to get the very first qualifier done, and that is Raven King versus Burst.
Raven King says, if I'm going out like me, and picks the Icon in this matchup against Yoshi, where air superiority might be an issue. Hey, Raven King says, no problem. I've done it 3 previous times. What's one more time to go to LA?
I will say, I am incredibly surprised that we are on Smashville. This is Ikeville. This is Nairland. This is everything Ike wants, because all he needs is a quick trip over to the ledge, and you're getting ledge trapped, and you have to deal with that ether. You have to deal with Nairs off the stage, and you have to deal with constantly getting air dodge red on that platform with up here, and right now you're watching it unfold as we're talking about it right in front of your eyes.
Little quick try to get back, and Burst says, no, no problem for me, no problem. But a Raven King able to come back with that up B, and literally it's one of these situations to where Raven King has full comfortability with this matchup. And hey, if you're in Ike land, we do as Ikes do when we take stocks.
Yeah, and one thing that Yoshi can do, of course, is you want to try and utilize that platform yourself, but you're doing that in front of a giant sword. Ragnar does not really care, like, at all. There's so much range that's covered, and although Ike may not be as strong of a meta pick anymore, very difficult at the high end, characters like this who constantly need to use jump-ins to approach have to respect how much range Ike has. But one thing Burst is doing very well is trying to beat the short hop and condition him into shield as we get the first shield break of the game.
Yeah, and Burst is going to have to make sure that they put this pressure on Raven King. Raven King got away with that first stock because, hey, I'm able to do whatever I want. I'm able to get these nairs and all this other stuff. But if Burst is able to just kind of stay in their face and watch their options whenever they land, and they're out of shield options, they're going to have a very, very good opportunity to kind of counter Raven King and what Raven King wants to do, which is trap your landings anyway.
I like what Raven King's doing with these empty jump mix-ups. He's not going for nair every time. He's trying to wait for a defensive option. That is a misspace down B. That was 100% meant to snap ledge, and that's a free F tilt every time. Oh, that's perfect though. Oh, he sent the back into stage. He saved his jump, so Raven King was gonna be fine. I thought he sniped his jump, but that was so close to Burst getting a very needed early stop.
Here we go. We see Burst. Literally missed opportunity on that right there, but finds it no big deal, able to reset even after that egg lay right there. But the damage kind of mounting on Raven King at the moment.
Yeah, and, Raven King is I think Burst is doing a good job of kind of pushing him on to the ledge, and also he's pulling out all the big tricks. He tried to go for the double command grab. He's gonna get him with down smash, not gonna time the quick draw. He was looking to trade it off. That does have an active like hurt box before you snap ledge, but he's slowly but surely working his way back into this game because he's respecting all of these openers now from Raven King way more, and he's beating him out of shield.
And literally, like Burst, I was gonna say until that moment, literally kind of playing perfect. Like just trying to find a way to just keep as much percentage as possible. Understands that parry was incredible. Ooh. Like literally, like just.
Yeah, and also that's a free punch. Oh, and he gets a jab. Okay, well that's gonna allow Raven King to hold on to this a bit longer. One short hop up air takes him out, so he's got to be careful about how he approaches. As you can see, Burst is hunting for it right now. But a nair at ledge. Well, okay, now it's off the table. I was gonna say nair at ledge at the right windows could still true combo into up B if you get it quick enough before they can double jump armor. But now you're at that window where if you get caught on that platform and he resets his jump, you're taking an up air, and Raven King takes the game as he's trying to set him up for it, and instead goes for the fair read as he DIs out.
Yeah, and literally now he's at the position to where he's doing this so much, he's able to empty hop in front of his face and get the combo started. But as I say that, literally we see falling through the platform, trying to get combo started, but not overcommittal on it, and able to get the forward smash right before the break out of the egg. And all of a sudden, it seems a little bit even, right?
Yeah, and that's an air dodge called. He's going to be forced to have to land directly on top of him, and you are so brave for even trying that. Drifts right underneath him, or excuse me, right over him, in front of it, doesn't roll on. That's a big punish on the dash attack. Nair sends him out. Doesn't jump too early. Quick attack, quick draw is going to get him on, but that's another one, but he doesn't get the shield break, and that leads to an ether, and Raven King stopping Burst from making a beautiful comeback and sealing out game number 1.
The be your own, the down B actually betrayed him, and literally the shield was nigh unintelligible. Like we couldn't even see it, and it still didn't break. And off that, he was able to get an up B punish that led to his stock loss and Burst.
What that tells me too is that Raven King was buffering up B. He was getting ready because if most of the time people. Sometimes the shield break will actually come from people who are still holding on the shield after that happens, instead of just the straight up shield break, because you just got that done to you and then you're like panicking because you did it. But if you're trying to buffer out ether out of shield, that's going to help you drop it sooner, which might have helped him not get shield broken there. That could have easily been a second shield break in the game and Burst taking game number 1.
Yeah, because I'm looking at that and was like, how early did the armor frame start up on that ether as well? Because that probably could have played something in that, too, as a factor. But going to be moving on to game 2 right now, grand finals of this, and Burst down by 1 game already.
Yeah, and this is going to be the closest thing Burst probably gets access to FD style-wise, because there isn't really a world where you intentionally want to bring Burst to FD, because look at that, you get these platform mix-ups, you get those extensions off the combos with falling up air, and it also benefits you more to be here for getting knockouts on the side. But you go FD or Kalos, that's going to benefit Burst every time, so I'm fairly certain those are probably the two counter picks that Raven King are going for.
Definitely, and something also to note is just like you can't overcommit on Raven King, especially with just certain moves, especially like when you do them like on his landing, because then he'll just immediately up B and combo break out of them. There's one thing you got to be careful of. But so far, even percentages, and you got to watch your landings in this instance. And something that everybody in this top 8 so far has done when they've gotten to this stage is literally they're kind of just waiting on a platform extension from Town and City. So it's one of these things you got to be careful of too. But catching the rollback with the dash attack, Raven King looking really
that
really
was
good
interesting
right
too. After Raven King whiffed on shield the last game 2 times, and he was still very confident that the attempt of burst jumping there would happen, or a roll or anything. No break that time. Raven King reacted quicker, but it seems like he's starting to slowly adjust the sum. That being said, it's a free grab. Doesn't DI incorrectly, so he's able to drift away at least. Well, one more nair at ledge. Oh, he was so close. Yeah, that nair at ledge would have easily taken that out.
Yep, and literally just kind of reestablishing himself in the middle right here, and finally that back air going to be able to get that stock right there at very, very high percent. So here we go. Burst, not looking too terrible at the moment. The jump armor going to be able to shield that aerial, but Raven King looking really, really good right now with a pretty solid lead. And here we go. As I live and breathe, the combos coming out, but the
double jump armor saved him. He was gone. If that doesn't come out, he's gone every time. I like the waveland attempt to try and bait out the double jump first, so we could go after the attempted landing afterwards. But Raven King mixing up this pressure in the skies, but Burst can win here. Doesn't get the nair to up air. That's not a thing at that's window anymore. But F tilt at center won't be enough just yet, Banjo.
Literally holding it down, Ajax, and he's like, hey, if you go to the middle of the stage and literally the double jab and just the run back just to try to get a move and coax him into doing something very, very unsafe. So Raven King kind of getting all the answers right there, and that tech get up into up B. Raven King, the fundamentals reign supreme.
Yep. Never whip something in front of Ike in those positions. It's he almost had the perfect timing on that tech in place, but now Raven King gets to go into trade war. I get to swing with you as much as possible, and he tried to do that on last stock too, where he tried to call out the jump from Burst with a dare. Now he's going for it more. It's gonna make Burst more scared to jump, maybe go for a roll next time. And there's another not timed one, and that will definitely knock out here on Town and City. Oh yeah, every time on Town and City, doesn't matter if you're sub 100 or not, what character name you are, 88 will still knock you out. That is now Raven King only needing one more game to get that qualifier, get that trip to LA.
Hey, it's all caps when you spell the last name. That's K-I-N-G, and so far playing that way in this grand final so far. Burst just having a little bit of difficulty. The Town and City pick, just the platforms are just playing so well. So I would have to assume just a flat stage has to be on the way. It has to be on the way.
And I think the only flat stage he has, Banjo, is Town and City, because if I'm in this position, I'm also banning FD and Kalos. And like with a lot of discussion with Raven King over the years, you know, he's not too against FD. He actually kind of likes Ike there. I'm personally not a big fan of Ike there. But against the way Burst plays and the way Yoshi plays, if he leaves it open, I'm super surprised. I think that the only option he has for flat stages is that, and he's going to take that away instead. He's going to go here to Small Battlefield as the final hope to try and get himself a W on the board.
I don't know about the Small Battlefield pick, and I say that just because of like this, just the small ceilings that are on Small Battlefield. Like, and it's one of these things where not only do you have these small ceilings, but you still have these platforms here on the left and the right. And something that has been really, really good for Raven King these last couple of games has literally been the idea that, hey, as soon as you do something unsafe on my shield at high percents, I get a free up B, and that's going to lead up to your stock gone. Apparently.
He's conditioning hard now. He does get out of disadvantage, but that's where you start to get very afraid when those up airs are consistently hitting. That's 2 nairs. It's a free forward air, so we got an even game all of a sudden.
Here we go, and like I said, these combos coming out. So Burst, what do you do at this instant? Oh my goodness, are you serious? Jeez, and getting clipped by like that last possible hit of the Nair in the event combo. So
There was
burst,
he's gone. Yeah, he's gone.
That was smart. Yes.
So yeah, take the hit, because after he uses that jump, if you hit them from quick draw, the only thing you could do is you have to instantly jump or use like some type of option with the up B. But he's gonna answer back. He's now for somebody who whiffed on shield quite a few times with that dash attack, he's been able to find Burst making mistakes with them still.
One thing that we actually haven't talked about with Burst is like if Burst has the innate ability that if you're willing to take the hit and you haven't used the jump, then you can actually kind of just clip Raven King off stage. But so far, Raven King keeping in the middle right here, just doing the tried and true, hey, near the up air, it's gonna keep hitting you, and I'm gonna get, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If you're a Burst fan, I've seen this version of Raven King before. This is when he's in, this is championship mode Raven King right now, when he is consistently getting full hop mix-ups on up airs and forcing your air dodges. You are in for a world of hurt. Look at that. Now he mixed it up to the up tilt. Tried to read the panic jump away. Up tilt again. Now this is Burst's big opportunity, and he doesn't get it. He needed to get that forward air or a nair to steal this game back. He can't afford anymore, because where Raven King is, he could do exactly that. He could go for those up Bs and get trade-offs. He's going to be able to jump the ledge after that time. He didn't use it, but this is a big chance again for Burst, and he misses the forward smash.
And we got Burst literally just trying desperately to get this, but as I live and breathe, the combo breaking up B coming into fruition again, and now this is the damage ranges that Raven King wants right here. Gonna get the nair right here, but gonna let him reset, gonna get the grab in the forward throw, and is waiting for them to make a move.
That was so close.
Back air. Oh my god.
Oh, I thought I was going to assume a back throw came in that position right there. Back air takes him out. Up smash attempt because he wanted to get him to panic. He's up a whole stock right now. Burst has to be careful with how he decides to approach, because any ether, up air, anything like that takes him out. He's got to be so afraid with how he decides to approach this. Ether won't get punished that time because he's going to dip the ledge.
Right, gonna be able to get a back throw here. No, the mash out, and literally the dash attack. He's daring him to come in that range right there, and so close, throwing out hitbox, and he is willing to get the truth out that, but he's not dead.
Oh, he's so, like, you know what? Just keep doing it, and then there should be enough, and that's gonna be it, and Raven King takes it out 3-0, and your Heartland champion, and your first qualifier for the Panda Cup in-person finale is Raven King.
When you say Raven King, the K-I-N-G is in all caps. Don't forget it. Literally just been a force in this region for so long. And now he has punched his ticket to the Panda Cup finale in LA this December. A little bit of a hand clap right there.
Look, I may have a small amount of bias towards that, one of these characters, but I'm also very, very impressed by the run that we saw from Burst. That was so good. You know, it's funny. I said that, and look who's right above him. So nobody really knows who I was pointing at. But very impressed, very overall. Well done from Burst to get all the way to this point. But you know, we alluded to it before, and just from my history of in this matchup, it is definitely slightly beneficial to Ike if played correctly, and Raven King showing exactly how you do it. You beat him on air-to-airs, you force him to double jump, you get rid of his free disadvantage because there's too much range on his sword. And you have to be good at it, because otherwise if you're off stage, you could get jumped, and that's exactly what Burst tried to do, but it wasn't enough to seal the deal. As got close every game, but Raven King was able to clutch it out.
Yeah, shouts out to Burst, man. Like I said, all the way coming from losers round 1, but as I live and breathe, there can only be one champion, so congratulations to Raven King for the online qualifiers for the Panda Cup. Shouts out to Panda, of course, and of course, shouts out to Raven King. Very, very hard fought. The winner of a couple of qualifiers and winning the regional finale to make his way to Los Angeles this December. And I'm telling you, this is one to watch, ladies and gentlemen. This is a person who can creep in and make that special place in bracket, and who can make a bracket run. So keep an eye out for Raven King, man. Raven King has been a force in this game for a while, and will continue to be a force as we go into Los Angeles this December.
And if you were excited about what you just saw there, well, there happens to be more action still around the corner. As you can see, the top 8 there, Raven King taking it with the Ike, pulling out the Joker when necessary against Time Gear. And once again, incredible performances to Burst, Time Gear, Ivex, Gixon, Yatagarasu, Panda Bear, and Nanaba to get all the way to this point. But it's going to be Raven King who holds down that fort. But you also have the attempt to get the last chance qualifier later. So if you don't get through these, you could still make that attempt later. Don't forget to sign up and try and get yourself into the championship, even if you don't finish. But There's still more qualifiers to go. There's still quite a few left to go, which means we still got more action to call, but that's the end of the action for us here tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Ajax, of course. You can find me at Ajax_HQ on everything, and I got to do this all with my good friend Banjo. Where can everybody find you, man?
Hey, don't forget to find me on Twitter at Banjo Plays Banjo. If you see Tavian Glenn Jr., that's actually my full name. I go by that now. So just find Tavian Glenn Jr. I'm super excited for all the Smash action, and you guys are going to see me tomorrow. So, you know, it's going to be a really, really fun time as we wrap up the rest of these qualifiers that is going around in the United States, because we have a lot of players who are very, very good, and there can only be a few who win these online qualifiers and make their way to Los Angeles this December, and I'm very, very excited to see it, and we're definitely going to be able to see more of that tomorrow. So until then, we will catch you guys tomorrow. I will catch you guys tomorrow, but that's it for Ajax for now. But thank you guys for tuning in to the Panda Cup in the Heartland region. We will see you guys again very, very soon. Thanks for watching.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?